Yes, people, good morning, good afternoon, and a good evening. I wholeheartedly offer whatever suits your time zone. A blue morning to you all. Please let me know if you can hear me. Again, as it is the tradition here, it is an interactive show. So I'll go through the chat to look at what we have to make sure everyone else there is doing good. Just give me one second. I also have something else I want to take care of quickly, but I'll find a way to do it without breaking the show. Just give me 1 minute. Maybe I'll use this as a cover until that is done. Let me see what we have in the chat. As usual, I'd be surprised if it was something else, someone else. Here it says again, Blue Morning, Kachila, panel and chat. Blue morning to you too. I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for finding the time to join the show, and Happy New Year to you all. Please like and subscribe when you enter if you have not, as it helps the channel grow and reach a wider audience. Yes, we have 16 likes already, but I believe we can do better than that. Again, the quicker we up the likes, the quicker we'd reach 100 likes. 100, again, you could say the basic milestone, but we can do better than that if you want to. Sack Potter now, we'll talk about that in a bit. We'll finish again the transfer because the transfer talk is very important at this point. We'll finish the transfers, and it's something new we're going to be doing. That is based on a very good advice from Liam Lane. Once we get an update, we'll talk about it immediately. But yeah, we'll finish the transfer before halftime. Then we'll talk about the game yesterday. We don't really have to talk about it because we did talk about it after immediately. We reviewed the game after the pregame show. Sack Potter now, like I said, I'm not going to go into that. Morning, lads. Up the charts, yes, up the charts, no matter what's going on. Francis Winter, thank you for saying that. Luigi Pellegrini says the midfield is a problem, not the coach. Bringing in another coach, it will still be the same sequence. One win, one draw, one loss. When was the last time we won five EPL games in a row? Here's the thing. I'm going to say this as much as, yeah, I agree. The problem, the midfield is part of the problem. The manager also is partly the problem. If you're paying attention, it's not entirely his problem. It's not entirely the player's problem too. But we're not here to talk about the match right now until we'll finish talking about transfers because there's quite a lot going on. I cannot wait for this segment. Today's show is going to be one of the best if everyone is available. Thank you so much for saying that. Hopefully, a lot of people will be available. And that's Escape Me Tracks. Sorry, the robot that's policing the chat deleted your message. That happens every now and then. It's not a human being, so you understand. When I saw it, again, I reviewed the messages in there. Money here from Ireland, Francis Winters. Morning to you too. And if you don't mind taking the time to tell us where you're following the show from, I'd really appreciate that. Chelsea is still Chelsea. What happens sometimes has to be done fast. Yep, that's the truth. Again, like I said, we reviewed the match after the game yesterday because we did the watch along. So after talking transfers, we'll still talk about it a bit. But I agree. With the midfielder is the issue, but I am saying it isn't entirely the midfield issue. The manager, again, partly to blame. But there's still time. Things could change for good. Chelsea is, yep, I've read that one there. This is Dennis from Kenya. We really miss the enthusiasm in the team. Yes, we do. I think that is very well put. That may be the very first delicious comment of the day. Mutomi Gaititu, thank you so much for that comment. The truth is, yeah, what I've learned is that, again, Chelsea are underground Potter since that five game in a row. We lost 5 games in a row or four. I'm not sure how many. Whenever we have a game, you'd hardly see anybody saying we're going to win this one. Yeah, but again, that's where we're at right now. So a good comment right there. Sounds good. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. If we get Enzo, probably it's going to be better. Things will be better, but it will not be complete. Except if we're playing Enzo closer to the final third as an attacking midfielder, if we can create chances from the central positions, and we need also wingers. We have wingers, but I don't think they are up to standard. Really, I'm not going to name names because, like I've said, like, on 1,000 occasions, they cannot measure the measure of performances we saw on again when we had Pedro and William. Those are wingers again that really produce for Chelsea. The wingers we have right now, we have a problem with them. I don't know if the issue is that the managers haven't played them consistently. in the natural, again, in their preferred positions. But that's why we'll move on. From now on, the Chelsea manager must be a coach who can achieve our Chelsea goals with strong coaching and enough skills Chelsea needs to look at this first. Otherwise, it will lead us will lead a club from a tooth failure. Okay, that's Arara Sat Itafa. Nice to see you. Thank you so much. Maybe there is something again in the dressing room. You never know. I don't know. And I heard Aspi said something. I'm not well acquainted with what he said, but that's by the way. I always blame a Chelsea scout and the coach, but this time I don't see where we're blaming the scout right now. We have what we have, and we have to make do with what we have. Again, but we should be doing way better than we're doing. I have my brother Ty on the panel and Roger. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show, guys. Ty, I'm going to start with you just quickly. If we'll talk about it, if you're well acquainted with what Cesar Azpilicueta said, then we can talk about that, and then move on again to talking about transfers. And after transfers, if we'll have time, we can talk about the match of it. So, Ty, are you well acquainted with what Cesar Azpilicueta say that some people are saying that the manager he's going to put the manager into trouble, or the manager's not going to be happy with him?
I only, sorry, I only
No
saw
worries, brother.
the first sentence that was said. I I haven't really seen most of it. I have it in my bookmark to read, but oh, okay, I see it now.
Mm-hmm.
So he spoke about top four and things like that.
Okay, nothing. He didn't mention Potter's name. So why people they took it and run with it, it's, talking as if again he said something that's gonna more like throwing Graham Potter under the bus. I don't know. So yeah, let's just move on from that. Except if anybody else on learned about, have more information on what was said. I'm not sure what was said really. Let's see what he says here. Leon says, just one second. Kuchila again, my granddaughter Avasa said to say hello. Oh, Eva is pronounced Eva. Tell Eva I said hello to her again. I hope she's enjoying her stay. Again, enjoying the festive period. I hope she had a very good Christmas, and I wish her again. I wish that all her good desires come true in 2023. Thank you so much. That's very nice of you, Liam, and I appreciate that. Eva, hello to you too. Thank you for saying hello. Um, Roger, how are you doing, brother?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Yeah, good morning to you. Good morning to you. You sound better today, and I'm happy. I'm happy about that, brother.
I'm still suffering from PTSD with that game.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Ty, even though what Ty wrote says today that he was crying, he has to go. It was
I
that
know.
bad. Yeah. I think we'll talk about it.
Sorry,
That is if
what?
we'll have time. Sorry.
Sorry,
No, what you wrote yesterday before you left, Ty. Wasn't it about the game? Or was it about something else?
both actually.
Okay.
I
Well,
was overwhelmed.
oh, okay. Okay. Just stay strong, brother. Everything will be all right. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Just one second. I'm getting my update screen sorted out because I switched between accounts, so it will continue to refresh. Let's see what we have here. Just one sec. Why is my screen freezing like this? She's very happy now, Kachila. That makes me happy too. You don't know. But thank you so much. That's very kind of you. And that's why, again, more of that we have children watching. So that's why you have to also watch the languages we use. Really blessed. It says, I trust Potter still, even Tuchel struggles much without James. Chilwell and Kante, those are three very key players at our squad currently who understand to play the system. Let's trust the process. Yeah, I don't have I really don't have an issue with the process. So here's the thing: Tuchel didn't struggle this much. At least we played as a unit under him when he knew. Again, I'm not going to go into the comparison thing. It's old now, really. If we if we're being honest. But that's by the way. Let's move on and look at what we have. This is Fabrizio Romano saying that Chelsea and N'Golo Kante are in talks on different terms for new contracts. As current one expires in June, situation has changed after slow negotiations in the last month. Kante opened to discussion on salary as he lost the club and hopes to stay. It is a 50-50 situation now, which means he can leave. He can't stay. I don't know if any of you want to say something about that. This doesn't, it still doesn't look good, given that it's still 50-50. Because we were told they were making progress and that he was, again, more likely to stay at the club than leave. And now we're seeing this. Roger, I don't know if you have anything to say. It is 50-50 clear, which means there's still a chance he leaves.
Yeah, I'm being teased by this. I had said a couple of days ago that I'm accepting the fact that we're going to lose him. And then all of a sudden, 48 hours ago, we hear that there's ongoing positive discussions. And I mean, I would absolutely love for him to stay 2 to 3 years, healthy. I'm assuming that this surgery will fix a lot of it. If we manage him correctly, of course. Man management is so critical. If that's the case, you're looking at a very dynamic, he's a tackling machine, and he does a lot going forward too. He's in all likelihood our best player we have, and I would love for him to stay. He's world class. This changes the complexion of the team, in my opinion, if he stays and plays. Regardless of his age, he's a world class player, and he's basically the engine in the vehicle for us. As simple as that.
Yeah.
So,
Again, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. If you were still talking.
We either need to sign him or let it go. This cannot drag on. It's just, but we need to do everything we can realistically for him to stay. I think he wants to. I think because he's got a family, he doesn't want to move. It's a big upheaval,
Plus, he truly does love the club.
Yes, and I think he loves where he lives. I think his family is happy. It's a big deal emigrating, going to another country or another part of a country. I've done it multiple times. It's a bloody big deal. So, I can see him staying, but conversely speaking, I can also see him leaving. I just hope that he does stay, and that this will be a game changer if he stays for the next 2 to 3 years. This is huge.
Yeah, so, something you mentioned again that I'm concerned about. The longer it drags, the more the possibility he leaves. Again, if we're serious about keeping him, I think we should sort it out as soon as possible. I'm not sure what's going on there. Ty, again, when that report broke out, I think my thought was that he's going to stay, given the way it was presented, or let me say the way it was phrased. But it turns out, yeah, he's actually, again, there's a 50% chance that he still leaves. Ty, do you want to talk about it, or should we move on?
I honestly think that this thing with Kante will end in the best way possible for him. And if I think
Boy,
about
that's
it,
really very kind of you. Whether it means him leaving Chelsea Football Club. No, but go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, but when I think about it from my personal opinion, I generally think that I think he may still leave because I mean there isn't much to really say that he's gonna stay. The fact that it's 50-50 means that there's a likely chance of him leaving as well, because it all comes down to what the wages that he'll want to increase on will be, and if the club are willing to do that, and then if they take into consideration the midfielders that they supposedly want to bring in, and if they want to have such a large wage bill and not really guaranteed of having any quality performances from those players earning high amounts of money. So I think there's still a strong chance that he leaves. The fact that it's 50-50, that is not encouraging, because it's simply saying that there's a possibility that Chelsea will get top four, but there's also a possibility that they're not going to get it. There's no guarantee that it's going to happen. You're just hoping that it will, from a perspective, if you want him to stay. So I think there's a strong chance that he still leaves the club.
Yeah, we don't know what the disparity is in terms of what each of the parties want. Bobby, I don't know if it is something you want to talk about, or should we move on? Good morning to you, by the way. I think it's still morning where you are. Are you there? It looks like we can't hear Bobby. Let's wait again when he fixes this.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
What you're talking about, N'Golo Kante.
It's not stable. Hakeem, if you can come in your thoughts. Again, that it is now 50.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, we can. Yeah, Bobby, we can. Yeah.
What you're talking about, N'Golo Kante, are you?
Yeah, the news from Fabrizio Romano that the possibility is 50-50 now, which means he could stay, he could leave. But both parties are still talking. It looks like both parties want different things. Probably the clubs wants a shorter contract, but could still offer him what he wants, but he wants that money. But we're not sure really about your thoughts on the situation. And like Roger said, my concern is the longer it drags. Yeah, go ahead.
We're going round in circles about the blatantly obvious, aren't we? This is obvious. There's nothing new here. It's always been like this. And, we'll have to wait and see what happens. I don't see any change or anything to be particularly more concerned now than we were before. The Kante situation is what it is. He's out injured. And Chelsea's problems are far greater than N'Golo Kante. We have a refurbishment that is taking place from top to bottom. We have a manager that's giving us big concerns. We have a squad that is giving us big concerns, massive underperforming, massive injury issues. Kante's 50-50 prospect is a distraction. That's not the issue, really. I have to say, it's not the issue at all.
Again, here's the thing. I think we're all saying it's not the issue, but if he stays, I will be better with him. Again, if that makes any sort of sense, we get it. Yeah, it's not the issue.
If he stays and is fit,
if
he stays and is fit, definitely will be better for sure. For sure. But, whether he stays, whether he goes, 50-50, it's not changed. This is what it has been. He's injured. Nobody can really hear or know anything until he's fit again. So I don't know. I'm not really feeling this one. I don't feel it at all. I think that we have so many bigger fish to fry. We got some big problems.
We will get to that. Yeah, we will get to that. Quite understandable. I get your argument there. It makes perfect sense. But hopefully he stays. It will help make things better. Stays fit, like you said. Let's see what we have here. Can we use players like Jorginho, Azpilicueta, and Graham Potter to fight for the top 4 position? Big no. Prince Boateng think so. Let's see. But all I know is that we can do better than we're doing right now. I'm not sure about where we're going to finish. But again, hopefully things will get better. Just a second.
How old is Amrabat?
Amrabat, I think, is still young. Is it in his 20s? Let me check quickly.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with his age.
Is my audio still fluctuating?
No, it sounds good now.
Okay,
initially, it was going in and out.
Let me check Amrabat's age.
He's in his prime, isn't he?
Just 1 second. I think I'm not sure. Why did I forget? I don't have a spreadsheet. I think there are 2 Amrabats. You made the older one. One is 35. I think this is a younger one. Sophia and Amrabat. That's the one we're looking for. Just give me 1 second. I'll look at it and we'll move on to what we have.
Sorry, coach.
Yeah, no problem. Now, the younger Amrabat, I think that's the one we're talking about. He's 25. Sophia and Amrabat. But that's, by the way, let me catch up with what we have in the chat quickly here. Where did I stop? This one again. Can we go from Moroccan World Cup midfielder Amrabat? I don't know why we're not looking at him. He's actually cheap. He's going to come cheap. To me, my first choice is still Ismail Benessa, but I'm not sure. We're not really sure what midfielders at the club are looking at. If it is true that Potter has made it clear to them that his priority is to get in midfielders to solve the issues we have, then they probably are looking at midfielders right now. One of them, obviously, Enzo Fernandez, but I don't think it stops there because Enzo alone will not solve the problem in the absence of Kante. For Enzo to be, again, to be as effective as we expect him to be, Kante would have to be fit and then be more disciplined on the pitch while Enzo does his thing. So, yeah. Good morning, everyone, and the host. Good morning to you too, Blue Clouds Media. I hope you're doing well, brother. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. If you're watching, please go check out Nee's YouTube's, again, Blue Clouds Media YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe and let him know I sent you. And if you're in the chat, if you have a channel, please go ahead, share the link to your channel so I don't have to, again, talk about it all the time because we have a show going on. Yesterday's game against Forest proved my point. We cannot depend on Koulibaly. You said, again, I am entitled to my opinion. Yeah, that which is still the truth. Yeah, which is still the truth. I said he's not world class. Again, go look at the numbers. I know I test felt like he didn't do well, but the problem is the issue might have been the reshuffling. The reshuffling that's done in the back line is why it seems there's a bit of confusion there. And this is not me saying Koulibaly is world class. I'm saying he's a good player overall. And how many games has he played for us that we have to come to that conclusion? But that's by the way I get your argument, brother. I told you Potter cannot win us anything. He's not again. Yeah, we're not talking about Potter now. We're into transfers. We're getting to talking about the match if we'll have more time because we did a watch along, and after that we did review the match. I don't see Kante leaving if PSG aren't in for him. Only club I see him going is PSG. Barcelona really want him, and they've already started talking with his camp, but this argument really does make sense. I think if PSV comes, he will most likely would want to leave because it's home for him. So it makes sense. I was talking about this earlier. When your club falls apart because one player leaves, like Reece James, you cannot be a top 4 team. You are automatically a mid-low table team. You can say third pandemic. You can say that again. That's a solid argument right there. He's just had the surgery, so I will give him time. Yeah, maybe the surgery has solved the problem, so I won't be in a rush to let him go. Happy New Year, Coach. Happy New Year to you, to Mess and God Day. Thank you so much for joining the show. Directors, technical coaches were behind Brighton's style of play. Brighton still plays same style. Potter won lottery. He ain't interested neither. Again, he has style of play. Sack Asap. I'm a bit kind of confused about with that coming right there. But that's, by the way, director and technical coaches. Yeah, the same thing I've read. It's the younger one. The older one plays for Turkey. Yeah, the younger one is the one we're talking about. Yeah, it makes sense. Enzo, no. Again, Frankie de Jong, yes. Enzo is a kid who already won a World Cup. London will ruin him. Is that how you see it? Let's see what happens, really. If Potter brought in some of the good younger players, he would have, again, he would have my backing, but all he is doing is picking up from a failed squad game to game, just changing a few. So it's just the same result. Yeah, maybe trying to, please the older players, or maybe to avoid politics that will cause some problems in the dressing room. I don't know. Big up, coach. These players need to go. If we feel the same, there's no way we'd let all the players leave at the same time. Nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. If you haven't, guys, please go and check out Matt's YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe and let him know I sent you. I think it's approaching 1,000 right now. That is if he hasn't gotten there. I think he plays for Turkey. I'm not sure where the older one plays. Kante shouldn't renew. I know you feel that before, so I've heard you talk about it before. Please like and subscribe, guys. We're 33 likes right now. You guys are absolute legends. I think we're moving at the blistering speed today. We get it to 100 as soon as possible. Like, again, subscribe if you haven't, and share on whatever social media platform where you have, presence. We really need a new squad or a new coach because I don't see process. I don't even know what identity or style of play Potter plays. That's just the truth.
It's not possible.
Yeah, but it's not possible to do all these things. I know. Armando Van As, again, yeah, I'm confused as to the identity. As the process is not clear to me. And the one I don't want to hear is the Vision 2030. Is this what we're going to be seeing until 2020, 30, or are we planning to start dominating globally in 2030? 2030. I'm not sure what that really means, and it breaks my heart. The problem isn't at the defense, to be honest. It is the midfield, lack of proper protection from the midfield. Yep. Plus, the reshuffling in the defensive line can be an issue. Like we've been saying consistently nearly all of that last year. That's the truth. Here's TyTalks, the link to TyTalks YouTube channel. Please go subscribe. Let's help him get to 700 subscribers as soon as possible. Here's the link here. Please do that and let him know I sent you. Barley thought he was clear than anyone when he is new to the football industry. We would be under a better position with Thomas Tuchel or another elite manager. Here's the thing: we'll have to move on from that. He's gone now. We have to move on. We have to support Potter, except if he's sacked. We move on to the next person. Chelsea is the entity we support, so we'll support whoever is the manager of the club. Happy New Year, Happy New Year, Coach. Happy New Year to you too, Usman Ashak. Nice to see you. Thank you so much. Chelsea and young, high-priced players adorn a suit. Havertz, Pulisic, name a few. Okay, Enzo will be a disaster for now. Kessie or Frankie will do. Kessie, no. Even Frankie, not too sure. But Kessie, definitely no for me. We also need a right wing back.
Who? Are you talking about Frank Kessie, Barcelona?
Has he done well there? He hasn't done well, and he wants to leave.
No, I get that, but he played in AC Milan, I think, or Inter. I forget where he played in Italy before.
AC Milan.
Yeah, I liked him. I thought he was a solid midfielder. I actually wanted Chelsea to get him, but historically, do you not rate him? Then I'm just curious. That's all.
No, I rate him, but it looks like he's lost form.
I see.
It's as simple as that. He's not the same player anymore.
Okay. Just curious, that's all.
Yeah, just 1 second. Let's move on. I want us to catch up again with all the transfer news we have to see if we can talk about the game yesterday a bit. So in the case of Kante, I don't know if anybody else wants to say anything about him. I think we should just move on.
Do you think he stays, Coach?
Do I think he stays?
Yeah.
It's difficult to say, and the number is there, 50-50. So
for me,
he wants something else. The club wants something else, and I think.
For me, I think he stays.
Oh, you think he's gonna stay?
Yeah, I think he's going to stay because.
Why do you think so?
Kante himself, like if he's at his age, I'm not sure he's going to go to any team apart from like a team from France, and I don't think PSG are looking after him. The only team that I know are serious about him is Barcelona, and I'm not sure he's going to go to Barcelona. If it's not PSG, I think it's Chelsea, and I think he's going to stay because, as they said, he has gone under the knife, and then he has fixed his injury. So, for me, I think the team have to try to keep him because with everything that is going on, even if Potter is not there, I think Potter will also like to keep him. And every coach like Kante. So from the coach and from the player, I think he's going to stay.
Coach, I'm going to go out on a limb and say 51-49 he stays.
Okay. Yeah, and if we want to change the whole team, it will make sense to have to leave somebody like Kante in the team. That doesn't mean he starts every game.
Sure, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, it will be important, and I think you make a solid argument that again, if PSG doesn't want him, it will be difficult for him to leave. But if PSG comes, he will most likely leave. But that's, by the way, please, when we're not talking, we can always mute so we avoid too much background, talks or anything else coming. So that's, by the way, PJ Artist, morning to you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had, again, a very good Christmas and welcome to 2023. I hope you're enjoying the festive period. It says, again, we have Sterling on 300K and gave Reece 250K plus 6 years contract. We cannot afford Kante. But yeah, if you're paying attention to what he can help you achieve, really, I think we can actually afford him. We need a CDM right wing back. My priority. I think we can. Here's the thing: we need those. We need a defensively minded midfield, deep lying midfielder. We need a right back. But more importantly, we do need a creative midfielder who can create chances from a central area, so we can diversify our chance creation. Again, a fit Kante is better than a Jorginho Kovacic. Both of them combined, actually. The only player who come on from the bench with about 15 minutes to go and still win man of the match. Only one of few players who are capable of doing that. That's, by the way, what we have here. We need a new recruitment to start. Most of the players don't care. Even at that, you can't change the whole 11 at the same time. You can't. You will spend a lot of money and probably get into trouble. It would take about 2 to 3 transfer windows for that for that to be done. So, but that's, by the way, we'll move on from the Kante story to this one here. Again, this is Cesar Spilicueta, what his comment after the game. When you see the table, that's where we are, and we need to have a very good second half of the season if we want to achieve UEFA Champions League qualification for next season. This is the reality that we face, and we have to stick together. Yeah. Let me see again. This one, we lost a point today again. Okay, since the beginning of the season, we lost too many points. Okay, this may well be what people are talking about. We are really far from where we want to be. Every game you don't win is a chance you miss. This is the reality when you see the table. Yeah, again, unfortunately, it is like that. I don't know if anybody wants to talk about that quickly before we move on to the next topic. Morning, Kachila, panel and chat. Morning to you too, Santiago Munoz. I hope you're doing well. Morning to you, Santiago Munoz. Let's see anything else here. Kimso says again, I hope you're doing well, Kimso. What a start at the year by Chelsea. I'm done with this club. Yeah, you've said that like a million times, and you're still where you are. I am tired. It's always the same thing. We cannot score to save our lives. I hope City destroy us. I ain't even watching the game. I heard somebody say yesterday that they're not signed up for the game, and I don't blame them because they're concerned. Probably once again, not too confident about Chelsea winning the game. So if anybody else want to talk about, what was that again? Anything else about this comment from Cesar Spilicueta, or should I just move on? I don't think it's anything. If that's really the comment that people are spinning out of control, saying that's like throwing Graham Potter under the bus, I don't think it is.
Yeah, I think that's taking it out of context. It's like it's stating the obvious. We should be not dropping points to teams that are in the bottom half. It's stating the obvious. Maybe you can extrapolate something in that. Well, yeah, you can do that in any sentence that anyone has said. I think that's reaching.
Yeah. Anybody else want to talk about that? All right, we'll move on from that one. Let's go to the next topic here. This one here. This again, Tottenham, Manchester United, and Chelsea could engage in the bidding war to sign Inter and a Netherlands defender. I'm getting feedback here, and it's irritating, really. To sign Inter and Netherlands defender Denzel Dumfries. I cannot again preach enough how much I want us to sign this guy. If anything, for all those players that are available, I think he's one of the best. I know some Chelsea fans don't respect him enough. Really. Now again, yeah.
What's
United,
the price tag?
I think around 50.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm saying it's the price tag. That's the question for me.
Let me again. Let's take it one by one. I'll come to you, Hakeem. Let me find out again his transfer value here. I think what is being quoted is around 50 to 55 million euros. Really. Yeah. So why did you ask that?
No, I actually said it wasn't a question; it was a statement. My issue with this gentleman is the fact that we're going to pay 50+ million pounds for approximately, give or take a few, for a competitive player, an alternative player, however you want to, a rotational player, however you want to term it. That means you're looking at over 100 million for 2 positions, left back and a right back, that are rotational. That's exorbitant. I understand the market has changed, but this is insane. It's just, I don't know. It just seems exorbitantly high. That's my point.
Yeah, I get your point. Go ahead, Hakeem. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say at this point in Chelsea, like I feel like any average right back will do better, will do good for us. Like any average right back will do good for us.
But
It
should
doesn't
we be
have to.
going for average players? If we go for
No,
average players, yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying with what we are like, with what we are experiencing and how things are going, especially if you look at what Azpilicueta is providing on the field, like he's below average. So if we get somebody, a young player who can run with the ball and do something not like exceptional, like just play like a right back and do what right back does, like just an average player will do better for us. We don't need to go for like a high hand or anything. Even if we get in, but if we get Dumfries, like I'll be really happy. I'll be really happy if we get Dumfries. Like he's one
a good
of the
player, and I think he will give us James. But overall, you could argue that James is a better player because probably will get you more goals. But two of them, I think, will be good rotational players for us. If either of them is on the pitch, you still be confident we'll be good. We don't want a situation where we go for the so-called backup, or you could say backup is a term that people use mainly.
Yeah.
So when Reece James gets injured, then the next player that is coming on isn't as good. So which means the standard drops.
What about Chalobah playing there?
No,
I think he will get the job done defensively. But if you're talking about the wing back play, I think we'll suffer really. If it was just, again, let's say as a right back, not wing back, he can get the job done for you, but not as perfect as a traditional wing back player would do. Yeah, go ahead.
I've been sitting here patiently waiting to get a few things off my chest.
Okay, go ahead.
I really have, you know, this is beyond preaching. This is just hitting it dead on the head.
Mm-hmm.
We have a big problem at Chelsea. I don't know. I've now got to that stage where I genuinely don't know if the move the new owners has made with the coaching staff is the right one. And I won't know that until I start to see signs of the coaching staff embracing and showing a commitment to the change that is heavily needed at Chelsea. Now, if Potter doesn't commit to change, he will pay the price, as will the club. He's not doing anything new. Graham Potter is doing what I will, and I'll criticize my own people, what I will call the English disease. This is why we don't produce the top managers, because we pick teams based on reputation and based on the emotions of what we want. Oh, he's an English player. Let me promote him, and pretend he's better than what he actually is. We need ruthlessness. Now, lots of managers have their weakness. No human being is perfect. But this guy is performing at the moment as weak as his team. Now, we know there's a litany of injuries which is not helping, but a lack of physicality in that team against a team like Nottingham Forest that will be physical is inexcusable.
I agree.
People were talking about Chalobah. Chalobah could have played defensive midfield yesterday alongside Zakaria. Now, you may wonder.
But see what we're going to do. Let's talk transfers. Like we said, we're going to talk about the game last. That was the plan.
Well,
if you don't mind,
get us, for a lot. This is what fans need to get off their chest, to be honest.
Right, but go ahead. I'll let you drop because you're introducing the topic now. But we'll talk about it in detail at last because we're into transfers now. But go ahead, brother.
Dumfries. If you like, get Maradona. Get Pele. Get them all. It's not going to change anything until the attitude of the strategy of the manager changes. I watched a game yesterday that filled me with absolute despair. I was in despair because it was such a mediocre tame, weak performance.
Soft.
I am sick and tired of Raheem Sterling causing more problems than he solves. I'm tired of seeing Pulisic bundled off the ball. I'm tired of seeing midfielders getting bullied left, right, and centre. Jorginho not being able to hold his own. Koulibaly too slow. He doesn't know who to pass to because the midfielders lose the ball. As Thiago Silva, Azpilicueta not quick, weak. These are the problems that we're facing right now. And unless Potter starts to be brave, yes, he's got injuries, but there's no reason not to start your Carney Chukwuemekas. There's no reason not to have put Chalobah in midfield. There's no reason not to bring on somebody like Lewis Hall and get him into the midfield. Play him on the right. Anybody on the right would have been better than Aspie. There's no reason not to bring on, I won't say Omari Hutchinson because I think that game yesterday needed physicality, but we could have brought on physicality in place of Sterling yesterday. I thought Sterling was atrocious,
Ineffective.
and for his price, for the salary. God, I mean, the only reason we're playing Sterling is because he's an English player, and I'll
Yes.
say that there is no other team. Look at Man City, how they dropped him and put him as a rotational player. That's where he belongs. The Chelsea disease is insipid, and it needs to be addressed now. If we don't start the address, we're going to be in big problems
It's
for
malignant.
the rest of the season.
All right, Bobby has introduced a very important topic to us, and like I said before, maybe again he didn't hear it then. We would discuss this in detail, and I know he will be on fire then still. So we'll talk about that again at the end. Again, when we again breeze through the transfer topic, we have to talk about quickly. I have a lot to catch up within the chat, and Bobby, thank you so much for introducing that topic. I know you're hurting badly, and I'm hurting too. That's like within the span of 3-4 days. So after the game against Bournemouth, because it was the same thing, really, if we're being honest, a game of two halves, and again, where second half the opposition practically mopped the floor with us. Jimmy Floyd has a bank last night after the game. The problem is Chelsea don't create enough chances anymore, and that is a real big, again, a real problem, and that's the truth. We don't, again, our chance creation isn't diversified. Our chance creations only come from the flanks. It is easy to stop, and when oppositions drop deep again and defend deep, we practically can't play. That's, by the way, we just pass the ball around. The team is toothless. Yeah.
Don't forget, under Tuchel, we created the most chances
mainly from the flanks too.
Yeah, but totally, we were the number one creator. We've gone from that to lacking. That's a huge drop off.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for providing that evidence against your clients. I'm going to catch up with what we have.
Being honest.
Then we will come back again to talking. It's important that we talk about, but I don't know if that needs a whole show to talk about the manager and the players' performance. I don't know. The team is toothless and has no character, and there's no blueprint of Potter at the club at the moment. I'm not again throw away the blueprint of Potter. We should be doing better than we're doing right now. We don't have to start playing. There's no doubt possibility for us to start playing like Brighton immediately, but at least we should be doing better than we're doing. I'm gonna only read things that are aligned with the transfer topics we're talking on too. We'll get to talking about the team. Simikan Leipzig. I'm not sure who that player is. Really, I have to be honest. I don't know the player in question. I have my doubts if we will win a long-term underground Potter. I have my argument on that one too. And my brother, Burton Ballerz, says, Kim, so please go and support another club if you're waiting for us to be destroyed. I am sick and tired of this kind of mentality from sports supporters. Calm down. I know that comment infuriates you, but calm down. You will see more of that. Again, from fans who are not, again, any longer, we've lost the enthusiasm whenever our club is playing. And again, I don't really blame them, but I get your argument. And guys, if you haven't, go check out Max's YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe and let him know I sent you. And by the way, I believe Kimso was, again, probably joking because that's who he is. And I know you don't know him. Max, please, when you get a chance, share the link to your channel so they can go check it out. A White and Freeze one, we can get Semikan. I don't know that player, I have to be honest with you. Burton, again, I will at least... the club, okay, I'm going to move on from that one. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom because there's quite a lot to catch up with. And if I keep doing that, as much as I love doing it, again, that's all I would do for the day. The problem we changed managers, all these assignments that Toko got now on the portal. I'm going to highlight a few of this. We will read them when we start talking about the performance for the game yesterday. So I will scroll to the very bottom. Sorry if I missed, again, if I scrolled past your comments. There's too much to read. Like I said, if I keep doing that, that's the only thing we'll do for the day. But I will try and get your subsequent comments. So please don't be annoyed with me. Do you guys trust Potterball? Well, I haven't seen Potterball really. Yeah, what is Potterball? I don't know. It's no different from Thomas Tuchel, except more vertical passes. Again, quicker. If you prefer. Ty, you were saying something?
I'm saying there's no such thing as potcher ball.
Yeah.
This is called plummet ball.
Yeah, exactly. Again, I don't want to get into that. I'm still not happy. I'm not happy with him and not happy with the players, but something is definitely wrong, and we don't know what that is. So to me, of the names being listed, again, I like Dumfries. Again, there may be, if you know the guy in question, it was that name again, a Champion. If you know the guy in question you talked about very well, tell us why you think he's better. The guy is better than Denzel Dumfries. To me, I like Denzel Dumfries, and it's proven, really, if you're being honest. I've been a supporter of Chelsea when we were in the mud before the Roman era, and I will stick by them even if it happens again. That's the truth. Again, Chelsea is a club I support no matter. I know Chelsea will never be relegated. It will be difficult for that to happen. Even if they get relegated, I will still follow Chelsea Football Club. The managers come and go, players come and go. And like I said, Kim So was probably joking. That's who he is. Again, I'm sure Max don't know Kim So. Porter ball is depression ball. Yep, this is not the first time I'm hearing that. Juranovic is available 8 million. 8 million is a good price. If we're talking about price, and if we can get the job done, get the job done for us, be a good competition or a rotational player for
Coach,
the team, that's fine. Yeah.
Where is Zabacosta?
I'm not sure where he is right now. He went back to Italy. Yes. I think we sold him.
We sold him?
Yeah, I think we sold him. He went out on loan, first of all. Then I think we decided to sell him after Kante left. He went out on loan for 2 consecutive years or so. Then we decided to sell him. But that's, by the way, let me see what else we have here. Did I miss this? Again, Armando Vanar says that maybe that's a bigger problem at Chelsea. Maybe they have put tools down. Yeah, and maybe we just don't know what's going on. It just seems something else is wrong, really. I don't know. It just seems as if he tells them what to do, they comes on the pitch and do something different. You could argue that, or maybe he himself doesn't even know, again, what he's doing. I don't know, really. I'm currently negotiating with Bayern for 6 months loan. With me, a good luck. Yeah, again, I hope that works out for you. Chelsea failed to sign Semikan in 2020. Now he's Leipzig creating exciting football from flanks. Wow, I have to research him. My brother told me, but I didn't believe until now. England coach, again, never do well in their coaching career and always trying to favor English players, even underperformance. Wow, that is some...
No, that's unfounded.
No, but it's again, you can say to some measure, I think, given the fact that has there been any English manager that has won the Premier League or the Champions League?
Yeah, well, no. So don't forget, the Premier League is a continuation of Division 1. So it could change name and organisation tomorrow, but it will still be the same league. You still have Chelsea, Man City, Forest, etc. So yes, it has. That's just a naming convention.
Yeah, but of late it has. But you
no,
get my argument.
As of late, no. As of late, no. But
yeah, and mainly the Premier League case will always come up. Yeah, but That's, by the way, Celtic turned out a beat.
But then again, you can say that England has won the most European Cups since 1960 with the most British players in it. By far, it's like 7-2.
Mm-hmm. Now you're representing England.
Well, yeah, because I get offended when people say that, because guess what? Germany's only like one or two. Portugal has. France hasn't. You look at virtually every single team, and they've got 7, 8, 9 foreigners. At least England, like Celtic, when Celtic won, their 11 starters were within a 6-mile radius of each other. So if
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
Can you mention a single England coach that did good outside England?
Yes, Bobby Robson.
Which team?
Barcelona.
And did he win Champions League with Barcelona? Did he win Champions League with Barcelona?
No, he didn't win Barcelona. But you said he was successful, but he did well, and he also had an undercurrent of other people that he coached, and they came on very well, like Jose Mourinho, for instance.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on from that. We're not talking about the game yet or anything. I get the argument. It's gonna get heated up. And now again, Roger is representing England. I think he's gradually telling Graham Potter he doesn't think he has a strong case, so he will leave his camp. Bally signed Bellingham for a cup. Andre Santos. They are so similar. I still don't think Chelsea will continue pursuing Bellingham, given the way again he's really similar to Andre Santos. I think you'll make a good sense there. The closest manager to England that's won everything is Sir Alex Ferguson. And something else, again, we're going to talk about. The truth is, again, there's a first for everything. And if we're being honest, I think we've talked about that before. Even if an England manager hasn't won the Premier League before, it will start with someone else. That doesn't mean forever they're not going to win it. It starts somewhere. If we're being honest to ourselves, I was going to come to Nee to speak in a bit, but that's by the way. Again, just having a conversation there. But there is no England manager that's done well in the Premier League. That's concerning, really. But we see the talent. For instance, I saw the talent, which again, he's coaching the Belgian team right now. Scott Parker has the talent to play good football, but tactically, there's still some question there. I think there are some excellent England managers, but you could say some of them have been quite unlucky. Some of them too pragmatic for the world to accept that they're good. But if we pay attention tactically, really, they're good. Like, for instance, Big Sam is a good manager, but he hasn't been unlucky. But we move on from that and talk about the next topic. I'm sure, again, Nee had to leave for something important, but that's understandable. I don't know if we've all spoken about this. To me, for the list, maybe Juranovic, a good player. Maybe him, or even if he comes cheaper, then I take him under Dumfries so that we don't spend that much money in a single window. Ty, I don't know if it is something you want to talk about. If not, we'll move on. Let's see. Okay, Ty has also left the studio. Let's see what we have here. This topic here is Chelsea resumed talks with Benfica after the cut. After the cut for the new year, the English club expects to be able to close the transfer this window in a figure close to 120 million euros of the clause, but not all the money together. Enzo has already made his desire to go. He's decided he wants to join Chelsea. He's also told Benfica, he's also told Benfica that he wants to join a Chelsea Football Club. And that, I think, that makes the whole thing easier for us. Now, I think the delay in that negotiation comes down to the structure of the payment. Chelsea wants to pay bit by bit. They want, when they pay one, they have time to balance the books, because if they pay it again how Benfica wants it, it's gonna be difficult for us to sign another player this window. But we've agreed to pay even more, but not at once. If that makes any sort of sense to you. So this is one deal that's getting closer. But I have to be honest, the longer it takes, the more I get the PTSD from the nonsense we experienced when we were trying to get, what's his name, Rafinha, and thank God we did. But Roger, are you concerned that it's taking too long?
I mean, yes, maybe. I mean, it's going to take time. It's really good. You're talking about Potter to turn the ship around.
No. I'm talking. We're getting to Potter. We're near. Again, very soon we'll get done with the transfer.
So what was the question referring to?
Referring to again the negotiation, the Enzo Fernandez again Chelsea's pursuit of Enzo Fernandez. Do you think it's taking too long? Or are people just impatient?
It's a lot. Yeah, I think we're impatient for sure. It's a large amount. We're talking over £100 million. This is exorbitant, and honestly, I think we need to ask each other: is he the player we should be spending 100 million on? I don't know. That was a sincere question, not a sarcastic one, because I'm not sure whether he's the right chap. I don't know. He could very well be. He could be perfect for us. But I feel you're looking at a substantial increase based on the World Cup. You know, it's a World Cup taxes, whoever said that.
Yeah, like Glenn called it.
Yeah, it's like 30-40 million, maybe more, just for I'm not sure whether we're doing the right thing or not regarding him. I'm apprehensive, let's put it that way.
Yeah, I still believe, again, in terms of the quality we're getting, I'd say we're doing the right thing. But again, it's another thing for him to move to Benfica and come to Chelsea in the Premier League and be able to replicate the form that he showed in Benfica. To me, I'm not too gassed about. Again, I know he did well at the World Cup, but that's not the reason alone that I'm saying that we should go for him. It's because he's a good player overall. But we'll see what happens. To me, yeah, people are just impatient. I think these things take a while. The process is in is the plus. We want a different payment structure, and they want a lump sum to be paid to them. And I think they will iron out the situation. We're close to again agreeing on the structure of the contract that we've learned. So we just have to be patient about that. And quickly, Hakeem, if you have anything to say about that, if not, we can move on. And if you're watching, please again take a second to drop a like on the stream. Drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you guys, I appreciate that. So Hakeem, if you have anything to say, go ahead.
Yeah, one thing that I've learned about this board is like they don't bend to anyone's rule if they stick with their guns. So I think if Benfica is trying to pull the legs of the board, I think they'll just move on to a new player, because when you check on Gvardiol, the player in Bayer Leverkusen from Leipzig.
Okay, Leipzig, yeah.
Yeah, Leipzig, it was the same thing. They were like, they couldn't find a solution, and they don't want to waste their time on one player, so they just move on and find a replacement. I think if Benfica wouldn't come to in terms with them within this week, I think within the end of this week, for me, I think they will just move on to a new player, because there's no time to waste. If we want him, we have to have him. Like, we have to have the assurance now or never. So I think the board will just move on if they can't find a solution this week.
Yeah, I don't think we started how long? It's not been long, really. I think we just have to be patient. I think we'll get it over the line. But yeah, I get the concerns of people, because PTSD from what we experienced in the summer. I think this will be different. We're the only club talking with Benfica. Other clubs that are interested, they've spent so much that they have to be cautious not to spend anything close to 100 million plus. It will cause them a lot of problems. Even if you hear jogging club talk, you get the sense that, yeah, they're cautious about how they're spending right now. Yeah, again, I get that argument on the screen there. If we extend Kante and also Enzo is joining, then what about Rice? We can get him in the summer, 17 million. That's too expensive too. And are we really serious about getting Rice? I'm not sure really. And I'm done talking about Rice. Every time we argue that, I say I don't think we're really interested on him, especially for that price. But yeah, I get your argument there. We're not going to, again, we need that guy. What guy in particular? Arasat said Itafa. I'm not sure. Please, yes, I've done that. Okay, I will do that in a bit. Sorry. If we sign Enzo, we will bench J5 big time. They're two different players, really. I don't know if we're paying attention to who we're calling to replace the players we're calling to replace a particular player. I don't think what's his name? Enzo will be able to fulfill the Jorginho role. Except if the manager accepts the fact that will lead to us playing differently. Enzo's thing is more attack minded. It's not it's not that player that you could say capable of helping you control the tempo of the game, which is something unique that Jorginho brings to the team. As bad as you think he is, if we're looking, we need players who are capable of doing that, but stronger and able to deal with the physicality of the Premier League more than Jorginho does. But I get your argument. Okay, Tumu says greetings to all, and one day greetings to you to one them matter. If the Declan Rice is worth 17 million euros, then Enzo should be more than 140 million. But we're good. We're happy it's less euros. And I put it to you guys that Enzo is far more better than Jude Bellingham. I haven't taken my time to compare them to. I think they're two different profile of players, really. So yeah, but I'll try to do that comparison and see what I come up with. J5 should have honest speaking tough to see Aspi and J5 again bullied. Man City will butcher them. You must be again. Bobby must love you for using the term bullied because we were bullied yesterday. Even the Nigerian Awonu bullied our defense really, and he was unlucky not to get a goal. But that's by the way. We'll move on. I don't know. Again, I think we'll move on from all these topics we've talked about. Let's talk about quickly. Let's talk about Gvardiol versus Badiashile. And I'm going to start with you, Roger. Why do people think that Gvardiol is better than Badiashile? Your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Why do you think people think like that? Yeah.
Well, I mean,
go ahead.
He looked amazing in the World Cup, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he I thought was outstanding. I mean, yeah, I know Messi, gave him a little spanking in one instance, but
that's a one-off thing.
Yeah, he could. Messi could do that to anybody. I thought he was, because I watched every game and I watched it because of him. Every game that they played, and I was most impressed with him. He's one player that I would like Chelsea to get if we're going to splash the cash. He's a, the other chap. Is that from Monaco?
Yeah,
yes.
Benoit Badiashile, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know much about him. I know he's very tall. He's left-footed, right? He's very, very tall chap. So I don't know enough about him, but I do know that the gentleman on the screen, he's for real. He's absolutely for real.
Yeah, and you're basing your judgment on, again, his performance at the World Cup.
Yeah, but it was impeccable. I mean, will he play like that every game in a club? Probably not. But he's sound and he's technical. Don't forget that country, all of their players are very technical. They're renowned for it. So you're going to get a technical player, and he is. Have you seen enough of Badiashile?
I have, because we started looking at him during the summer, and I've followed him since, and I watched again a lot of the French game. Plus, yeah, here's the thing. I think what's going on here, I think again, most especially those that haven't really watched Badiashile. The last time we talked about him, I talked about his intelligence. And I use, for instance, how Ty will remember we did one of the games at the World Cup. We did a watch along for one of the games at the World Cup, where I was watching, for instance, a Kante. I was shocked to see how much we were going to pay to get him. Really, given how many times his headed clearances land at the feet of the opponent. That's concerning, really. That shouldn't be happening. But for Badiashile, I've watched him. He's an intelligent player. His headed clearances often land, majority of the times, lands to his teammate, which means he reads his surroundings. He looks to see where his teammates are before deciding what to do with the ball, even though it's in the air. And that's not easy to do. And Badiashile is also, he's a fine tackler. His tackles, most 90% of the times, are very clean. But Badiashile also, most of the times, you can say, let me say again, he's a good dribbler too. He's that, defender that under pressure, if he wants the team to keep the ball, he can hold the ball, dribble his way out of tight spaces, and finds a good pass. He's a good passer of the ball too. Gvardiol, again, as much as I know he's good at carrying the ball, I don't know too much about his passing ability. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think from what I've seen at the World Cup, all his passes, I think he kept them short. He kept them close. Again, safe options. That's how I usually like to phrase it. But again, I wouldn't say categorically of the two players who I think is better than the other. But one advantage is from Badiashile is that he's taller, which is good.
And you have to also add his long passes are really good also.
He's excellent in terms of his. I talked about it. Yeah, he's again. He's really good in the air. You weren't paying attention, Roger. When I said I use Kante as an example. Again, who's headed passes during the World Cup, headed clearances majority of the times landed on the feet of the opponent. But when you watch Badiashile, you start thinking, how is he able to do that? His headed clearances majority of the times lands to his teammates.
Now, my question is he good in the air clinically?
He's really good, yeah.
Because this is really something they're lacking.
Yeah, he's not tall for nothing. He's tall for something, if that makes any sort of sense.
Height is no guarantee of being clinical.
I think you can say he's refined Zuma.
With the physicality and everything, right? And if you see him playing, he's one. Those tall players that you'd be surprised as how good they are, because usually tall players are usually not that good on the ball. In most cases, some considerable measure are usually not that good on the ball. You could say, mainly, let me just use the term, physical players in most cases are usually not good on the ball, but he's not good on the ball, good dribbler, very intelligent. He gets goals too. Really.
No, I read something about him. He started as a midfielder. So I think also contributed.
Now you can argue again, that's why is that good again on the ball. And if you're watching, please avoid using more than 3 emojis. If you do, the robot that's policing the chat will delete your message. So please be cautious as to how many emojis you use. Just quickly, we're getting through the transfer talk. And again, we will get to talking about the game yesterday. I know Bobby is eagerly waiting. He's probably boiling with anger as to what happened yesterday. What we have here again, please like and subscribe.
Well, guys. You don't even ask me about the transfers, so
you can always come in, Bobby. And I said that you can always come in.
This issue of Badiashile,
yeah.
My brother Roger questioned why we'd be spending over 100 million on Enzo, but doesn't question why we've decided to not spend over 100 million on Gvardiol and spend a lot less on Badiashile. Look, I can't pretend to know about Badiashile. Listening to you talking about him is an education for me. But the purchases of players, there's going to be good, there's going to be bad, there's going to be successful, there's going to be unsuccessful. That goes with the territory. The important thing is that the new ownership is doing something. They came in on a short leash and went for the likes of Koulibaly, who I think is showing that we got him 6 years too late, and a couple of other buys like Sterling. That's just hype. But you have to do these things. In football purchasing, you kiss a few frogs before you get your prince. That just goes with the territory. My concern, yet again, goes to the coaching staff. I want to start to see something. I haven't seen anything in Mr. Potter, save for the Champions League game against, I've forgotten who that was, we played away, where he looked to be doing something different, although really it was just a regurgitation of what Tuchel would have done. But I need to see something different now. I need to see physicality. I need to see youth coming in, being given the game time that they require to step up. I would think it would be brutally unfair to expect your Badiashiles, your Santoses, your Fofanas to just step right into the first team and start cooking straight away. I don't think, everybody needs a settling in period. Everybody. If they're able to do that, happy days. But I think it's just, it's just sending them to the slaughter by doing that. And I can see him doing that because he'll be desperate and just throw people in. But he's got enough there to start to utilize them properly. But he's not doing it. I'm beginning to get to that cusp where I can't forgive him for certain things. And yesterday, I'm at that cusp. These tactics, his strategy, the use of players against Nottingham Forest was bordering on the unforgivable. So, Badiashile, welcome to Chelsea Football Club. And, is a great buy. Do we go for Gvardiol as well? Well, the question as to whether we need to, I think, is one for Christopher Vival to answer. Has he had a good enough look at Levi Caldwell? He needs to. Is the Chelsea Academy necessarily the solution to all our problems? Definitely not. We need to bring in some externally tried, tested, and better potential.
Yeah, but the youth isn't the answer, but balance is key. We need to have the youth. We need to have the experience. Again, it's important, really. Roger, I have to be honest with you. As much as I love you, brother, I think you could say you were smitten by, like you said, I'm smitten by the structure 4-2-3-1. You're probably smitten by again a Gvardiol's performance at the World Cup, and still under that influence. And your judgment again of the two players who's better than the other is probably still impaired by that. What do you think, Roger? Before I move on from you?
Quite possibly. But the fact that the country he plays for has traditionally and consistently produced technical players, and we see this year in, year out. And I'm looking at our midfielder. I like what I see from him, and he was consistent in each game. We're not talking about an attacker that occasionally puts a ball. He was solid each game. So when you look at certain positions,
tell us everything
hold
about
on.
again. Okay.
Because when you're looking at like a number 9 or a number 10, their form, so to speak, can fluctuate quite easily from game to game. But when you're looking at defensive players, traditionally their form is quite consistent, whether it be poor or very well consistently. Does that make sense, conversely speaking? And so what I saw from him every minute from every game was pretty much the same. He was cut and paste. He was solid. The fundamentals were there. So that it's actually a little bit easier to determine that based on the position, as opposed to an attacking style person supposed to put the ball in the back of the net, which a player seldom ever does on a consistent basis. So therefore, I can deduce and extract an opinion more easily than another position. So, but I do agree with you. I am somewhat smitten based on the fact it was only 7 games. So I get it.
Yeah, and which is again the same as a lot of Chelsea fans are still smitten by his performance at the World Cup. That's not me saying Gvardiol is a bad player, and I clearly cannot come to conclusion as to which of the two players is better than the other. But the truth remains, I'm not sure about Gvardiol's passing ability. He can pass, but I'm not sure if it's as good as Badiashile in that term. But we'll talk about that in a bit. Just quickly, let me try and catch up with some of the stuff we have in the chart here. Guys, our defense is not the problem. It's a scoring goals is the problem, but at least we have to have depth in the defensive area, otherwise we'll be conceding. But I get your argument, though. If you're watching, we have 54 likes. Again, we should be doing better than that. Please, if you haven't, take a second to drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you so much, guys, for all the love. Enzo is Argentina. James Milner. Is that what you think? Really, I think he's a better player than just Milner, even with the eye test. Without, again, not looking at the numbers, he's more technically gifted, if you want to talk about that.
It's James Milner. It's James Milner
Yeah, exactly.
like James Rodriguez, James Milner.
Yeah, maybe can again Vadio get I'm not sure what you guys are talking here. Vadio too expensive and does make mistakes. Again, Bella catch up is better. Here's the thing, I get the argument, like I said, I know he did quite well at the World Cup. Again, if we get them over, had we gotten him instead of Badiashile, I would take him. But we got Badiashile cheaper and also equally good. Let me just say equally good at this point. I can't categorically say this is why the other player is better than the other, but clearly Badiashile is taller. So, and he uses again his height to his advantage. And like I said, he's not tall for nothing. We've seen players who are tall for nothing, as tall as they are, but not really good in the air. And again, one example being Tammy Abraham, and I can argue that from now till tomorrow. But that's, by the way, here, how we are not seriously linked to right back, right wing back, baffles me, said again, Federico Sango. Here's the thing, Sango, there's a chance we're linked to right backs or right wing back players, but we don't know. Remember, the way the new orders operate, before we get to hear anything, it is usually when the deal is close to be completed. We didn't even know we were trying to get Enzo Fernandez until they started already have sent representatives to Portugal to start negotiating for the signing of the players. So I'm calm. We have a technical director also who will be looking at things and saying, we have a problem here, we have a problem here. I think it's his job to point that out too, plus the manager. I think will be good. Just calm down. My concern is the immediate future of the club, not really whether we're going to bring in the right players. Bring me in as Chelsea manager. I will make this club great again. That's I get the language you're using there, but I'm not going to talk about it beyond your comment. But yeah, 80% of youth will not win you again a title. You need a balance. Balance is key. You need experience. You need youth. You need to also accommodate, again, three things here. You need experience. You need to have a path for the academy players, but that doesn't mean the whole 11 should be the academy players. But Chelsea fans, every time we sell one player, yeah.
About these youth players, I watched Aston Villa played against Tottenham, and the game that our youth team played against Aston Villa, like their performance is better than what I'm seeing. Is better than what I saw yesterday.
Oh yeah,
because Aston Villa couldn't kill the game. Aston Villa couldn't mature themselves on the youth team during, I don't know if I should call it preseason or what, but the youth were able to hold their own. So I don't know if it's some players who are not putting their 100% in the game or what. I don't know what is wrong with Chelsea, but watching Aston Villa dismantling Tottenham yesterday, and our youth team were able to hold them to the extent that they created chances. They did a whole lot. Omar Hutchinson, he hit the bar. Like the youth team were like they held their own against Aston Villa. And watching Chelsea played yesterday is really awful.
Yeah, we'll come back to talking about the performance of the team, but good you brought it up. I think Bobby has a lot to say and probably can wait. And I like it. Again, if you have anything to say at any time, just call me and you can come in. Roger, the same to you. Bobby recognizes that too. We're almost done with the, comparison of these two players, and I'll come to you in a bit. And I 180 for love, 280 love for blue to speak about that too. Again, balance is key. Three things you need to accommodate: experience. You need to again have a path for the academy. You also again have to accommodate world-class players. These three category of players are important. The world-class players is good for branding men, and also again they do perform for the team. The academy, you have to again have a path for the academy players. So again, any young player outside who is looking to find a club to join will look at us there. So there's a path for young players there. So I'm going there. And then you need experience. Without experience, there's hardly a team again that wins anything. That hardly happens. Experience is key. So yeah, that's the three category of players you need to accommodate to have a very good squad. To be honest, this could be a young French partnership with Badiashile and Fofana. It could be a good thing, and it could also be a bad thing. We don't know until we'll see it happen. So thank you so much there for that comment, Wally Waldo. Enzo, is another J5. He's not fast. Cannot mark down players. He cannot destroy opponents' play, but he can pass and score. And that was why I'm saying if we're getting him as a deep line midfielder, that's wrong. But I'm not sure we're getting him as that. I think we're getting him as an attacking midfielder, really. Like I said, some people saying Enzo will bench Jorginho. I said, no, it will get worse for us. Jorginho, as bad as he is, he's learned to actually read the game well. And in most cases, does well in protecting the defense. If he can, I think the issue he had yesterday, we'll talk about that in a bit. But I get your argument. Liam Lane, after Badiashile, the only defender we need is a right wing back. Spending more money there is just a waste of when we are so poor from midfield. That's the truth. I think, if anything, we should look to bring back Levi Colwill at the end of the season. He's played 2 Premier League games now or so, and he's done quite well. I know they lost their last game, but really, he did well if you looked at his numbers. Lenfield, can just responding to Lenfield. Chelsea fan base won again back players for their favorites, e.g. Example James etc. Okay, I get that, but I'm gonna come to you, Hakeem, quickly before I go to Eddie Love for Blue. Which of these 2 players do you think is the better player, or would you take, and why? And you don't have to tell us which you think is the better player, but which one of them would you take and why? And that is between Gvardiol and Badiashile.
Gvardiol causes, like, his price tag is over 100 million, and this is what I'm talking about.
But how about if it's clearly better? Wouldn't you pay that again? You get what you pay for.
One thing I like about Gvardiol is he's way beyond his age. His leadership is like he's way beyond his age. When I saw him, I thought he was like 24, 25 years old. Then I went and checked on his profile, and then
21.
I noticed that he's 21. I think he was 20. He was 20 years when I look about him. But then with Badiashile, I think for me, he has everything that we need in this Chelsea team at this moment. Because when you see like the main player that performs like 100% is Thiago Silva. Regardless of how bad we perform, he always delivers. And when you look at Badiashile, like he has most of the attribute that Thiago Silva has, like winning area balls, his passes, his and one thing he also can go forward and create some chances, and he can also score goals. So for me at this point, like, I'll choose Badiashile over Gvardiol. But if I also have Gvardiol, I wish I can have both of them, which would be like a lottery.
Yeah, but it wouldn't make any sort of sense in terms of spending. I'd like it for depth. But go ahead,
gentlemen. How much would Gvardiol cost?
It's something around. Again, they rejected 90 million euros last season during the summer transfer window.
Again, went in and out, coach. Can you say that again, please?
Around 90 million euros or so.
Oh, okay. Wow, that much. Okay.
Yeah.
No, and now also, as they said, World Cup price tag also. After the World Cup, his price has to go up, and now he's overhand. I think that is why the Chelsea board, forgot about, because after the World Cup, I think every player that played the World Cup and performed, their price tag went up. So for me,
Glenn calls it World Cup tax.
Yeah. So for me, at this moment, I think Badiashile is the ideal man for us because of his attributes and what he possesses.
It is, and again, hearing people say that Badiashile gives them the Kotzuma vibe. I've seen one in the chat that says a Koulibaly vibe. In terms of technicality, Koulibaly is a highly technically gifted player, intelligent player. If anything, let's just say we don't have enough sample to judge him now. It's as simple as that. Plus, whatever ground he's gained before the World Cup, he starts afresh after the World Cup, because you need to play consistently to a certain measure of time to say you've gotten used to get well acquainted to a particular league. So again, we shouldn't judge him. He hasn't been bad if you're looking at the numbers, really. And we looked at when Roger and I looked at his numbers for yesterday's game. he actually did well. He did, again, he wasn't exceptional, but he did enough to help us, again, not to concede, given how the clearances and all that. He said the clearances actually has improved than what we've seen before. But that's, by the way, we'll get back to talking about the players we're comparing. To me, again, most Chelsea fans, again, I hear saying he gives them, again, Koulibaly vibes. Some say, again, he's clumsy. No, he's not clumsy. This guy is so calm on the ball. Honestly, again, I think he'd be able to fulfill the Thiago Silva role for us. But we'll move on from that. Wally Waldo, my screen is frozen again. Wally Waldo here says, again, I'd rather spend that much on a midfielder right now rather than a center back. We don't exactly need one, honestly. Think we will try to get Gvardiol in the summer and not now. And probably he ends up at Real Madrid because they want me. I really want him. And given what we're hearing, I think they've already started talking with his camp. But yeah, it wouldn't make any sort of sense if Levi Colwill continues to get game time at Brighton and we have Badiashile, then come the end of the season, bring in Levi Colwill and make him understand you will get game time. We'll rotate the team because I think we'll have enough numbers if he comes back. And again, let's see what happens. Chelsea are now being linked to Nahuel Molina. I think somebody talked about him the other day. I haven't actually done my homework. And from that name, I like to see Fabrizio Bromano. I love the construct of that name. Nice to see you, bro. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Big up anyone else had a crazy nightmare that we drew to. To me, it felt like a loss, but we'll get to that in a bit. And just quickly, an update before I go to AD Blue, Love for Blue. Just quick updates here. 1 second. It says again, there is hope that Ben Chilwell can be reinstated into Chelsea's first team set up after their Premier League game clash against Fulham next week. Good signs.
Please.
Don't be in a rush. Is that what you're saying, Bobby?
Yeah, and you know, even when he was playing after the last injury, he was very, very far from himself. Not to mention now.
Mm-hmm.
No, I would play Lewis Hall ahead of him.
Oh,
Let him
yeah.
really take his time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd rather Lewis Hall than bringing him back. Yeah, Bobby, thank you for that,
That's a
for
good
coming
shout.
in there. I like that. Yeah. Again, that's a really good shout. Excellent shout, really. We've been linked with Molina for past week. That's Argentine right back, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, but nothing serious has happened, really. Please, guys, like and subscribe if you haven't. And again, the likes do go a long way. Please, again, drop a like on the stream if you haven't. We have 59 likes, but I believe we should be doing better than that. We can get it to 100 as soon as possible and shoot for close to 200 today. Again, the numbers are growing as we continue to stream consistently. So thank you so much for all the love you've shown the channel. I appreciate that. It's out of Molina. It's out Molina, Pedro Porro, Dumfries, and Juranovic. So again, I'll do a comparison on 1, 2, 3. How many players? 4 players to see to me. But I still, maybe because I know Dumfries very well, I've done again a scouting video on him. Maybe that's the reason why, actually, again, I've always preferred him to other players. But I have to research other players to come to the conclusion this is the player I think will be the best. I need that name, and I think I want to make a short video about that. Where am I going to get that, please? I need to get it somehow. I can't copy it from here. But that's, by the way, again, give Graham Potter time. Yeah, Nick Smith. Yeah, again, after all, it is Vision 2030. So yeah, we're still a long way to go. Juranovic pack again, spared no expense. Okay, let's see what we have here. I get what you say. I get what you did there. Jurassic Park. Graham Potter is not the ideal coach for Chelsea, says Chinedu Igbo man Joseph. Nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Please, if you're watching, if you haven't, drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. So, Eddie, I'm going to come to you. The comparison is, again, it is Gvardiol versus Badiashile. Which of the two players do you think is better? Do you prefer? Again, would you rather have gone for Gvardiol, and why? Are you happy with Badiashile, and why?
Happy New Year
big up to you. Sorry, apologies, brother. Forgive me. Happy New Year to you, and I hope you had a very good Christmas.
Yes, I did. Happy New Year to all the panelists as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. You see, before I even go into comparison between these two players, I want us to look at and notice the way our transfer window has been going in the last few years. I think whenever we sign huge players with big price tag, I can't remember the ones that have actually worked for us. In terms of buying players with huge price tag, if we go back to when we bought Kante was only about 30 million, if I'm not mistaken. And some other players, when we bought the likes of
same thing. They hazards in the same region, but you could argue, given the value of money right now, you could say they're up there really. But go ahead.
Exactly. But we can still remember that even when Kante was going for 30-something million, there were players as well that were being sold for 50, 60, 70, which was like the mark at that time. So, but if we look at now, going for players of 100 million, 100 and something like this, but if we go to Badiashile is coming for about 35 million, which I think is not bad. It's not bad. So, but we have to be careful about what we sign, because I think Chelsea, I don't know, maybe it's the football club or it has to do with the pattern of coaching. Each time good players so-called good players from other teams, we want to buy them, they look so good. But when they sign for Chelsea, they turn to average players. I mean, Sterling, nobody would deny when Sterling was linked to Chelsea, nobody would have said, oh, don't get Sterling. Look at Sterling now.
I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, people would be, but go ahead. I get your point. A lot of people wanted them.
Majority would have said yes to Sterling if you had put up a poll at that time. And look at even Koulibaly. Koulibaly is not, to me, he's been doing well, but not as what we expected, not as good as what we expected before we got him.
I thought AD was going to be on my side, but go ahead. It's okay.
No, Koulibaly, no, to be honest, Koulibaly has not been...
I'm just kidding. Go ahead, brother.
So, and then go to Cucurella as well. I mean, all these players we signed thinking, oh, they're going to push us to that next level, they're going to do this. They've not done it. So I'm scared now. I'm skeptical, kind of, getting Badiashile coming in. Hopefully he settles well. Even Fofana.
Yeah, Fofana, I was about to say you forgot Fofana.
Yeah, even Fofana. Fofana, before he came from Leicester, the few times he's played for Chelsea before this injury, he's not been up to that level we saw. So I don't know. Could it be Chelsea? Could it be something that has to do with the training pattern? Maybe the players cannot handle the pressure of playing for Chelsea. When they come in, that pressure overwhelms them or whatever. I don't know. There must be something very, very not right about players coming in and not being able to replicate what we saw before being linked to them.
Here's the thing, just quickly, before I let us know which of the two players you prefer and why. Here's the thing, I think during the Roman era, as much as I loved it, as much as I would have loved Roman to continue to remain the owner of the club after, again, the sanctions and all of that. Here's the thing, the signings then, majority of the signings then weren't because they fit into the current project. It is get the player, let the manager make it work, or the manager will lose their job. I think it happened with Fernando Torres, probably would have happened with Lukaku, name some of other players again. But now we have a structure in place. We have a technical director. We have an excellent scouting department that we took time to assemble in a very short time, actually. No, it didn't take that much time. Now, with that, again, a sort of structure in place, I think every player we bring in now, you could say it's because of that structure that we're bringing in players. We're getting a player such as Badiashile for such a cheap price, really. Probably that's why we looked at him and looked at, again, when the technical director was hired. And again, we're still looking at Gvardiol for around 90 million euros. And he probably told them, no, we can get, again, Badiashile. He's equally a good talent and probably better because he's taller and a good passer of the ball. So I think right now we're not going to overspend on players. In the case of Enzo Fernandez, it's because we want him now, because we know once he gets to summer, there will be other clubs who want to buy him, and probably he probably join other clubs than us, because the way things are going now. So my argument overall is things have changed. I'm not concerned about the player. If we're going for any player, be rest assured that we've looked at the player's numbers. We've seen that he's going to fit into our current project. So, but go ahead with what you're saying as to which of them do you prefer and why. But I get your argument. A big name signings hasn't really worked for us for a while now.
Yeah. Okay. Going by what you said, I think we now look at it and say So we're looking at this new board now from this transfer window or from the last transfer window, the players they brought in. Or going forward for Chelsea now is from this transfer window, yeah. So that whatever they sign, I think I agree with what you said, because like I read somewhere where they said that there's this midfielder Mönchengladbach, Josko Gvardiol. He's been recommended to Chelsea by Vival, the new, is it Vival or what's his name? The new one of the technical
I call him Vival. I don't know how you pronounce the last name, but it all works. So, once you say it, I know you're talking about him. Even they call him Vival.
Yeah, so it's Gvardiol, and I watched the clip of this guy. They said this man has recommended this player, and if you look at him, he's a midfielder, very, very good midfielder. So if we are going to go by what we're going to be saying, hopefully we get it right, because to be honest, it's not been too good. So if we go by that now, let's hope Badiashile will come in and settle down, which means there will be a lot of clearance as well from the club, from those, if you want to say, round pegs in square holes that we've had in the past. So some of them, they need to go so that we can now get settled team and everybody. So we need to get all these players.
Again, the reference you use is what was funny to me. Go ahead, brother.
Sorry, say that again.
The reference you use, again, the analogy you use, square pegs and the...
Yeah, exactly. So now maybe we get the right people in the right position and not trying to fit in players where they're actually not comfortable playing. So if we want to do that, I'll be very happy about that. So if we can get the best out of these players, then maybe our signings would start making sense to us as Chelsea fans.
Your preference of the two players you haven't told us.
Okay, my preference will be Badiashile, because, like I said, I want to go back to my fact that any player that is huge price tag, even though I know Gvardiol is a good player, but I don't think he's worth about 100 million or whatever they want to get from us. We'd rather buy Badiashile. I've watched Badiashile. If he can replicate what we've seen, if he can play the way he's done and settle fast with Chelsea, he's a good player. He's going to be a good player for us.
And I don't think there's any need to still go for Gvardiol since we have Badiashile. If anything, bring back Oliver Cowell. Go ahead. Sorry for apologies.
Yeah, we have Lewis Hall coming. We have Matheson. We have either him, Matheson, or something. We still have players that we can. So we don't need to go for Gvardiol if Badiashile comes in. We can spend in other areas, get players from midfield especially, and then the striker. Because if we look at the stats, when we had Tuchel, the problem we had was scoring. He wasn't creating chances. We were creating loads of chances. And that was when Lukaku came in. We thought Lukaku would be the answer. And he did it for a while before he gave that interview and everything all fell apart. And then exactly again, we're still creating these chances until we went to say, okay, let's get Aubameyang. Aubameyang could be the one that will finish these chances. Now, the opposite is completely the case. We don't even create chances at all. We only had 2 shots or so on target yesterday, which is
even Potter's lawyer, I agreed.
Which is terrible.
Agrees to that.
So we need now to get these players to play their position, because sometimes you look at Sterling, where is he playing? Sometimes it's fine Sterling on the right side, he goes to the left, he comes to the middle, he's just running around. It seems as if we don't even have a pattern of play. Nothing. We don't really understand what style.
We're almost done with the transfers, so we'll talk about the games.
So for me, Badiashile is all right going forward. Let's spend in other areas. Don't go for Gvardiol anymore. That's just my simple.
I think the reason we're seeing such comments from Chelsea fans is that, again, Roman is that father that spoiled his children, and we as the children were so spoiled that if we're not paying something out of this world for a player, usually we don't believe that player is that good. For instance, in the case of David Datro Fofana, if you looked at his numbers, I'm sure the club will not let him go out on loan except if he doesn't get work permit. But if he does, he's staying. Plus, Amanda Pro is out. Some people are saying he's not good enough for Chelsea. Really? Did you look at his numbers? He's an attacker. Made again, how many created chances? How many chances? 22 chances created, really. But that's, by the way, number 9. Actually, let me specifically number 9 creating 22 chances. You don't see that all the time, really. Fabrizio Romano says Gvardiol is better offensively. In a bit, I'll come to Max because he's on the panel. Gvardiol is better offensively. Badiashile is more again defensive minded. He's a defender, so again, be defensive minded, really. Purely, but they are both good ball playing defenders. Thank you for saying that. Some people are saying that Badiashile looks clumsy. Because they're still under the influence of Gvardiol's performance at the World Cup. Badiashile is he has good passing range in him. can dribble quite well. So I'm not sure what people are saying. I said yes to Sterling. Okay, you're in trouble. I wanted Jesus, not Sterling, but Jesus wanted to join Arsenal probably because he has a good relationship with Mikel Arteta, who reached out and spoke with him again personally. Just to say hello to some people here. Supreme Court's nice to see you. I think the owners just have a cluster of ideas without really knowing how to implement them. I'm glad I didn't pronounce that as it was written. I know it was a mistake. I'm sorry. I know it was a mistake. It happens to me all the time. How to implement them. Potter will likely be sacked soon due to the pressure from fans. I don't think it will be the pressure from fans. If anything, if he loses his job, it will probably come down to, we have a technical director. He's, again, a football person. He understands the game quite well. And like Ty mentioned yesterday, was it Ty that said he's very vocal? I think it was Ty. He'll probably look at it and say, Potter isn't really working for us. We need to move on. And then they will listen. That's, by the way, we'll move on from that one. I'm going to, again, skip quite a few things because as much as I enjoy reading your contributions in the chat, again, it doesn't exhaust me. It gives me, actually energizes me, but that will be the only thing we'll do for the day, if I'm being honest here. Is Chris Benoit Badiashile a need signing right now? Need a right back more than a center back? I think we need younger center backs. One of the problems we had yesterday was dealing with the counter, with the break from Nottingham Forest. We need a mix, but for some reason Chalobah isn't starting, so we need Badiashile. He's taller, probably will help us aerially, again, in terms of defending dead ball situations. So we need him. It's a need. Yeah, I'm not sure we're still getting the right back. So I'm really not concerned. And that's from my brother, the Other Time podcast. Nice to see you, bro. I hope you're doing well. You haven't invited me to your channel for a while now, and I'm not happy with you, but I'm just kidding, bro. Invite me. I really want to come to your channel because you're a very nice lad, like the English would say, or nice bloke. If you haven't, please, again, go check out his channel, bro. Please do share the link to your channel so people can go check it out. Yeah, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Apologies. I will try to get your subsequent, again, contributions in the chat. But I'm going to go to Max from Burton Ballerz YouTube channel. I asked him to share the link to his channel. Maybe he forgot. And again, if I try to do it, my screen will be frozen here. So, Max, how are you doing, sir? I hope you had a very good Christmas.
Hi.
Happy New Year to you. It's been a minute, brother.
Hey, guys. Happy New Year to everyone here on the panel and everyone in the show. And I hope 2023 is a better year for Chelsea than it has been in 2022. And
Amen. It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
It is, yeah. And we all need to stick together in this. I'll just quickly answer your question on the transfers, because I've been listening on your show, wasn't able to get on. Badiashile, I've watched a little bit of him, not a lot, but in answer to your question, he's a better player. I think probably, if you're pushing it, probably Gvardiol is the better player, but Badiashile is better value for money. And 30 million for Badiashile, as 100 million for.
Roger, you happy now? But go ahead, Max.
Yeah, and the thing is, we've already splashed out 70 million on Fofana and everything else. Like, listen, we still got to. There's still something called financial fair play, which a lot of our fan base don't realise. They think we're playing Football Manager all the time. If we're going to be splashing 115, 120 million on Gvardiol, another 100 million on, say, Enzo Fernandez, another 100 million on maybe a Declan Rice or whoever, there's going to come a point where we are not going to be meeting financial fair play rules. Even if you look at Man City, apart from Jack Grealish, they haven't splashed out like 100 million on a particular player. So, we have to be smart in the market. Yeah, so that's the thing. So we got to be looking at, rather than these big expensive players, we've got to be looking at who's best value for money. Christopher Bell has come in. He's got a good eye for talent, as he did with the Red Bull group. So he knows the talent. And there's not a big drop-off. I know a lot of people saying there's a big drop-off between Gvardiol and Badiashile. That's nonsense. The people who are saying that are people who badly want Gvardiol. So So that's the thing with our fan base as well. Sometimes is if we don't get the player we want, they start bad mouthing the alternative, which is the wrong attitude to have. You know, Badiashile will come in, he'll do a good job. He's 6'4", he's quick, physical. He gives us that goal threat as well from set plays, because since Zuma has gone, our set plays. How many goals did we score from set plays? Kurt Zuma scored 6.
Yeah, I think Roger said that the other day too. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he scored 6 goals in sort of set plays. Thiago Silva scores the odd goal from set plays, but our other defenders, none of them really score consistently.
Aerially, we just don't.
Yeah, aerially, exactly, and we don't dominate aerially. And since Rudiger's gone, since Zuma's gone, you know, we've been conceding a lot as well from corners. I think we went a whole half a season without even conceding a goal from a corner a couple of seasons ago, and that's because we had monsters in there.
We had Cahill, Ivanovic, Terry, Rudiger.
And just quickly, surprisingly, the only player that saves us during corner kicks is Kai Havertz. That is when he's able to not to let it to get in the box where he's timed. But go ahead, surprisingly, really. But once he gets into the box, there's trouble. But go ahead, Max. Sorry for cutting you off.
Yeah, but I'm even talking about later than that, because when we had Zuma, when we had Rudiger, you know, we were quite good, and teams didn't bully us from set plays. Yeah, so I'm looking, as Bobby keeps saying, and I say as well, physicality. This team lacks physicality. This team lacks physicality. This team lacks mentality. So when we're buying players, we've got to buy players with the right mentality. So when the chips are down, they don't down tools. And what I saw from Enzo Fernandez, a lot of people saying is he overpriced. Everyone's talking about Messi in that World Cup, but had it not been for when Fernandez dragged them, it was that game after they played Saudi, and then he scored that late goal, and they won. They eventually won that game. Was it 2-0 or 2-1? Can't remember who it was against now. But had it not been for the way that he dragged them out when they're in trouble, then they probably wouldn't be winning the World Cup now anyway. So he was influential for that team when the chips are down. And that's what I like to see in players. You know, everyone's looking at these silky, skillful players as well, which is great to have in your club. But I want mentality, because this team has lacked mentality since Drogba, Lampard, Terry, all those players have gone. We haven't got anyone with the right personality in this club. So I want that as well as ability when we're looking in the transfer market.
Yeah, again, thank you so much. Again, like you explained, I think that's something I haven't actually paid attention to. Again, the value for the money, you get that from Badiashile, but you think Gvardiol is again overall better player. While I'm still with you, let me start with you on this one, Max. I'm going to ask those in the chat too. Given the fact again that we've signed Dacho Fofana, and Amanda Brea will still come back. We'll still have, again, let me just go straight to the question so that, again, maybe I don't give away something that may be part of your answer. Do we need Moukoko, really? Do we need him?
Short answer is yes, we do. We do. Because you can never, ever be without too many players. Because, again, Bobby probably going to say this as well. Squad size is important.
And yeah, you just said it like Bobby too.
Yeah, but look at
no, the way you said it, just like how Bobby was saying it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But the thing is, okay, we would have probably said that. Well, okay, we've got what's his name? The one who's just got injured. You just mentioned him. My brain's dead.
Is it Fofana?
The Albanian guy.
Amanda Broja.
Broja, yeah, sorry. Yeah, so Broja, we're expecting him to be our other striker. What happens? He goes and gets injured. So now we're short. So we're scrambling around, may have to get someone on loan to cover him. So listen, if we want to be a big club, then we need to have a lot of players in different positions, okay? Haaland plays for Man City. They've got this guy from Argentina, and you saw how he performed. Alvarez, you saw how he performed in the World Cup, yeah. and he's got to sit on the bench. But what he does is he doesn't. They don't have to rely entirely on Haaland. If something happens to Haaland, he can come in and fit in straight away. Okay, so inevitably there are going to be injuries, especially with our club and our injury records, as you can see. You know, if we had someone to replace Reece James now, we wouldn't be in this position. You know, we don't have. You know, Jose Mourinho always used to say 2 good players for every single position, so that if somebody gets injured, you don't have a drastic drop in quality. So we can never be without too many good players, as far as I'm concerned. So it's how well the manager uses them. And Fofana coming in, I heard that he may not go in straight away because they see him as one for the future as well. So is Kai going to stay around long term? I could see him probably staying another 2 seasons, then probably wanting to go back to Germany. That's my take on it. Then we've already got a succession plan for when he does go. Aubameyang, he's probably not going to last long. He's the other side of 30. So we need to be looking at the future. And that's the problem, what we've had in the past. We haven't upgraded on our midfield. We've got the same tired midfield for the past 5 or 6 years. We haven't brought in any new midfielders, and that's why we're struggling at the moment now, because we didn't build for the future. And so we do need to plan for the future. That's my
we do need to plan. While I'm still with you, before I catch up with what we have to try. Sorry, guys. Again, I'll come to you guys. I know usually Max is on a time, so I'm not sure about
I'm okay today because it's
okay. You're okay today. Okay, just let me catch up with the chat. Okay. Okay, thank you, brother. I miss hearing you talk football because you know Chelsea very well. I want to ask you a question: how we're going to accommodate these guys, the young players? If we sign this guy, are we going to send him out on loan? But the truth remains there are limits to the number of players you can send out on loan right now. I want to know how we're going to accommodate Andres Santos. All these players will pay that much money for. But just give me again a few minutes. Let me catch up with the chat because it's an interactive show. Yes, people, if you haven't, please do take a second, drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, we have 69 likes. We should be doing better than that. And for the poll that asked, is it too early to judge Koulibaly? 56% says yes, he needs a time. And 43% says no, he is awful. I don't think he's awful. If you check his numbers and how many games he's played, I think he's done relatively okay and just needs time. But yeah, I get the opinion of those in the chat. Yes, please like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. There's a general discouragement within the team. Something needs to be done. But again, that's Anthony Wayama. Are you Victor Wayama's brother or relative? But nice to see you. So you're most definitely Kenya. Nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for finding the time to join the show. Denzel Dumfries at Chelsea needs. Why doesn't Todd do a swap deal for Lukaku? It's not that simple. Inter are very sneaky. I think we tried to factor that into the deal. Then they didn't allow us. Now they want to sell. The question is it's not just us, man. You want him. I think Tottenham also want him. So it's not that simple. Potter turned a Champions League team into a boring team. Potter doesn't help the players. We'll talk about this in a bit. I will highlight it, but we're still talking transfers right now. Big up, Max. Not seeing you since Mo's live stream. Max, somebody saying hello to you, and that's Wally Waldo in the chat. Potter will fail at Chelsea. Players already stopped playing for Potter. I don't know if that's the case. Again, I have my concerns, but I'm not going to get into that. I support Chelsea. I want my club to do well, and not, again, as much as I'm concerned, I can't do otherwise. I will keep supporting the team. We should sell Lukaku to Arsenal and sabotage the title run. Good luck selling him. I don't think Lukaku actually he's helping Inter Milan beat down the price by coming out open and saying he wants to stay there. It's shocking. Potter doesn't help the players. They were crying for help, but Potter is bad manager. That's a lot coming. Again, I'm going to scan Ziyech. Cross was world class. I think he made a difference when he came in striker's head, but Alba couldn't finish. Alba he didn't look sharp yesterday. I know we'll get to that in a bit. We're still talking transfers. And again, a Blue Star FC, I hope you're doing well. I hope you enjoyed your Christmas. I hope you're enjoying the festive period overall. Nice to see you. Thank you so much. Keshawn, get her VATs out there. Okay, let's see. We'll talk about a lot. Okay, let me read this one. Todd is the problem too. He doesn't understand EPL. You must win to have a chance to play Champions League football. I think he's well acquainted with that, really. That's the simplest of them. Again, the least of the complex stuff he needs to learn. I think the most complex is the politics of football, maybe. If anything, Gallagher out there, okay. A lot of people out. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom, and then I will try to get your subsequent contributions in the chat. So, Max, quickly, how do we accommodate these players? Especially, again, there are some of them, when we sign them, again, for me, Datro Fofana, I thought maybe we need them, given the fact that Amanda Broya is out. Because if we don't keep Datro Fofana, are we looking to get another striker? I heard we're linked with Dusan Vlahovic. But more importantly, how do we accommodate these players? If we want to keep Santos, what needs to happen? If we sign Moukoko and want to keep him, what do you think happens? If we want to keep Datro Fofana, who makes way, if that's how you see it, Max?
Yeah, so the thing is, okay, Fofana may stay because they may think that his development is probably better learning from some of the squad and maybe just playing in some of the cup games. That's if we're still in the cup after Sunday, or maybe if the season ends up being like a dead rubber and we can't do anything, maybe they'll give him some game time coming in and seeing how he adjusts to the team. But in answer to your second part of the question, what the club are trying to do, they're looking at the Red Bull model. They admire the Red Bull model, and what they've got, the multi-club thing, what they use. Because if you look at Salzburg and Leipzig, RB Salzburg, RB Leipzig are linked. Because you look at Sesko, the guy, that striker, he's going from Salzburg to Leipzig. Same with Haaland. Haaland's one was he went to Dortmund, didn't he, Haaland? But so what we're doing, we're trying to look at a club. So we're looking at a club called Angers in France. It's one of the clubs that we mentioned, and some other clubs. So the idea is, the loan system is changing. It's going to be changing soon, so we can only loan out a certain amount. But if we have this multi-club system, then we can then part them at these other clubs to get their development. If they're good enough for Chelsea after that, then they'll be integrated into the side. If not, then we can sell them on, just like what you see with Salzburg and people like that, because they make lots of money. Salzburg and Leipzig make lots of money in that way. So the club are trying to do that at the moment. So they're looking at 2 or 3 different clubs where they can sort of buy up. I think there's one in Europe. I think they're looking at a Brazilian club as well that they want to buy, and maybe another club from a different region. So that's the way we're going to be doing things in the future. Well, that's the plan.
Okay, yeah. I think that's a bit helpful. Creating the satellite clubs, or maybe I don't know how, for lack of a better term for it, I'm not sure what to call it. I think it will help us navigate the limits in terms of how many players we're allowed to loan out. But some of these players, you'd say again, are good enough to be part of the current team, and probably will do better than some of the players we have. But that's, by the way, we'll move on from that. The poll, which asks, again, who is the better player? 30% think Badiashile, 70% thinks Gvardiol. Okay, that makes sense. But again, it's still, we're getting a good player in Badiashile. Let me see. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Some updates here. I think I had an update here that I wanted to share. I think I probably clicked out of it. Something about Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Let me see if I still have it. Yeah, sorry guys, I mixed things up here easily. Let the screens open. Let me see. Yeah, I think I'll just move on from that. If I find it, I'll talk about it in a bit. AD Love for Blue, coming to you. Do you agree that we need him? I know, again, he's an attacker. So we have Kai Havertz who can also play as a hybrid 9. Broya will still come back. We still have Aubameyang at the club. Yes, short term, probably there's a chance he leaves this January. I don't know. And then we have Datro Fofana if he stays. Eddie, do you agree we need Moukoko?
I think we need as many as we can get, but depends on how we can feed them in to the squad. So if we are getting him, he's a young attacker as well. And how many young attackers are we going to get in the squad? Where's the balance? if Armando Broja is going to come back, he's young. We have Datro Fofana, he's young. We have if Moukoko is going to come, he's also young. So are we going to depend on the young strikers to carry the team? That's just my worry.
Yeah. Again, I'm not going to try to talk how I feel about his ability on the ball. But I think I'll talk about that later, not today. Again, if you're watching, if you haven't taken a second to drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, we have, again, 71 likes. We need just 29 to get it to 100. And let's try and get it to around 150 today with average 100 again for the last 3 days since, again, that's excellent, and I appreciate you guys. Let me see what else we have lined up here. If not, we go into talking about the game yesterday. Yeah, I think we can talk about this guy here. Max, I haven't gotten your thoughts as far. I don't know. Eddie, let me start with you since I was still with you. Your thoughts of all the, again, wing backs or full backs we're being linked with. Which of them do you think will be most suitable for the way we play? Or would be good for our project?
If you say the way we play, is it 3 at the back? Is it 4 at the back?
You were seeing, again, the manager likes to, again, employ a hybrid approach where when we're attacking, it's 3 at the back. When we're defending, it's 4.
Then apart from Dumfries, we've been linked with the Argentine right back.
Molina.
And then Molina, and then Celtic right back as well.
That's Juranovic. There's also Kororo.
Yeah. So if we go based on the price tag, Dumfries is the most expensive of all them players we've been linked with. And if we want to look at the financial fair play, which you have to consider as well, because if he's coming, he's more of a right wing back than a right centre back or right back. Dumfries. So, and Reece James, as we know, Reece James can play as a right back and as a right wing back. So if he's coming in, and that's why I said the system we play, if we're going to play 3 at the back, Dumfries is good. I don't know much about the Celtic right back, but the one from Argentina, I think is also a right wing back. The one from Argentina.
Yeah, I think being specific is important here. Reece James, again, overall, he has become a hybrid. But I think he started as a right back, and transitioned into a right wing back, and then which is, again, he's one of the best in the world, really, and is able to do both, even plus right centre back. But I think Dumfries can also do the right back role. But he's played mainly in the right wing back position. But to me, if we can get him, I think he tops the list for me. I don't know why most people put him below. But that's by the way. We move on from that one, except if Max has anything to say about that. If not, I wanted Roger to address this comment on the screen. Max, do you have anything to say about the right backs?
Yeah. Dumfries for me, I agree. Who was just speaking a minute ago? Sorry.
We have again a Juranovic from Celtic.
No, it was the guy who was just speaking a minute ago.
That was Eddie for Love. Eddie Love for Blue.
Yeah, Eddie. I agree with what he's saying, actually. I hear that Potter would like to play with a 4 at the back. If he's going to play a 4 at the back, I wouldn't take Dumfries because he's a specialist wing back. If we are going to be looking at playing 3 at the back, then he'll be ideal for the wing back role. My problem with Dumfries, great going forward. He'll give us an attacking threat, definitely, but his defending is, for me, still needs a little bit of work. Is it the Celtic guy, Juranovic? I've seen a little bit of him. He looks better defensively. He's decent going forward as well. Molina, he's okay. Saw him in the World Cup. Yeah. Out of the 3, probably the Celtic boy. I'll take out of the 3.
Juranovic?
I think he's slightly edges it defensively. You know, whereas Dumfries, for me, attacking wise, he's the top best out of the 3 of them. More of all round Juranovic, I think. Yeah, that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I can understandable. Roger, you want to address the comment down the screen so we can move on? We're getting to where I'll have Bobby start with his thoughts on the game last night.
No, that's totally fine. Let's go to Bobby.
No,
pretty
I
much,
say it again. I want you to address this comment down the screen.
if we don't have you for, no, I know you think that. I know you believe that. I still think because it allows us to. Yes, I understand the travel. I get that, the wear and tear. I really do, especially in the like, let's say the Europa League. I think we may even be traveling further. Traditionally speaking, that's the case. Excuse me, but I think this allows more chances for squad participation. Also, so you have to look at it as a way to analyze players that are on the fringe also. And don't forget, it allows us, if we do win, let's say the second tier, that allows us to actually advance to the Champions League next year, if I'm not mistaken, or unless that rule has changed, I'm not sure. So it's a win-win in my opinion. Yes, there are negatives, but I think they're outweighed by the positives.
Okay.
Can I just quickly add something to that? Because
go ahead.
Of course.
I put something on your chat when I was on your show the other day, where if any time to miss out on the Champions League, it's probably this season, because a lot of people say we miss out, it'll take a long time for us to get back. But Champions League rules are changing the season after next.
Yes, please educate us on that.
Yeah, so what's going to happen is the top coefficient team, but we'll still have to finish in the top 7 or 8. But if we finish outside the top 4, because of our past success in Europe, we are currently sitting 4th in the coefficient league, and this is just behind teams like Bayern Munich and Real Madrid, who are definitely going to qualify for their team. So out of the teams who probably may not qualify, that's if we don't, then we are probably top. So even if we finish outside the top 4, we will still get into Europe on that basis. So I think we can build without that pressure of worrying if we don't get into the top 4, then we're going to miss out for many years, just like Arsenal did, because that won't be the case. But as I said, we still would need to finish in a European spot. So we'll have to finish in a sort of Europa League or Conference League spot in order to get into the Champions League. And that's not this season. Next season is the season after next. So I just want to let you guys know.
Again, my argument has always been I'd rather us not have any other European assignments if we miss out of the Champions League.
That's right. That's what I was thinking, because that will give Potter, or if it's not Potter, another manager, a season just to focus on tactical style of play, because that's what helped Arsenal a great deal last season. No distraction of Europe. That's what helped us with Kante when we won the league. He was able to implement his style on the training pitch week in, week out. If you look at Eddie Howe now at Newcastle, he's had the same thing, no European distraction. So that's why Newcastle are playing a plan. Potter hasn't had that, been afforded that luxury of play, because he's got a game every other day. So it's just, remember, you've got the rest period after that. So you haven't got a chance to implement his style of football. That's why we don't know what his style of football is, because he hasn't had a chance on the training ground to fully implement it.
Yeah, just an update on Ruben Loftus-Cheek. He's returned to Chelsea training, having recovered from the thigh injury sustained against Newcastle United in November. If I see any other update, we're going to it. So, Bobby, if you're there, let's talk about the game yesterday. Your thoughts. What do you think went wrong? If you're still there. Okay,
I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here.
go
I
ahead.
had to unmute.
Go ahead.
The game yesterday. The problems are extensive, and the work, to be fair, has just started. Injuries have not helped. The time the manager came in has not helped. But there should be some things, some basic things that we are seeing to tell us that he has the idea and he has the capability to take this club forward. And they haven't really been shown. You know, you don't pick fights with your players for fighting's sake. Of course not. And as the manager, your job is to create the harmony in the team. But I don't think performances should be compromised. And if a player isn't performing well, they will either have to be benched or alternative arrangements will have to be made going forward if they don't want to stay in the club and revitalize their form. I'm getting very critical of certain things, and I've noticed things. I'm perhaps equally as guilty as the next person that we do, in our English game. It's full of bias. It's full of bias in the officiating. It's full of bias in the fan base. And the bias blinds us sometimes to reality. I'm looking at a player like Mason Mount, and I'm not satisfied with all the hype around him. The only thing that makes Mount who he is to me is that he's still, in my view, a developing player. But people try to sell him off as if he's the next Lionel Messi, and he's not. And it's glaring at a time like this. It's glaring. He doesn't really give you that performance that you can say, wow, okay, Mount really helped us take this game by the scruff of the neck. So we have to be realistic. Should he be playing every game? I question. I don't really know because we haven't tried anybody else as such. Yeah, he was taken off and Gallagher came on. I have a question there. Is Gallagher good enough for Chelsea? It seemed so when he was at Palace. But quite clearly, the step up from Chelsea to Palace is quite a large step up. So I don't know. Is he being played in the right position? Possibly not. And that's where it's been unfair to him. I am very much of the persuasion that Havertz is the way forward. A lot of the fan base don't like him, but I think that comes with a bias as well. They just look at things and decide, oh, I like this person, I don't like this person. Whereas for me, what I like is Chelsea. I like Chelsea's success. I've seen enough of the years of doldrums to never, ever want to go back to that again. I don't want to go back there. I want Chelsea to go forward, to become the super club that it has created for itself to be and has been, certainly through the Roman era. And that requires sustenance. And what we're doing now is that we're not even sustaining anything. We're going backwards. Now, all these purchases coming in, will they make a difference? Well, hopefully they will, but they've got to be in the right hands. We've got to start seeing that Potter has a plan to use them. Because if he has no plan to use the likes of Chukwuemeka, who are very much on the cusp of being ready to step into the first team, if he barely has a plan to use Chalobah, who has proved himself time and time again when he's needed to be called upon, if he doesn't have a plan to start to use people like Lewis Hall, who is definitely first team worthy, then we have a problem. Okay, you could say why he didn't start Ziyech ahead of perhaps Sterling, was that Ziyech has just come back from the World Cup and he's just, settling in. But honestly, against Man City, I don't want to see Sterling start. And that is a brave decision to make. If I don't see him starting and I see Potter playing an alternative successfully, then that's the sign I'm looking for. Because at the moment, Potter is just going for reputation. He's going for the old. He's going for players that he feels he has to play in order to maintain the peace in the squad. Whereas he doesn't have to do any such thing. And in fact, he'll probably be better off getting the peace if he goes for a surgical approach to the team. Azpilicueta is not a starting player. He's barely a player you can bring off the bench. Barely. Barely. That's just the reality. And that's how he has to start playing him. So the solution is vast. The solution, yeah, in process. Enzo Fernandez, lots of people are talking about Enzo Fernandez. We need to get it very, 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 very clear that Enzo Fernandez arrival is not going to suddenly solve all our problems. I keep saying he is part of the jigsaw and not the missing piece. I repeat, he is part of the jigsaw and not the missing piece. He will be part of the fix, but Enzo Fernandez needs a solid midfielder beside him. Now, whether that is Kone, whether that is Moise Casido, or whether that is Declan Rice, the fact is we need such a player. Let's stop deceiving ourselves with Jorginho. Yesterday was, to me, glaring as to the defects of Jorginho. In the first half, Nottingham Forest played a low block. They sat off Chelsea and allowed Chelsea to come onto them, fearing the worst. When they saw that there was nothing to fear, we had Jorginho, even when he had time and space on the ball, passing the ball backwards and sideways and any which way apart from forward. They suddenly thought, right, in the second half, let's go for it. We can bully these lot and we can have our way. And they did that successfully. So let's stop kidding ourselves. Let's stop kidding ourselves with Jorginho in midfield. He's not the answer. Let's stop kidding ourselves with Sterling because he costs us a lot of money. He causes more problems than he solves. Let's stop kidding ourselves. Okay, Pulisic threw a tantrum and insisted on playing. Oh, play me, or I'll leave. Okay, we've played you. What happens? You get bullied. You get beaten up all over the field. So maybe you shouldn't be played week in, week out. We need that strength. And if you want to go, go. It's just as simple as that. We need winners in the team. There's a guy that I took a picture that he posted on Twitter of one of those games when Chelsea won the Premier League and they went to, I think it was Blackburn, and went into a battle in that game. And at the end of the game, the players took off their shirts and threw it into the Chelsea fans, typical Mourinho type of, battling spirit. That's what I want to see. I want to see a midfield that, right, I feel confident. When it comes to going to war, they will go to war with you. If it comes to playing ball and technicalities, they'll do that with you as well. We don't have that. We've lost that. We haven't had that for years. Instead, we've got these fluffy, weak, wimpish players all over the field. I'm sick of it. I don't want to see it anymore. Get out of my club. If you're not man enough to stand up and be in the Premier League as a top team, I mean, we can't even fight with bottom teams, not to mention top teams. Nottingham Forest sits at the bottom of the league and they outfought us. I don't want to see that anymore. I hate it. Max knows how much I detest a lack of physicality in the squad. Not that I'm so into having these brawny players on the field, but I understand what the Premier League is about. Always has been, always will be. That's English football. We're talking Premier League. It existed in the old Division 1 and the leagues lower. You've got to be able to fight. You've got to be able to give as good as you get. The first thing that happens to a player in the English league is some big defender is going to come and push you or tackle you hard and see your response. If you buckle and go down like a sack of potatoes writhing all over the floor, he knows he's got you. But if you go down and get up and then give him as good as you get, he thinks twice before he comes for you again. Havertz learnt that, but the German players have that in them anyway. As lanky as he is, you don't just bulldoze him anywhere and anyhow as you like. N'Golo Kante.
Where is that coming from?
What do you mean, where's that coming from? I don't understand. What do you mean?
There's some sound. There's some sound I'm hearing. Not you, Bobby. Go ahead. I thought somebody had somebody. If you're not talking, please mute. Go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, N'Golo Kante is all of nothing. He's a little guy, but he makes up for a lot in his doggedness, his speed, his fight. He's always snapping at your ankles. You know, if you hit N'Golo Kante, he will go down. There's nothing of him. But the fact is, you got to get him first. N'Golo Kante, I've seen him go into 50-50 tackles as little as he is. He's brave. He's not this Pulisic. Gosh, you know, somebody touches him and he's gone. I mean, what is this? What are you? What I mean, I don't want to see it anymore. I really don't want to see it anymore. I don't want to see us in corners losing out aerial balls. Why? Because we've got the likes of Jorginho who has nothing. He can't help you in those situations. Back in the day, we had the likes of Obi Mikel, Matic. These players were winning headers in these positions. Ballack. I mean, what is this? What have we become at Chelsea? What are we now? I'm just hopeful and thankful that it seems that these young players that are coming in seem to have a little bit of physicality around them. And, you know, you're talking people like Badiashile, even Fofana, they don't look wimpish and weak and players that you can easily just knock off the ball like the Chelsea squad is at the moment. Sometimes you have to fight. The English game is about grit, true grit. And if you don't have it, you'll be steamrolled. And that's what's happening to us now. Arsenal learnt their lesson. They now have players with guts, fight, grit, power, physicality in midfield. We seem to have gone away from that. And that's to our detriment completely.
And unfortunately, I'm still arguing that, again, Graham Potter seemed to prefer to play with CMs rather than players who are actually defensively minded. He likes his team to defend as a unit rather than have two players or a single individual in the central area to shield the defense. But we'll get to that. Maybe I'm still, again, judging too quickly, but I paid attention to the Brighton team when he was there. He usually doesn't have defensively minded players there. He prefers fluidity in that 2-6s area or whatever, whoever he plays there. But we'll get to that. Roger, I want to get your response to Bobby's comments. I think let's go with what Bobby just talked about, if you have any response to that. But let me try and catch up with the chat. Just a quick update for somebody that asked about why is Chelsea not going for Modric. The truth remains Chelsea isn't going for Modric because probably they are in advanced talks with Arsenal. Arsenal made the first bid, which rejected. Arsenal went with the second, and Fabrizio Romano is now reporting Arsenal have improved their proposal to sign Mihailo Modric, confirmed as talks are on after 40 million plus 20 million euros bid rejected. It's up to Shakhtar now, as again reported. Chelsea also interested in Modric. So really we're interested in him. I thought it was just rumors. Like some people were saying that it was just the rumors were just designed to get Arsenal to pay. But Fabrizio Romano is now reporting that Chelsea also interested in Modric in case Arsenal deal collapses. So they're not trying to hijack it. So if Arsenal don't pay up, we'll go in and take that player. And that's one player I really do want. Really, I actually prefer him to Leao. I said that before. But if Arsenal ends up getting Modric, given his numbers, and again after he become a stay in the Shakhtar Donetsk first team, I think they're going to win the league. Really, his output is something extraordinary. But that's, by the way, here we have. I'd rather have European football, to be honest. We're all still Chelsea FC. Plus, Porter will have a decent preseason this time, maybe even longer. Now there's no World Cup. Again, a good argument there. This one, but Badiashile, please, again, Gvardiol could not track Messi. how many times did Messi do that to him? It was just a one-time thing. But I know people will keep giving him sticks for that. And Blue Stars FC, Happy New Year to you too, brother. I hope you're doing well. Sorry about no. No, brother, you don't have to apologize. It's just that again, there's so much to read. I had to again skip some. I rant. That's why you're here. The show, it's about you. It's about the panelists. It's not just about the panelists, not just about those in the chat. And you know you're an OG here. You know I love you, brother. You don't have to apologize. A rant, a spill it there. You're welcome to do that. I had to again. Out of me, no, you had to again. I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better now. Potter have nothing to offer to this current Chelsea team. I would suggest he leaves now so we can get a new manager that can help the team. Thank you. Yeah, it's not that simple, really. Yeah, it's not that simple. The main problem with Chelsea is not the defense or striker. We're lacking creative midfielders that should focus on midfield and truly missing N'Golo Kante for sure. We're missing Kante one, and something else you said that is the truth. We're lacking players who are capable of creating clear-cut chances from central area. All our chances predominantly come from the flanks and on the carpet mainly. So we need to diversify our chance creation so that no matter how teams play, would be unpredictable. And again, if the attacker makes a run or if a player makes a run, those, again, the central attacking midfielders will find them. We haven't had that since Juan Mata and Cesc Fabregas, and it's concerning, really. Smith, again, just a conversation between two people. And apologies again, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom, and I'll try my best to get your subsequent contributions in the chat. Why don't we, this is from Theophilos Oguntala, says, why don't we take a holistic approach by looking at the physical preparation of our players? Why are they lethargic? They don't last 90 minutes. And why is it, again, that only the best always gets wounded? Yeah, probably because we overplay them. That's a deep question, really, that I don't have, again, a straight answer to. You cannot compare old regime to Todd yet. We cannot. The comparison will be unfair, really. Potter took over a way better squad than, again, how we did, and they are light years apart on the job. You can each have done with their squad. Potter, light years behind. You have every right to phrase it like that. Sack Potter now said, Kyria Namaya. So apologies, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom and try to get your subsequent contributions. Please like and subscribe when you enter. Please, the likes do go a long way. We need just 23 more likes to get it to 100 likes. So please keep liking the stream. So Roger, your response to Bobby's rant. But I think the spirit, the fire died down a bit because we had to move the topic to the end. Had he had the time, again, if not, again, it's spoken when he wanted to speak, I think would get more from him, but I know he's still coming. But your thoughts?
Well, sorry, this is just the thing, isn't it? You know, somebody states the reality, states the obvious, and then, you know, the almost insults start coming in, rants and yada, yada, yada.
No, saying it's a rant, it's not an insult. No. That's not what I meant. But if you're okay, Bobby, here's the thing, you know I love you. You know, again, I don't disrespect people, no matter the opinion. It's still a rant, really. I don't know if maybe I don't know the word very well.
No, it wasn't a rant. It wasn't. I wouldn't call it a rant. I would, you know, he was being critical. It was a critical observation.
Okay. So, Bobby, I used the wrong choice word. Possibly. Again, apologies, sincere apologies. Really, you know me. I didn't mean that again. But go ahead. I've started using that word the wrong way. But go ahead, Roger.
I would have to concur with Sir Bobby here, virtually 99.9%. I listened to Graham Souness. I'm not sure whether you're familiar with him, but he's an all-time.
I know Souness,
yeah. He called Chelsea's performance puff powder, or words to that effect. He called it soft. He wasn't the only one. ESPN FC, they all basically said, former players. You look at LeBouf, you know, you look at virtually all the panelists. They have all said it's very soft. On TalkSport, virtually everyone has said that performance lacked spirit. It was soft. That they were scared of contact. Exactly what Bobby and I had said. Was it last night? I looked at I looked at Sterling, and he was dispossessed. He was muscled off the ball consistently. We're asking the basics here. We're basically playing a championship side here, not a very, shall we say, sophisticated Premier League team that's going to make it to the Championship League final. We're playing a very basic, fundamental, rough and tough soccer approach, football approach. And listen, he has confirmed my suspicions from day one. Same with Pulisic. I've just gone through every single game while Bobby was talking under Potter, and he has played in all but 5. So he's had a good enough sample. And Pulisic was, I admit, Sterling was actually worse than Pulisic last night for the most part, but Pulisic was inept. It's like I've been like Coach Chris. It's like we've got to give him the opportunity to start, and I've been the one that's been saying that also. But each and every time we acquiesce, and he does get a start, or he's subbed on, he is ineffectual. He's muscled off the ball, and then he's like lying on the ground, or he just throws his arms up in the air each and every time, as opposed to track back and try and tackle. He's like a sport prima donna. This isn't Hershey, Pennsylvania, son. This is the big leagues, as you say in America. He's not a Premier League. People have figured him out, as I said last night. He played so well for Chelsea a year and a half, 2 years ago. But people have figured him out. You can outmuscle him quite easily off the ball. He belongs in another league. He's not Premier League material. It's quite apparent. We just played two of the bottom teams, and he has been consistently inept and ineffectual. I'm being honest here. I'm not being derogatory. I'm just stating what he's done. This isn't a rant. This is just a
No, here's the thing. To me, rant, again, there are too many. Rant doesn't have just 1 minute.
No.
And Bobby, again, honestly, sincere apologies if that's the way you see. I don't mean rant in a bad way.
We know
It's
you didn't mean it that way.
I meant it in the sense that you're pouring your heart out. And again, and everything you said, I agree with. By the way, and I know you know that, but apologies if that's how that can come across to you. Rant has more than one meaning, really. But go ahead.
Coach, there's many aspects of the game, the last two games, or the whole season, if you want to really be honest. It's a collective. It's not, you can't just point in one area and say. The only thing that I can say unequivocally was that the goalkeeper has been playing very well. He's been quite solid. He's been dominating his box. He's made some good saves. I can't.
Very true.
The other thing is, the only other standout that I would say has been exceptional each and every game at a level of, let's say, 8, 7.5, 8 each and every game has been Silva. Consistently, he's been the standout player. He just reads the game. He's at a different level. I am. Each and every time, and I'm getting disappointed each and every time I look at Koulibaly now, sadly. I'm not sure whether he's adjusted to this league as of yet. But, it's early days. Who knows? In the years
not enough sample.
Yeah, but so far, he hasn't exactly excelled, shall we say. But it is too early days. But I rate him highly. But each and every time I'm watching him play, he has disappointed me quite a bit lately. The midfield, obviously, listen, we are a completely different team without Kante. There's no doubt about it. We're completely different. We're chalk and cheese. So without him and then without Reece, we're going to look this way. And it's not just been the case under Potter. That goes back to Lampard. It goes back to Tuchel. This is our MO, our modus operandi. He masked so many deficiencies we have. And he has done since he's arrived. Especially with Eden. When Eden was playing and we had Kante, he could cover up Eden not tracking back. When Eden played and Kante didn't, we were basically playing with 10 men. So
Kante actually covers even when he's playing closer to the final third. He still protects the defense.
Yes, this is what I'm saying. He masks a lot of our areas, and that's a compliment, by the way. That's not a diss on him at all. As for lacking clinical, I've been saying this for weeks. Our defensive line, like our centre backs, you go and you look at Zuma, you look at Gary Cahill, Ivanovic, etc. They were clinical in the air from set pieces. We haven't had that for a year and a half now. We've lost Rudiger now. We've lost Christensen. These people were adding 1 or 2 goals, every now and then. We're not getting that. We are just not, aerially speaking.
Here's my problem with your, again, contribution. I nearly said rant again.
It's okay.
But I know Bobby understands. He knows that, again, probably knows by now I don't mean it in a bad way. I feel so bad that he perceived it that way.
No, I don't think he did.
Here's the thing. My problem, you seem to avoid blaming Potter for any of the things we've seen.
No. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. You didn't let me finish. This is just.
Yeah, you put at the end, so it does. So it's not as bad.
No. Let me drop this. You.
All right, go ahead. Drop, but don't fall where you will get hurt. Really.
No. Because it's a collective, as I said. Once these players cross the line, it's the players. Period. I don't want to hear anything. Having said that, it is the manager / coach's responsibility to get these players to show up. Like the expression, I see it in the NFL and I see it in all sports. Wasn't up for it today, didn't show up. It's like, can you imagine you do that if you're a doctor and sorry, your son lost the leg. I didn't show, I wasn't up for the surgery today. No one says that in any other job. So that's the boss's responsibility. I totally concur. Formation, choosing the players, I totally concur. You said about Koulibaly, it's too early yet. Well, it's too early right now to observe an identity. It's just he's been in charge for how many games?
But we can still highlight the problems we're seeing.
Yeah, but those are also masked with injuries, and a lot of other analysts have actually said you have to take those into consideration also. Is he the right man for the job? It's too early to tell yet. He may never win another game for us. He may never lose another game for us. Obviously, I'm being facetious in this, but it's too early to tell. It really is. Can you put some of the blame and responsibility on him? Of course you can. It'll be naive at best, moronic at worst for me to say otherwise. I'm being honest here. Am I pleased with what I'm seeing from Potter? This is the question you really need to ask me, and I would say no, I'm not pleased. I admit that.
That's you being brutally honest. I have to give you credit. But it took you a while, though.
No, but you have to be honest. You have to be constructive in the observations and criticism. Having said that, the players have not. If he has indeed lost the locker room, that's a very sad reflection. That's going back to 7-8 years ago again, when the players had all the power. And if that isn't truly the case, then I feel sorry for him, because any coach deserves more than that right now. The players are playing very poorly. You could say the coaching could be poor. You could say the approach, the tactical approach could be poor equally. You can conclude that also, but it all boils down to execution also. So, as I've said time and time again, a coach / manager gets way too much credit when they win and way too much blame when they lose. So, but that's why they get paid the big bucks. But for all intents and purposes, I have to wholeheartedly agree with virtually everything Bobby has said. And I think I've been open and logical with my summation with what I've said. I really do.
Don't throw some words I'm going to try using and get into trouble for it.
No, I'm being serious.
I still feel bad, really, but I love Bobby, and he knows that. He knows I didn't mean anything insulting. But go ahead.
This performance has been shocking. I mean, and I'm telling you, I don't want to see Sterling start. I do not. I don't.
We've been preaching that for years.
And I said that.
He actually did better yesterday than the last time.
No, he didn't. Sterling was inept yesterday. He was pathetic, and I don't want to see.
Go ahead.
I don't wish to see Pulisic start. I mean, shocking, absolute shocking. And as for J5, that wasn't his fault. That has to go on Potter. He cannot be the single pivot.
Yeah, even though he's not the best player we have on the team, but yeah, he cannot be single pivot.
No, he can't. And other coaches, opposing coaches, have analysed this and they've isolated him, and rightfully so. He just has too many physical deficiencies, lack of size, strength, and speed. So he doesn't fit that criteria. It's
not rocket science, is it?
It's really not. You know, we're not talking about the drag coefficiency of a wing. You know, you're right.
Yeah, Bobby. What were you saying before I go to Eddie? Because Eddie has spoken for a while.
Yeah, I mean, just very quickly.
No worries. Again, Roger, you're fine. I know. Have you dropped, Roger?
That's what she said. Yes, I have.
Yeah, you know, Roger and I are always in sync. I mean, we've passed the stage of not facing the realities, and the realities is that, you know, some of these players should not start. Pulisic has played his way back to the bench. If he doesn't like it, well, that's a conversation to be had. Yeah. But we need to now start getting wingers that will be effective. Ziyech deserves his chance. We've given Sterling far too much of an opportunity. So give him a chance. When he came on, physically, he's not great, but he's effective. He creates the play. He creates chances.
He's technical.
He crosses balls in. So let's give that a go while we're still struggling. You know, we've got to make these changes, because if he doesn't, as I've said earlier in the stream, Potter needs to commit to the project and to the change. Mm-hmm. If he doesn't, he will pay the price. It's really that simple.
The ultimate price.
It's that simple. Which will be and the club will pay the price, because, you know, he didn't just come in alone. He came in with a litany of backroom staff, which would be a shame to see them not succeed. I think the only lifeline he has is that he's come in mid-season without really knowing the squad or the players, and he's had a load of injuries. But where I do blame him is that he's brought all his Brighton contingent with him, and you don't do that. You have to dip into what Chelsea have already. He would have done well to keep hold of...
to have some measure of consistency.
Exactly. People that know the academy. You know, I was screaming and hoping that they would, when they lost the likes of, I've forgotten the name of this guy, that went to Everton with, in fact, two of them went to Everton with Lampard. When they lost
Jody Morris,
Ashley Cole. No, Morris didn't go. Lampard dropped Morris. When they lost,
dropped him. Who went with him?
I forgot his name.
Ashley Cole went with him. Yeah,
Ashley Cole and what's his name? Joel Edwards. Oh. You know, when he lost Ashley Cole and Joel Edwards, somebody somewhere. But you see, this is the problem. You know, the new owners don't know these people, and neither does Potter. So it was a little bit of the blind leading the blind. But I'm sure if someone like Neil Bath was consulted, he would have said either he himself, and he also got his hands full because I hear he's been promoted, but ask for someone like Jody Morris to come back.
Yeah.
Bring him back in. He knows the academy. He knows the players you can bring in to do a job. You know, even if you had brought in Tor Andre Flo, people that have, or Andy Myers, you know, people that have worked with the youngsters, you know, but instead it was a wholesale adaptation of Brighton to the coaching team, and we have people that don't know the players at all, and that's partly what we're suffering from. You know, Roger's right. It's a multiplicity of things, and it's going to take some correcting. It really is.
To me, I differ in the sense that I think if I'm to apportion that is the root of the issue we witnessed again. 2 games against Bournemouth, because the same thing happened. It was a game of 2 halves. Same thing, the game against Nottingham Forest. It was a game of 2 halves too. To me, I will portion 70% of the issue to the manager. He had the duration of the World Cup to find a solution. He's played enough games to see, okay, I have a problem here, I have a problem here. how do I sort it out? And then again, surprisingly, I think we played Zakaria and Jorginho played as a double pivot against Bournemouth, and he saved us because occasions he was the last man standing, stopping Bournemouth from scoring against us. Why did he decide to play Jorginho as a lone pivot, starving him of passing lanes? Jorginho needs, whenever he's playing, he needs somebody close to him to always open up for him to give the ball to. And I think we suffered really for that. But quickly, I'm going to go to AD. AD, your thoughts, your observations from that game. What do you think happened?
I cannot agree anymore with with what Bobby and Rogers have said earlier about the team partner, especially exactly what Bobby, but the way Bobby put everything he said. It's been aptly put. The performance yesterday, the players they mentioned, like I don't know, we're mentioning about Zakaria. I don't know how on earth a manager could look at Zakaria yesterday and sub Zakaria before subbing the likes of Pulisic, Mason Mount, J5, and Sterling. I just can't understand. If you want, I mean, if Zakaria, we had Zakaria, if you wanted to make any sub, if you want to take off J5, you would have brought Kovacic and left Zakaria on with him, and then maybe push Mason Mount. Take off Pulisic. Pulisic was atrocious. It was so bad. Sterling was nowhere to be seen in the game. Yet you left Pulisic on for nearly God knows when he decided to sub Pulisic. You have the likes of Chukwuemeka, but I don't think these players will do any worse than what Pulisic have done in the game. We were playing Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest were playing yesterday, not Manchester City, not Liverpool,
not Bayern Munich. Yeah,
and we're still playing, and then we could not dominate the game, and we're whatever we say about I was Potter in at the start. I was definitely rooting for Potter. Say yes, let him come in. But at this stage, and what hurts me most is that we had to pay compensation to get him out of his contract, to buy him out. That's the most painful thing. We would have gone for the safer options of getting managers that are free, that will not pay nothing, and then if we have this, we know, okay, yes, I think we got it for free. We had to pay to get Potter to do this job. And what has Potter done? Nothing. He's taking us backwards. Look at the games we've played so far. The games we've played so far. We lost to Arsenal, to Newcastle, Brighton. We've all lost to all them teams. And then somebody was saying, I've forgotten one of the pundits that was saying something yesterday. He says, in every game, every match, the first half belongs to the players. He said in every game, the first half of every game belongs to the players, and the second half belongs to the manager. And he went further to explain it. What does he mean? He said the first half, you must have planned your tactics to play against another team. Oh, this is the setup, this what, but not until the game starts. So the first half of the game should be the players handling whatever comes on the pitch. Say, okay, if the tactics the manager has set up, but we came up against them in the first half, it's nothing. It's not what we planned to expect. Then the manager, the players have to adapt to that system. Then when it comes to the second half, that is when the manager comes in. He has seen the game, he's seen the tactics, then he has to now change. He has to change and adapt to whatever tactics they play. Look at what happened yesterday. Emery was playing against Tottenham. And soon as Kante made the substitution to bring on Sessegnon, what did Emery do? He brought on Matikash immediately to counter Sessegnon offensive play. That is tactics. That is a manager that is well on top of what he knows what he's doing. But Potter will sit down there discussing with his coaching crew, talking, and at the end of the day, they end up making the wrong substitutions. They end up taking off. What did Zakaria do wrong yesterday to be the first player to be subbed? We were talking about physicality. Bobby was talking about physicality. When we have the likes of Machi, the likes of Essien, the likes of Balak, the likes of Mikel in midfield, no team bullied us. We go to the likes of Blackburn, we go to the likes of Stoke to play them. Physical side, we adapt. Mourinho adapts to those kind of play. But what would he do? What did the Potter do? He took off Zakaria, the only physical player that was on their face yesterday, trying to at least push them back, trying to show them back, give us physicality in midfield. He took him off and left Sterling still playing. He left Pulisic, he left Mount, he left J5. It is not right. This is Chelsea Football Club, and we're talking about, okay, we don't make Champions League. We know it's not a given. We are not even going to make it. So it's not as if we're not even, it's not a matter of choice for us at this stage, because Europe is, we're not going to, this performance can never get us to Europe. We would rather talk about finishing mid-table or even below. So talking about us having the option of, oh, do we want Europe or not? It's not for us to say. If we continue this way, it's just a matter of us surviving this first season.
Yeah,
it's a matter of us surviving this first season and then see what we can do. It's not a matter of us saying, oh, are we going to get Europe? Do we want to be there? Do we, if we have the choice? It's for me, we don't have any choice, because there is no choice to make there, because this performance does not even get us into Conference League. It doesn't even get us anywhere. The likes of Newcastle, the likes of Tottenham, even Tottenham, their fans were complaining, but at the end of the day, they are still playing better than Chelsea. They are doing better than Chelsea. The likes of even Brighton and all, they are coming up. We are not even there. Manchester United is flying. Liverpool coming up as well. They are pushing up. Fulham is doing better. So it's not a matter of choice. It's not about us trying to see we get results this season and even try to keep that at mid-table or even below. That's exactly where we're going to end up with this kind of performance. We are going to play Manchester City. I am not confident. I've been saying it before. All the time we play all the games, we say, oh, we are going into this is the first time in a long time that I've ever felt we're going to a football match, and I'm not confident about us even getting a result. Yesterday, we were playing Nottingham Forest. I wasn't even confident of getting a result against Nottingham Forest, second bottom team in the league. And it turned out that way. We should have lost that game yesterday easily.
Yeah.
We should have lost that game easily yesterday. Yeah. Even against Bournemouth, that we won 2-0, only just put paper upon cracks. That we won 2-0. It's just paper over cracks.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Do you think we've lost? Do you think Potter's lost the players?
No, there's nothing to suggest that at this point.
Nothing to suggest that. Nothing to suggest that at this point. But I think Potter gives too much respect to these players.
The reason why
look at Manchester United. Marcus Rashford, they said, was late for a pre-match, whatever it was. He was benched. That is how to handle a team. Look at the way he dealt with Ronaldo. A player can never be bigger than the manager. If you have a manager having too much respect for a player like Sterling, he has too much respect for the likes of Sterling and all. I think he's afraid to solve these players. He's afraid to take decisions against these players. So I think he's afraid of these players. He has too much respect for them, and he's going on reputation rather than bring on Chukwuemeka for me yesterday. Bring on the youngsters, Luis Hall and all. Let them play. They can never do any worse than what we are seeing.
Coach, can I come in?
Yeah, I'm going to get to you in a bit. I think Max, I'm following in line as well. Max has to speak. If you're not speaking, can you mute? So thank you very much. I will come to you in a bit, Hakeem. Just be patient. I'm going to try and catch up a bit with what we have in the channel, and I'll go to Max to again express himself. Please, can you mute? I'm getting the feedback from someone.
Yeah, there's feedback.
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, if you haven't, please do take a second to drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, we're 84 likes right now. We just need 16 more to get it to 100. I know we can do better than that. Please keep liking the stream. It takes just half a second to drop a like on the stream, and it helps us reach more people. Ahmed said that we had to switch our style of play to accommodate him, and every new coach still stick to the pattern. I'm not sure who you were talking about there. Sorry for that. Auba needs to start playing. Is that what you think? Or Auba needs to leave? We don't know which, but that's by the way. Just give me 1 second here. When was the last time we had an Arsenal type effort? That solves a lot of problems. Leeds aren't good, but I really enjoy watching them. They don't have a squad you can argue as strong as us, but they play as a unit. But for a while now, we haven't played as a unit, really. There's hardly a game, even games we win, you'd see some measure of, again, what you could decide as a disjointed performance, really, a lack of proper chemistry between the players, which you could argue sometimes down to, again, some of those players not playing together consistently in a match environment. I know they do train together, but that's a different thing altogether. When J5 had Kante beside him, we won a lot, and J5 was best midfielder. even then, a lot of people still complained about him, really, if we're being honest. It shows that many of the commentators lack tactics approach, sick of listening to same unrealistic ideas. Again, if that's how you see it, if we all agree, then we don't have a show. Again, I like Jorginho. I know he has deficiencies, but I like him. I understand his importance to how the manager wants to play, and I know what he brings to the team. Some people don't see that. Some people understand that, but still thinks we can do better than him. So I don't think it's right to say, again, calling it unrealistic. No, it's your opinion. There are some managers, for instance, if you ask me, I'd say Jose Mourinho wouldn't have Jorginho in his team. But yes, you can argue again. What's his name would take him in a heartbeat. Thomas Tuchel would keep him. Even Graham Potter would like him because of the way they like to play. But Mourinho wouldn't take him in his team, given lack of that physical. So we see things from different lenses, and that doesn't mean anybody's own reasoning is bad. You have every right to express yourself, say how you see it, and I say how I see it. But that's, by the way, but I told you I like Jorginho, actually. I understand what we can actually do to mask his deficiency. But that's, by the way, the host is right. You have to be, again, army troop. I'm not sure why he's referencing to that. And again, I'm going to scroll past quite a lot, and I'll try to get your subsequent contributions in the chat. Bobby, it wasn't towards you, mate. It was, again, about Blue Star in the chat. I think, again, I used the term rant, not in a bad way, really. It was more like a reference to how he was pouring out his heart. To me, rant, there's more than about 4 minutes to the word rant. So, but I've apologized. So since he sees it as an insult, and I know he understands, he's mature enough to know I didn't really mean to insult him. Coach, I'm sorry again, but we have certain players who just need to go. But here's the thing, even at that, you don't, again, changing a team, you don't, again, employ a drastic approach. It has to be gradual. How much are you going to spend in a window if you decide to let every player we think that is underperforming go? Or you really fall into, even though the new owners have a leeway as to how much they have to spend that counts as investment, you'd fall into trouble with the FFP rules. So, yeah, I get your argument there. Other managers trusted these players and lost their job. Do I think we have the best players in the league? No, but we should be doing better than we're doing right now. So apologies, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. I can't get everything, otherwise that's all we do for the day. Coming to you, Max.
Hello,
Max.
hello.
Max, are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, the sound was cutting in and out a minute ago. Yeah, so my take on the game, pretty much the same as the other guys who spoke. What I saw yesterday was nothing short of disgraceful. Once again, we were not in it for the fight. I'm used to watching Chelsea who fight. I used to, even when we weren't great earlier back in the day, one thing most of the time the team had that fight. We didn't have the quality, but we fought for the match. Yes, there are seasons where we didn't have the quality and had the fight. So I'm not saying that it was always like that in the old days. It wasn't. And I saw some shocking performances in the old days as well, where people weren't really playing. But the bare minimum I expect from a side is to be up for the battle. Okay, these players that we've brought in, and I think I've mentioned this before a while ago, where I mentioned where Roman Abramovich bowed to media pressure. Okay, and that's how it all started for us, because we were this big, powerful unit that no one liked to play against. We were a team who newspapers like The Sun were asking people, anyone who scores against the first team to score against Chelsea will give the player that money where they can give to charity. That's how, we didn't use the second season under Jose, we weren't conceding goals. They were scared of us. And then I think when Pep started crying because Barcelona didn't, as is pretty ticky-tacky Barcelona, couldn't get the measure of the big, powerful, bad boys Chelsea. We were the bad boys, they were the good boys, because they played the good pretty football. We played the I don't know what they call it, industrial hustle bustle football, which was a lie, because if you look at some of the performances under Jose Mourinho, we had everything. We had power, we had pace, we had skill, because we had Robin, Duff, and Drogba up front, and people like Joe Cole as well, who gave us that little bit of finesse as well. But because of jealousy by the media and everyone else, they're saying, "Oh, Jose, you're not pretty to watch," and everything else. So Jose wanted to be loved, so he went away from that sort of football. You know, once Jose Mourinho left, and that's Jose Roman wanted to be loved. So we went away from that sort of pretty football, and we brought in, as the AVB came in a lot. We were buying in players like your Juan Matters and people like that, who were smaller technical players, still good players. But then we carried on going down that route where we buy players who weren't hated. I like to go play. I don't care if we're hated. That's because we're good. You know, people don't like Haaland now. Why? Because he has that nasty streak, but he's good. I don't care about us being hated. We were successful. Go back to the days where Chelsea were hated. Loved it. You know, now the press don't talk about us much anymore. Why? Because there's no need to. Because we're pussycats. We are easy, you know. Anyone can play against us. Drogba made a great comment when back in the day. Remember Arsenal? They couldn't beat us at all. But then once Drogba and co left, they started beating us. And then I'm not sure if anyone remembers the tweet. Now the pussycats have gone, the mice come out to play, and that's a great analogy by Drogba. Now we've got the cats are gone, so the mice come out to play, because they know that they can play with this team and toy about with us when we don't give anything in return. You know, we just lack that physicality. In the commentary, Jamie Carragher summed it up when he said, "We are soft. We are a very soft team." He said when he was playing against Chelsea, the one thing he expected was a battle. You know, when he was coming out, he always felt, Chelsea, this is going to be a tough game. We need to be on our game. You know, all Forest had to do in that second half was just to up their physicality, up their intensity, and we faltered. I called it, and I don't like to be right with us. I was watching the game with Zane, and I said to him, it's either at 1-0, this was at 1-0 to Chelsea, I said, it's either going to be a draw or a Forest win. That's the only two outcomes I saw. Chelsea were never winning that game. And then I said that, I think 3 or 4 minutes after I said that, Forest equalised. And with that, we were lucky. We were lucky to get that, you know, come away with a draw, actually, because Forest deserved the win yesterday. You know, with better finishing and better players, they would have won that game. And what I hate to see with us as well, I don't mind us losing, because I'm not one of these fans who expect us to be on top all the time. Football is cyclical, you know. Back in the day, Liverpool were on top, then Manchester United, now then us, Man City. So I don't expect us to be. What I expect us to do is, you know, you watch football for enjoyment, and so I'm not enjoying watching Chelsea, not because even, you know, as Arsenal, you laugh at Arsenal fans, but even they were saying when they were losing, at least we were playing good football, and they got enjoyment from playing good football. We can't even say that with Chelsea. Even when we win, it's not good. I'm looking at games. I'm thinking, how many games in the past 2 seasons have I actually enjoyed watching? And I can count those games on one hand that I've actually said, yeah, I enjoyed that game of football. You know, no matter who the manager is, and I don't care if it's Potter, Tuchel, whoever, Lampard, our football in the last few years has just been the same. Sideways, backwards, just trying to get the ball out wide, spam crosses in, hoping for the best. Not a lot of patterns of play, nothing. You know, and that's the way it's been under 3 different managers. Tuchel came in, okay, steadied the ship as well. What Tuchel did, he made us difficult to score against. You know, attacking wise, we still wasn't great under Tuchel. Some may argue otherwise, but we weren't. We weren't given the opposition. He changed it by playing a 5 at the back, and you know, teams weren't actually getting shots on target against us, much as scoring goals against us. So that's what he did. But as soon as again when the personnel goes, then our game plan goes out the window. As soon as Rudiger was very important to the team, he wasn't really replaced, and not only because of his ability, he was a leader. He was, and there was all these, even when he was at all this leadership, there was all this nonsense. When we started to become a threat again, all of a sudden the press start to come with this nonsense again, where, oh, Rudiger's a troublemaker. He's like, no, he wasn't a troublemaker. All Rudiger was doing, to the likes of Chalobah, because even Chalobah came out and said it, he didn't accept low standards. If he saw the younger players weren't performing in training, he'll call them out. There's too many snowflakes in football. Again, that's a problem. Kids don't want to be told their faults. This guy, he expects standards, like Drogba's and people like that. They expect a high standard. If people ain't playing to the high standard, he's going to call them out. And sometimes he may get a bit extra physical in training. If the players don't like it, tough. He's trying to toughen these players up. I remember I was reading autobiographies of the likes of Frank Lampard and people like some of the treatment they used to get. It wasn't because they, the reason why they're getting this rough treatment is to prepare them for the big game, prepare them for big man's football, and that's what they need to do. They need to toughen up. And if he didn't see that they were too weak, he was trying to toughen them up in training sessions. And then it was, oh, he's causing trouble and all this nonsense. And that's one of the reasons I think he didn't sign his contract, because all the bad press that he was getting. Remember when we won the Champions League? What did he say? What you guys say now? Because some of our fan base was part of the problem, because they started getting on his back as well because of that. They were saying, oh, you need to go, whatever. So had we shown him a bit of love, he may have stayed. We don't know. And the fact that he's gone, that leadership has gone with him. And we ended up with all these people. We got a captain and a vice captain who don't show enough on the pitch. We got Aspilicueta, who's meant to be captain. He goes hiding when the going gets tough. I don't see him doing anything in the game. He comes out after the game and talks a good fight, but what was he doing on the pitch? How was he galvanizing the troops? Jorginho as well. He's meant to be vice captain. He's the captain when okay, he talks a bit, shouts a bit, but I don't see them galvanizing the players. We're not vocal enough. Frank Lampard said it as well. We're not vocal enough. These guys go into hiding all the time. Under Sarri, I saw that. Once we go one goal down, the side just falls apart for about 10, 15 minutes. They don't know how to react. We don't know how to come back when a team scores against us. How many comebacks have we made from being 2 goals down? I think we haven't done one for the 40 or 50 games. I can't remember what the stat is. It's alarming, and that shows a weak mentality throughout the team. Okay, I know a lot of people are still crying over Tuchel. He was a good tactician, and I'm not saying he's not a good tactician, but and that's why a lot of people are having a go at Potter as well. Potter's made mistakes. I'm not saying that Potter's the answer. He may not be, but given the Champions League victory, had we not had Rudiger, Reece James, and Ben Chilwell and Kante in that Champions League final, we wouldn't be talking about Tuchel gave us the Champions League, because those players were instrumental in us winning the Champions League. Those players have been.
So I'm sensing, Max, you believe in the process and you think Potter is the man to get us
I'm
to
not
where.
saying that. What I'm saying is, a lot of people are saying he's useless, he's this and that, without understanding the reality of it all. If you look at the beginning of the season, when we didn't have Kante and people like that, we struggled. People forget we got beat 3-0. We got bullied by Leeds. We got bullied by Southampton. Similar sort of results to what Potter's getting now. So it's quick to blame Potter for everything, all the bad things that are happening in the club, without understanding the full context of it all. Because when did Potter's results start picking up? When Reece James was in the side. As soon as Reece James came out of the side, we started to lose games. When did we look good? Again against Bournemouth first half. Why? Reece James was playing and everything seemed to click. We are one man team. It's embarrassing. Not one man team. I said 2 man, because we got Silva's kind of carrying us. But Reece James, he fixes a multitude of problems, and that's frightening. That one
So
man
does
can come out the
Kante.
side, and Kante as well. Yeah, but I'm talking about, because Kante hasn't been playing at the moment. I'm saying it's more visible now with Reece James, because Reece James is coming, and all of a sudden we look perfect. Yeah, Kante as well. Kante. So we had Reece James, Kante, Chilwell as well. I think and we had kept a Rudiger. Then maybe we'll be in the top four. No, I was going to say maybe. I could guarantee you we'll be in the top four. We'll be probably competing with the others if we had those four fit in the side. But that's ifs and buts because that's not happened. But 4 players who are important to our side. 1 sold, 3 of them out injured. The rest of them, and also add in Silva, but that's half a team. That's half a team. The rest of them need to step up, and they haven't been stepping up. Sterling and Pulisic, embarrassing yesterday. Weak, as Bobby said before, just falling down every time. You just have to blow on them. I don't want to see all these stupid videos of them going to the gym. Oh, look what we're doing. We're going to the gym. We're working out and everything else. What they've been pushing? £5? Are they pushing £5 on the dumbbells or something? Because it's not shown to me what they're doing. So I can't see. So I think Zane and Elijah, my 2 boys, could probably push more than they're pushing.
Just quickly, Max. Again, what you witnessed that day or what you observed, do you have any blames for Potter?
Of course, Potter's got to take blame. Yeah, of course he has, because like what the guys have said earlier, Bobby, Roger, etc. He has to now make the difficult decisions and say, look, you guys ain't performing. You've had your chance. Pulisic crying like a baby and was using his dad as his mouthpiece. I need to play. What's he done when he come? Nothing. He said, okay, you've had your chance. You're out now. Amari Hutchinson, okay, he may not be, but he's young. I don't care if he even puts in some bad performances. It doesn't matter. He's young. He's going to learn from them. Okay, I saw him against Aston Villa in that friendly. He looked really promising. He's willing to take players on. Yesterday we saw 2 players from Nottingham Forest, the 2 wide men. I can't even remember the guy's name, Inewinky or whatever the wide guy was, and Johnson. Yeah. What they were doing, getting the ball, and they were running with purpose, and they were frightening the hell out of our defenders. Why? Because they were taking a chance. With us, it was like always, okay, Pulisic was trying to run, but he hasn't got that intelligence in it. I'm not sure he's just running into blind alleys. I think he's had a lot of injuries, and then, like someone said, every time he gets contact, rather than staying on his feet, he wants to fall over.
It's too passive.
And Sterling doesn't even take on his man. He doesn't even take on his.
Ask Roger. He has a spreadsheet of his non-completed.
13 out of 55. It's 23.64%.
Oh my goodness!
Right.
Go ahead, Max.
That's shocking.
Yeah, terrible. So yeah, Potter's got to say, and even Hall. Hall. Every time Hall plays, Hall looks good. He can play in a multitude. He can play right back. He can play left back. He can play in the middle. He's got. Yep. He looks confident to me. He looks very confident. Give him a chance. What's that saying to players? He was a standout player against Manchester City, the standout player in the game after that, but yet he doesn't get a look in. So that says to me that it's all about senior players getting in front. So no matter how you play, it's not you're not going to get in because of your age, and that's wrong. The two good process is about making difficult decisions. Arteta, we use the Arteta. He made the difficult decision of getting rid of Aubameyang. At the time, eyebrows were raised. What's he doing? He got rid of Willian as well. He got rid of Calais. Is it Calais? Is that left back?
Ozil.
Yeah, Ozil. Yeah, he got rid of Ozil. So what was he doing? He was getting rid of the bad eggs in the team. Well, not bad. They may not be bad eggs, but he's getting rid of people who he felt were going to hold back the process. Okay, and he's brought in young, coachable players. So these young, coachable players, and now you're seeing the fruits of their labour. In the 3rd season, you're seeing what you get because he's got in players who commands respect. He showed he came in and he had that streak about him. That I'm the boss, I'm the man, I'm going to make decisions. I don't care how unpopular I may be with a fan base, with other players. It's you'll see what my results are going to achieve, and that's what he did. So that's what I want to see Potter do. he said, "Look, I'm building for the future. You guys, I don't see you on, coming along with me. So I'm going to be phasing you out. I don't care how unpopular it is. I'm going to phase you out because I'm going to be bringing in.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's capable of doing that at the moment.
That's what I want to see from him. If he's not, if it's the same old, as I haven't seen any difference of play as I saw under like the likes of Lampard or Tuchel at the beginning of the season. I haven't seen anything different from what I've been seeing, and that's what I want to do. That's what I want to see, something different, and then that way we can say, okay, this is a true transformation. And
but thank you very much for that. Again, okay, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't know you were still talking.
No. That's it, really. Basically.
All right. Again, thank you very much, Max. That's very detailed, and I love listening to you talk football, especially Chelsea. Ty, I'm going to come with you quickly, and I'll still get to Rodrigo and the last person. Again, we can get through everybody before we call it a day. Again, if you're watching, if you haven't taken a second, drop a like on the stream. We need just 8 more likes to get it to 100 likes. Let's get it to at least 110. I know we're capable of doing that. The poll that lasted just for 1 hour has 90 votes. 42%, 58% thinks Gvardiol is better than is a better player to Badiashile. But we'll see. Again, to me, I prefer Badiashile. We're looking for physicality. He's tall. He's very physical, good on the ball, and a good dribbler too. But that's by the way. Yeah, sorry.
It's like Zuma.
Yeah, but again, a better Zuma. Yeah. A better Zuma. I think Zuma's biggest issue again then was confidence, really, and some rash decisions and some mistakes here and there, which became a constant thing. Sterling and Ziyech are not direct substitutes. That's the truth to each other. They play differently. They play different roles. No, you can now you can see why the lack of tactical approach. But then again, that shouldn't take away from the fact that Ziyech made a difference. Not really, I wouldn't say made a difference. Was good when he came on. Again, can someone that says it's too early to judge Porto explain how? Again, he's doing an excellent job with Newcastle. How Eddie Howe is doing an excellent job with Newcastle with a lot of weaker squad of players. Does this not highlight how poor a job Graham Potter is doing? I'm going to highlight this.
Can I just quickly say something? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
The reason why Howe's doing such a great job over and better than what Potter did is because I mentioned this before. He has a week to implement his playing style because he hasn't got the distraction of Europe, and he was able. Remember when he first came into Newcastle, they weren't doing as well. He bought his players for specific positions, like Grimaris. He's massive to the way they play, and as is the left back, the English left back who he bought in.
Right back, Trippier.
Trippier, sorry, right back Trippier, and Dan Burns, and so he's bought in these players. So he's had a chance to bring in his players and play week in, week out on the training ground to implement his style. So that's
I have a question for you, Burton Ballerz.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Although that's true, Eddie Howe did that at Newcastle. He also did another thing, which is to re-identify some players. He gave new players different roles. I mean, Joe Linton was a striker, and then he gave him a more midfielder role. And other things. So there's a lot of factors as well to it. But yeah, I get that point. Do you think that it's only because of the backing he got in that winter window, or is it more than that?
The backing helped because they identified positions where they were weak in, especially at the back and in the middle of the park. But as you quite rightly said as well, he showed some good managerial. It was a masterstroke putting Joe Linton into the middle of the park. So that was a masterstroke as well. And he's a good manager. That's what I'm saying. He's a good manager. A lot of people, had we got him as our manager, they'll probably be turning up their noses on him because he's relegated Bournemouth. Why is he coming into our team? He's not big enough for a club like Chelsea. He's proven with the right backing and good managerial skills what he can do. So it's not always getting in the CV manager or whatever.
He doesn't have the personality of a wet carrot, like the fella we have in the dugout.
And about what is his name, Graham Potter. When you watch his body language on the sideline, it doesn't show that he has passion to coach Chelsea. Because I was watching. I remember watching Lampard on the sideline. You could see the passion. He was even having arguments with the opposition coach. But Graham Potter, he's just quiet, sitting there watching, as if like, okay, let me get my payday and just go home. I don't know what to do. This is what I see. This is what his body language tells me. Like, you don't see any passion. You don't see him, like, try to talk with the players. He doesn't even talk to the players on the field. He's just there. So I don't know what. I don't know if this is how he has been or this is his style. But if this is his style, I'm sorry, it cannot work in the big team, because you just came in and you are seeing the players that have been under coaches that were bigger than you. So you have to impose you have to show them that, hey, listen, you either listen to me or you sit at the bench. He's not showing none of that. He's just there, like he doesn't care. This is what I see from him. And even when you see him, like, he doesn't even show any sense of like anger or anything. And then you might say, okay, he talked to them in the changing room, or he talked to them on the training ground. If really he does talk to them, they come back and they repeat the same thing. Mason Mount is still the selfish player that he has been. You don't see anything change with Mason Mount. And Raheem Sterling is still doing the same thing that he has been doing. So ask yourself, or ask Porter, what has he been telling the players? Does he really tell the players that this is the mistake that you do? You have to try and change something. Does he talk to the players, or okay, we've lost, let's just go on the playing ground, do what we have to do, and then come back and then play like the way we play?
Exactly.
This is
what? I addressed that in one of the video I made yesterday about his passiveness on the touchline, which should be improved. Because also, I think another thing that it does do, especially when we're playing at home, it's the fans. If you notice how quiet our fan base is at the moment,
it's always
really
been that
dead
way, though.
there. Yeah, but I think when we had people like Tuchel there and Kante before, they used to G up the crowd as well. Their antics and stuff used to sort of G up the crowd. And I think it's quieter than what it has been. It's been a bit quiet there, but I think it's
historically, it's always been like this, though. On a
not
good day, our
historically.
crowd is pathetic. Well,
when you remember that?
No, not historically. When I used to go to
let Max drop.
Noise. Yeah, as I said, when I used to go week in, week out. Not so much more now these days, but especially the Shed End or the Matthew Harding, we used to make a hell of a noise back in the day.
Oh, poor baby's crying.
The only bit was quiet. The only bit was quiet used to be the East Stand. The East Stand was where, and then the corporate bit where the West Stand is. Apart from that, the two other sides, Matthew Harding and the Shed, we've always been vociferous.
Yeah, we're gonna let those in the chat again drive the conversation right now. Once we get to the bottom, we'll call it a day. And I was speaking, skipping quite a few because there's a lot there, and we'll be streaming for 3 hours and 31 minutes. That's a lot. I know we're enjoying the conversation, the debate. If we don't stop, we'll keep going. But go ahead if you were still talking. I want to get Ty, Rodrigo, and then go to Hakeem. Max, sorry, you were still talking.
No. I've made my point now, so yeah.
Okay. Roger, before I go to Ty, you wanted to add something?
No, I have issues with people saying about his passiveness. You look at people like Bob
Do you know
Paisley.
I intentionally asked you that question?
Yeah, no, I know. Because you look at people, Bob Paisley, he's won 3 Champions League. He's won multiple Division 1s. It's, you know what? I've seen him where he's been animated also. Predominantly, he's not animated. I concur. But you can have a different cerebral approach. You don't have to scream and swear and get in someone's face.
No, I would disagree with you because look at this coach.
Let him drop.
Everyone else has said that, and I'm like, I disagree because I've seen in other sports and in other areas where managers have been successful where they don't do that. So
Can you give us one?
Yeah, I just did. Bob Paisley, for instance.
When?
But in the 70s. But guess what? He won 3 European Cups, the first and only one. In fact, he's the only one to ever do it, where the home nation, where the club has predominantly 10 or 11 players playing for it. Where are you coming from? I'm just giving you.
Did you watch the World Cup? Did you watch the World Cup?
Sorry. But if we have a manager that is winning and has that kind of passiveness, it's okay. But you're not winning.
That's the point, Roger. That one is actually it makes sense. Yeah.
No, it's
Roger,
not
here's the thing. If you're winning, if you like, be taking a nap during the game. That's fine.
Based on that logic, you would win every game then. Based on that logic.
Roger, here's the thing. Let me give you one example. And I actually was thinking, Max. I was actually thinking.
No, go ahead. Don't let me drop then.
No. Okay, go ahead, drop. Go ahead, drop, Roger. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because by your logic, then we must have someone that's so animated like a professional wrestling announcer and scream all the time, and then we'd win every game. No, that's
exactly. This is what we need, of course, because it's like the players are not listening.
Of course, you have to. Go ahead, Roger. Go ahead. Let Roger drop. I don't want it to turn into a fight. Go ahead, Roger. Drop.
I was being facetious. You can impart what you have to do. Your players are only as good as they're capable. If they're going to be soft, like be fallen over, for instance, like I'm picking on Pulisic and Sterling yesterday, he could be screaming at them all he wants. I'll give you a really good example. You look at Mourinho, what he did with Luke Shaw in Man United. It's commonly known that he belittled him so much that his confidence shrunk. So he can have a negative approach also. Okay, so I've seen people that have a logical approach in multiple sports. They don't to be animated.
No, sorry, Rogers.
Roger, I'm starting to believe that this is like
Sorry, Rogers. Yelling at players or yelling them during games is not what we're saying. But when you are animated, maybe the touchline, the officials see that, the fans see that moves everybody. Exactly. But when it's so quiet, your team is not playing well and you're quiet, every decisions go, you're not challenging the decisions, getting animated at the touchline, that doesn't help. So
I want to mention
Roger just couldn't resist. He couldn't. Hold on. I'm coming. Because Ty hasn't spoken, and we still have Roger here, and we still have Rodrigo here. Roger couldn't resist again representing his client. Here's the thing, Roger.
It's not just my client; it's other people. Like I said, you don't have to be animated. Like as I
I agree with you on that, Roger. That's who Potter is. But at least, for instance, on the day that we were losing 1-0 to Arsenal, and Arteta was still even the most active on the touchline.
Exactly.
Is that acceptable to you? Really? And Roger, we talked about
it's a style.
Being active on the touchline can actually sway decisions to your side sometimes.
Exactly.
But go ahead, Roger, if you have anything else to say, let's move on. And I'm sorry that you got mad. I think you thought maybe I caught into you.
No. Because it could be also counterproductive because it's called calling wolf. It's like you can also be like when you're diving. If you dive too much, the ref is going to look at it and say, you know what? It's like, no, that's just a bloody professional dive again. Where's your snorkels? So it can be counterproductive. So therefore, when you hardly do berate an official, but when you do actually berate them, guess what? Then it carries more weight.
Roger,
so you can look at it logically both ways, gentlemen.
The Bob pays the analogy.
You're going to face this fight alone. I'm not going to even support you.
Doesn't mean it's like listen, it's my opinion. Simple as
that. Yeah, I know, and we understand that, and it's making the conversation again more interesting. And I'm surprised. I was thinking really, Max was going to be on your side, but he talked about the importance of being vocal on the touchline at least, especially when you.
And I've seen him being vocal, but it's seldom. So that means
exactly. But that's
when he believes it's warranted, gentlemen.
And here's the thing, Roger. Something as I know quite well that you heard me say before. Majority of the most successful managers are very vocal on the touchline. Name them, but you just picked out one, which is good. To me, I'm not saying he's not going to be successful without being vocal on the touchline.
Klopp, he goes over the top and he's berated for it.
But still, it works for him to a certain measure. There's a downside to it. I agree.
Yes, there is.
It's like but go ahead, Ty, quickly. Ty, your observations on the game so that I can go to Rodrigo and get his thought. And we still have Hakim here. We can call it a day, really. This is so, again, delicious. a delicious debate that if we don't stop, we're going to keep going. But Ty, your thoughts, your observations on from the game. Who do you blame for what we witnessed yesterday?
I would blame both the players, most of the players, and the manager
Who,
slightly.
again, majority of the
I
blame
think
goes to who?
the players.
Go ahead.
Because I mean, I was frustrated. I let my emotions get the best of me. But when you look at it, and the way that I look at it is that we've had the same issue with most, although we have a couple of new signings, with the same bunch of players and what they're not bringing to the team. So it cannot be the manager only. That's the issue. Because if you have this issue, even if you don't respect Lampard, if you don't think it was good enough, he said something that I will always respect, which is that Chelsea are not good enough. They need up to 5 years of consistent building, consistent players, and without that, you can't go anywhere. What I noticed in that game, and it's something that is quite funny to me, is the fact that it goes back to that Bournemouth game as well. We were thriving mostly on that right side, but against Tottenham Forest, the aim was right side first, and then we realized that wasn't really working with Ashby. We shifted to the left, and then the left side was actually the way we got our goal. As lucky as it was, that's how we got our goal. There's always going to be this issue of having midfielders not being present. It's been a situation we've had for years. We covered up for it by utilizing 3 midfielders, and although it probably fooled some fans that the issue was solved, but it hasn't been solved. We still have a Jorginho that needs support, and if he's not supported, we're gonna have that consistent issue. And I know a lot of people are not a fan of Jorginho, but he's a player that is still contracted at Chelsea until that contract ends, whenever it ends, it's going to be a case where he has to play because players have to play. I think when I see people on Twitter and when I see people on YouTube speak about certain things, I have to think to myself, what's the point? What is the point of this big rant that's going on? We know the issues. We are aware that it takes time.
Ty, it is not rant. Just go ahead.
All right. What's the reason behind all these complaints, these criticism? I can't even talk. I think when it comes on to that, I think it's important that we remember that we have these issues. It's not new, and it's something that supposedly we're trying to work on. But I think that in terms of what people are saying that the main factor and what the common factor is why we're struggling in the midfield is because of this one player. And if we were not playing this one player, we would not be having these issues. We still had issues, even when that player came off. So it's not a case where because of him we were doing it. Yes, he didn't help the case. He was doing sideways passes. He was making passes and he's not able to get back and claim the ball or win the ball back. He's easily overturned. This is something that I had to ask a question. Although they're 2 different profiles, I had to ask about Fabregas, and I've been hearing mixed things about it. Was he physical enough? No, he was not entirely physical.
Here's the thing. I think what Bobby really was talking about, I think you could say, and then during Jose Mourinho's time, especially his second stint, we had a mix of, you could say, players who you would consider soft, and then physical play. It was a good mix. Fabregas, when he played, he wasn't playing that deep, really. Was he? Correct me if I'm wrong. So we had other players who were defensively minded, who covers up for Fabregas's lack of defensive aspect of the game. I believe he lacks in that aspect. So
yeah, but you're supporting my point.
Yeah. So go ahead.
So the point is, and even on the Conte, I am aware that Fabregas did not really have that integral role really under Conte. But even then, you still had Kante, you still had Matic, you still had a competent at that time centre back that was filling in as a DM in terms of when the recognizable DM is more advanced. You have him sitting in that midfield in that central role. I think that what we need to understand is that we need to understand that without certain midfielders present beside Jorginho, he's gonna always struggle. And people bring up the fact that against Leeds when we lost embarrassingly, he was a common factor. But another factor is that the midfield was disjointed. You need, if you're aware that Jorginho needs support, you need to have extensive amounts of support for him. You need to ensure that that support is consistent and he's not being isolated, because when he's isolated, you know what's going to happen. And for me, this is why I have to say that it's partially on Potter, because yes, I can agree that he needs to do more than just sitting down. And even somebody in the chat is saying that Ancelotti is not really animated, but he's still able to get his points across. You do see him
for Ancelotti, when he sees what he doesn't like, he stands up immediately. If he doesn't speak, he changes you right away. Go ahead.
Exactly. So it's not a case, which is why I can agree partially with the point that I was saying on the panel about you cannot be a case where your team is doing badly and you're just sitting down there rubbing your chin, or you're just sitting there relaxing. I mean, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good in any shape or form. And the fact that even with the example you gave about Arteta when we were playing against Arsenal, you could see, and this is what I liked about the camera angle. You could see the difference between both managers. One was more animated, and they were leading 1-0, but he wanted his team to get another goal. We don't really seem to have that hunger or anybody to really push the team to say, let's get a second goal. Fine, we did it against Bournemouth, but even then we were struggling, and James was important. So and Burton Ballerz made this valid point as well, which I think needs to be appreciated. The fact is, and I'm hoping it's not like this, but it's starting to look like it. We are starting to look like a team where if we don't have certain players playing, and it goes back to over reliance. You cannot be relying on certain players to do this for you. It's starting to look as if Reece James has inherited this Hazard role in the team, where if you don't have somebody that can turn the game on its head, you're not gonna have that vigor. You're not gonna have that hunger to do something. And I think that it always goes back to something that I keep mentioning, and I think there's a lack of mentality. There's a lack of hunger, and I think complacency is very common in this team, and there's a factor that is very concerning. I'm not sure what we're gonna do to fix that issue, but I don't know if it's new players. I don't know if it's some structural thing from the inside, but we have mentality issues. We don't understand the importance of trying to build on something that you have. We tend to relax too soon, and when we don't really push for it, we start to suffer. So I'm not sure, but I think something that was important is that our midfield was an issue, but at the same time, we don't really have the depth in quality to really say that boom, James is not available, we can use this player. We don't really have that luxury, so we're going to always suffer in that regard.
Yeah, again, for me, like I said, to me, I blame the manager mainly. He had the duration of the World Cup to find solution to the issues, but he didn't. But that's by the way, I'm going to go to Rodrigo. I don't want to waste too much time talking. And what we have on the screen here from Shakti Purda is practically impossible. He says the only way Chelsea will be back on top is Jose Mourinho with same transfer market as 2004. So that's really impossible. So Rodrigo, you go ahead. Tell me your observations from the game. Who do you blame mainly?
I blame mainly 99.9% on the guy you have on the screen.
And if you say anything differently, I'll be surprised.
Look at him. Makes my blood boil. I'm losing my head. What do we begin? Look at the game. I was happy with the lineup. I came on a pre-game stream because
we couldn't do otherwise, really, looking at the injuries and everything.
I thought, right, he's gonna keep Zakaria closer to Jorginho, and then playing the double pivot. What he does, he pushed Zakaria way too far up, leaves Jorginho alone. There was a time where Thiago Silva was stepping midfield. It was literally the last line in midfield because Jorginho was also pushing. Right? I'm convinced this guy doesn't watch games after. I don't think you watch Chelsea game, you watch the Bournemouth game, you watch all the games, you keep doing the same thing. Someone even said here the mistakes that the players are doing is the same stupid mistake they do every game. It's like there's no accountability in this team, and I think that's all start from the manager. I don't like his demeanor. I don't like his style after his press conferences. I don't like what he says after the game. You can be quiet on the touchline, but you can't come out after the game and say the stuff that he says. That's unacceptable. That's a sackable offense in my eyes. This guy, I think, has lost it. Personally, I blame Todd Boehly. I think Todd Boehly should be on fraud watch as well. You don't spend £300 million on a manager, sack him after 1 week, and then get this guy an intern.
So you're in the list of those that are still crying.
Yeah, I'm not crying. I'm just saying.
No, but I'm just kidding. Yeah, but you get my point. Go ahead, Rodrigo.
I get what you mean. I say, yeah, I don't mind. Sack Tuchel if you don't like him. Yeah, fair enough. You have two options. You either sack.
Sorry, my battery might go now.
Okay. If I remember, Bobby, again, as an OG here, you can come in anytime you want. But go ahead, Rodrigo.
Yeah, you have two options for Tuchel. You either sack him when the summer window opens, so you get your new manager, you get your people in to do the recruitment, so to shape up the team the way they want it, or you sack Tuchel, but you get an interim manager in. You don't rush into making a decision. You get us an intern. This guy has no pedigree to manage a club like Chelsea. He came out of nowhere. Even Brighton,
But you start from somewhere.
Yeah, the run of Brighton.
There's a force for everything, but go ahead with what you were saying.
Yeah, but the run, I don't think Brighton. I don't use the run of Brighton as anything because he had 31 win percentage of Brighton. Even the Brighton fans were getting onto him. You remember he came out in the press conference after the game and said, "Oh, the fans should know what sort of club Brighton is." The Brighton fans couldn't take it. They couldn't take it anymore. They were getting onto him. So that just tells you. He wasn't, for me personally, he's not qualified. Oh, right. It depends on what you want to achieve. If Todd Boehly wants to build the team where we're going to
never liked him
and sell them and sell these players, fair enough. Build a team of young players. But he's never doing that. He's not building these underperforming senior players. He's scared of them. I see that. He's not going to drop. You guys think he's going to drop Sterling? There is no chance. No chance.
Yeah, I sadly agree.
He's never going to drop Sterling. He's never going to... Personally, if Aspie's not playing well, listen, I don't know what the kid in the academy that plays right back. Bring that kid in. It can't be any worse than Aspie. You need to do something because I don't think... I know Roger brought up Bob Paisley. Bob Paisley would never say the stuff that this guy said in press conference. There's a famous quote. I don't know if it's true, but Liverpool fan put it out there. They say Bob Paisley said one of the worst season he had is they finished second because he had a mentality. I know he's quite on the touchline, but he knows what he demands from the players. This manager is not demanding enough from these players. And I'm scared. I'm scared to give this guy a £200 million to spend on a team. The good thing is there's the structure in.
I want to tell you something. I want to tell you something. Sorry. Do you remember Tottenham versus Liverpool? Mourinho was the coach of Tottenham, and Tottenham played awful, and Liverpool win the game. After the match, Mourinho said the team that played the best game lose the game. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah.
They do quite well. Go ahead, Rodrigo. Again, that's I don't think you'd see that with Potter really. But go ahead.
Todd Boehly made a huge mistake. I don't mind. It's the timing. I don't care if he had to sack Tuchel. Fair enough. That's not an argument. I'm saying it.
Actually, I disagree with that.
I mean, you can't. If they can't work together, fair enough. They can't work together. My biggest issue there is the timing. We could listen. Yeah, I think if they gave this team to the assistant manager, another 2 Germans that came with Tuchel, like the other English guy, if you just gave him the team as on an interim basis, we'll probably be on the same stage, same level, but at least we'll know we're not rushing the decision and appointing an intern. This guy is he's doing an internship at a club like Chelsea.
Can I just interject for 1 second? The reason why I say I don't agree with that is because Tuchel had got us through to every single final.
It's about that.
Cup-wise.
It's about the working relationship.
No, I get that, but it also can be. It takes 2. Yes, I know he's your owner, your superior, etc. However, he could have been brash also. He could have looked at it from a different angle. This is an elite, world-class coach. And sometimes you have to make exceptions for. I'm not talking about the gentleman on the screen. Obviously, I'm talking about Tuchel. And so sometimes you have to make exceptions for those. So that was just my 2 cents. I apologize. Please continue.
Personally, I won't give him a transfer window at all. I'd rather just, you need to prove to me with the young players that we have, play them first before we start spending 120 million pounds on that player. And then we come back at the end of the season. If he's not, personally, I want him gone. I wanted him gone before the.
Yeah.
So I think.
Here's the thing. I know in terms of his pedigree or what he's won, if you prefer that, there's a first for everything. And I've said this before. Pep Guardiola wasn't born with the trophies he's won as a manager. Mourinho wasn't. Pep was at one time the manager for Barcelona B team or so. Or what's it called? Yeah, but I get the argument. Again, hear me out. I was Potter's biggest fan until he joined Chelsea, and from what I'm seeing, I'm really concerned. He seemed confused at the moment. Will that change? I don't really know. But we will find out. Go ahead, Rodrigo.
I'm saying, look at Guardiola. He came in, dropped the big superstar, Eto'o, Ronaldinho, because he had the balls.
And the goalkeeper.
Yeah, he just came in and changed all of that. This guy, I don't think he can do that. That's my big issue. I want to. If you tell me, the process is to bed in the young players, build a team for the future, have this team of under 25, but that's not what's happening on the field. On the pitch, I see a manager who's panicking, who's trying to win games, and he's just throwing in all these players that keep letting him down. I personally don't think these people sit down after games and watch the game back. Because if
an assumption,
I don't think they will. Come on, what's the point? Then they're really bad at their jobs then, because they keep doing the same mistake. He has to go.
There is one thing I totally agree with you. It's like I don't think he has the cojones to drop a Pulisic or a Sterling. I don't think I can't see him doing it. If he does, I will. You can blow me down with a feather because I'll be shocked, because I don't see him having the. I just don't see him doing that, and that concerns me. If we want to criticize him, this is my concern, that he's too beholden to certain players, and I find that an issue. So that, I criticize when it's warranted, and I think this is a valid criticism.
Yeah, sorry. Can I just quickly chip this in?
Go ahead, and I'll bring in Hakeem.
Yeah, what happened to the players who went to the World Cup and those that didn't go to the World Cup? The likes of Chalobah, the likes of Chukwuemeka. When we were reading comments about him saying, "Oh, he's been impressed with the way Chukwuemeka has been playing, training, and all." And then Azpilicueta, can somebody tell me, would Chalobah do any worse than what Azpilicueta is doing? Chalobah was around during the World Cup training, yet he's not played the 2 games. The last 2 games he's not featured.
Yeah, that's an issue for me. That is an issue for me.
How can you motivate? Yeah. Because we went into the World Cup knowing that we won't have Reece James. So how can you say you could not train Chalobah during the period of 1 month the World Cup was on to make sure, okay, Azpilicueta was at the World Cup, why can you not train Chalobah to say, oh, that's going to be my right-sided defender? Instead, you drop this player, and Chukwuemeka has been dropped.
And if anything is wrong, let us know. If anything is wrong with Chalobah, let us know.
Exactly. And then if we go back to the issue of Chelsea depending on or saying that Reece James is injured, so he impacts on our results. then we're not the football club we assume we are or we think we are. If Reece James getting injured will impact on results for us, then that's the alarm bell should be ringing.
But that's
because
fact,
I don't agree. I
That's
really
a
don't
fact.
agree that I know we will miss something from Reece James, him not being
And
available, but
Kante.
that shouldn't be
And
the
Kante.
yardstick. That shouldn't be the yardstick to judge that because Reece James or Ben Chilwell are absent or are not available, then results should go. We're playing since we played Bournemouth. Reece James, I can look at the fixtures. Reece James got injured when we played AC Milan. And after AC Milan, we played like Aston Villa without Reece James, we won 2-0. We played Brentford, we drew 0-0. We played Manchester United, we drew 1-1. We played Red Bull Salzburg, we won 2-1. We played Dynamo Zagreb, we won 2-1 without Reece James. So Reece James cannot be the yardstick to judge our performance. If that is the case, then we should all the other players should just give their salaries to Reece James. Let him be taking the pay.
Yeah, but how did we play though? We played horribly in those games.
Exactly.
Yeah, but we got the results. We got the results.
Yeah, but that's masking the issue.
But Chalobah was playing. Most of these games I mentioned, Chalobah was involved in the team.
I love Chalobah, but I'm just saying, with all due respect, that's masking. That's like putting a Band-Aid on a cut. You're not looking
should it
at
be
what's
like
causing
that?
the cut.
Roger, should it be like that?
I don't understand.
And then sorry.
No,
let me just
should it be should the case be when Reece James isn't playing, you will play horribly? No,
but that's been the case with Kante, Silva, and
that's what I'm saying.
Reece
That
James.
highlights the issues we have in the squad.
Yes,
That must be sorted
okay.
out.
You're
For me,
sorry. Can I just say this quickly before I leave, please? Let me just say this quickly. If you have a new manager coming in, when Arteta took over Arsenal, I'm not an Arsenal fan, but I was saying it then. You could see what this guy was trying to do, but the players were not good enough for what he wanted. But we could see the style he was trying to implement, Arteta. Look at Vincent Kompany that went to Burnley that was relegated. We all know what Burnley under Sean Dyche looked like. Look at the transformation of Burnley Football Club now. Look at Eddie Howe for Newcastle. What is implemented? I've not seen style of what Potter is trying to do with these players. I mean, if we see the style, if we see what he's trying to do, he lacks the players to implement this, then we could say, okay, let's give him time. But what time are we going to give him with what we're saying? I don't understand it. I can't see any style, what he's trying to do. And he's not playing them. If you say Chalobah, how are you going to motivate that lad to say he's been home for 1 month during the World Cup training? Yet
it's something that's an issue, and Ty is saying again there's a fitness issue, but
I don't think I will agree with that, because if somebody makes the bench, then there's no fitness issue. If somebody makes the bench, 2 games he's made the bench. So if it's fitness issue, why did Loftus-Cheek not make? Why did Loftus-Cheek not make the bench? We clearly know he's not fit enough. So Chalobah has been on the bench, and if you see. Watch the game yesterday after the final whistle. They zoomed the camera to Chalobah on the bench. You could see his demeanor. You could clearly see the guy's facial expression. It's not good enough. You're not encouraging this boy. Koulibaly was at the World Cup. Silva was at the World Cup. What's it called now? The other lad. Most of them were at the World Cup. Mount at the World Cup. Chukwuemeka was home training. Where are you going to compare? Where are you going to give these guys the confidence to go and play? Yet it's not as if these people that are in are playing much better. They are doing exceptionally well to say, okay, we are not going to bench them because of this reason.
Right. I want to see Carney play a lot more.
Go ahead, Ty, quickly, because Hakeem is waiting. He hasn't spoken, and I want to get Max's final input before we call it a day. Go ahead, Ty, with what you wanted to say. I know it was something you heard you wanted to address.
Yes, when I there's a difference between fitness and injury issue. Fitness issue means that you can't start the game, but you can finish it. What I can agree is that if they made some plan to give him an opportunity to play, and you have to manage his minutes, then fine. That's what we have to do as a career. We can't play him consistently, because due to him not playing for a certain month, he's going to need time to adjust to playing, because when your body's not accustomed to moving in certain ways, when you have to be adding, you have to utilize more energy, and you have to utilize your body in a different way, it's not as easy to adjust. So that is understandable. But to say that why couldn't he not have done this or why he can't do that, it's not really a fair statement to make, because Chalobah has had fitness issues in the past. He's had little knocks here and there that has come up. So he has a fitness problem. So I can agree that fine, we're not seeing anything good. So to take up one of the defenders, give Chalobah opportunity, but we can't start him just because he's on the bench, because we've seen where players are on the bench, but they can only play for a certain amount of minutes. So not because he's on the bench means that he could have started.
Yep. Again, I like this one here. We're all arguing because we love the club and we're not happy. It's as simple as that. Nobody means to insult anybody, and it's been civil, really. So Hakeem, your thoughts before I get the final thoughts from the OGs in the house, and we'll call it a day.
Yeah. For me, if you ask me who to blame, I'm going to blame Graham Potter 100%, because we were saved by the World Cup because everything was embarrassing, and then we went on the World Cup, and we think we will come back and see something different, and all of us were excited when the World Cup started. After the World Cup, the question we should ask ourselves, he had the time to train with the players, and if there's something he should address, if there's something that the players are doing that he is not seeing, he doesn't give him the results that he needs, by now, as a good coach, you should be able to solve that problem. And we come back, and then the Chelsea team is still playing the same way they used to play. And to me, I feel like things are getting worse. And I agree with one of my brothers that said that he maybe they don't watch the game after our matches, because I see Mason Mount doing the same thing that he was doing, committing the same mistake. Raheem Sterling, still on the ball, can't dribble. Okay, we know you cannot dribble.
It's not about just he can't dribble. He cannot gut the ball. Sometimes when certain players has the ball, you can't take it off of them. But once somebody comes from behind, they're getting the ball from Raheem Sterling.
It's so easy. It's so easy to take the ball from him, and it has been consistent. Not like our game before this game. He did well. He was able to dribble on that day, and then it's more like master reset. He's gone back to the player that he used to be when he came to Chelsea, and our forward line. It's so shambolic. They cannot get anything right. And our Pulisic, I agree. People blame Pulisic of his ways of playing. People say he's not physical enough. That is his nature. He has limitation. He's not physical enough. But on this game, Pulisic, it looks to be like the only player that is trying to make something happen. I disagree when people blame him and tell him that we have people players like Grealish who falls down and but still they get playing time. Players like Hazard. Hazard used to be the most foul player in English Premier League. Pulisic also. I don't see why people have to blame Pulisic for getting foul. This is English Premier League. It gets physical sometimes.
No, Pulisic, he gets pushed off the ball when it's not even a foul. That's what you have to understand.
But honestly, if I'm being honest, and again, please, I don't mean insult to anybody. I think the way we talked about the players after that, again, a draw that feels like as it felt like as if it was a loss. I think we're just emotions were high, and we were angrily pointing fingers at one player and the other, without really paying attention to what the issue was. Really, mainly on the day. But go ahead, Hakeem.
And then the other point that I also want to tackle is some players, to tell you the truth, they are not good enough to be wearing the Chelsea shirt. Players like Aspi,
which means it's not 100% the manager's fault again.
It all comes down to the managers. You have to identify this problem.
But you get my argument. If you say it before, you blame the manager 100%, and now you're saying some players are the reason, which means it's not 100% the manager. But go ahead, I get your argument.
Players like Aspi, J5, I think they are way out of their prime. Players like what is his name? I like Koulibaly, but Koulibaly has to step up. He has to step up on his game. I don't know if the reshuffle of the back four that is causing the problem. But Aspie, listen, one of my brothers is also saying we should go to the academy and get some players and bring, like, they can't be worse than Aspie. What Aspie is giving Chelsea right now, listen, a local Sunday league player can do better than what Aspie is doing it at Chelsea at this moment. And the issue with Zakaria, like, sometimes, you know, the team plays bad, and then we use some players as scapegoat. You know, he wants to make the changes, and the changes that Graham Potter make, it's not like a game-changing tactics. Like, it's just like, okay, let me just take these players inside and then put these players inside, and hopefully it will make a difference. This is the changes that he made. The only solid change that I think he did was bringing Hakim Ziyech by taking, I think, Raheem Sterling out, or who? Yeah, and then bringing Hakim Ziyech. And about his backroom staff, I don't know what they talk about. I don't know if, like, you know, his backroom staff also, you know, Tuchel, sometimes when Tuchel was the Chelsea manager, he used to listen to his backroom staff, you know, used to be like his main, they used to play a major role in his coaching, because I remember he made a tactical change, which he came out and said that, oh, okay, his backroom staff told him to bring Hanson Odai on this side because he feels, you know, one cross from Hanson Odai could make the difference, and it made the difference. But to call with Potter, trust me, I don't have confidence in him and his backroom staff also. When I see them sitting, I don't see them doing it. Like, I don't see them trying to do something to make changes. Like, it's more like everything is on him, right? Like, it's more like everything is on him, and his backroom staff are not also helping. Because I think if you are a coach, and then if you are a part of the backroom staff, you know, even if your coach is not saying some things like how Raheem Sterling is playing, Mason Mount is playing, you, the backroom staff, you have to talk to your coach. Your coach will listen. But I don't see this happening. I don't see it from the coach, and I don't see it from the backroom staff. I'm sorry. Like, for me, at this moment,
no, you don't have to be sorry about it. We all see things from different lenses, and they are entitled to our opinion. So go ahead. When you drop you could say delicious point you're making right there. Go ahead.
Yeah, the last thing that I just want to say at this moment, for me, I don't see as, like, I don't see anything positive from this team. Like, with this player, with the players that he has, you know, he has to give us results. But if you cannot give us results from these players, then I don't see us getting anywhere with Potter. But for me, I feel like Potter has to go.
Okay, go ahead.
How long do you want to give him?
How long would I like to give him?
Everybody. How long do you think Potter should be given?
I think he has had enough. Like, at this moment, at this moment he's ranked one.
Drop. Go ahead.
At this moment he ranks one of the worst coaches. He's ranked one of the worst coaches in Chelsea's history. Like, for God's sake, we had a coach from Israel. Israel is not a football nation. We had a coach,
Avram Grant.
Yeah, he came and he took us to finals. And you're talking about Graham Potter, who is from England, and he cannot do anything. You don't see anything.
There's an argument against that, actually. If you want to say that the team that Avram Grant took to the final, then even my grandma will win the Champions League with them. Yeah. If we're being honest. The team that Avram Grant had.
But they also played like really good football.
But here's the thing. Let me be honest. You made a great point in the sense that, again, there's no measuring how much time you give a manager. There's how a performance will keep going. You will know it will never change. You can't say 6 months. You can't say 1 year. You can't say 5. There's no. If we're being honest, there's no measure really. In this case, there's a chance on the again. If it was Roman Abramovich by now, we would have been looking at another manager. It depends on who you're dealing with.
Well, so Alex Ferguson didn't win in his.
No guarantee of that.
It took him what?
We are not Manchester. I'm sorry, we are not Manchester. We are Chelsea.
Yeah, I'm quite aware of my geography. I know my geography. I was actually born in London. I'm saying
I know you're born in Roger, but here's the point it's making, Al. And the truth is, we're not Manchester. And at that time, in that era in football has just gone, really.
But I'm just and therefore he would not be able to succeed today. He wouldn't be the winningest
that's
coach
the truth.
ever.
That's the truth. But again,
sorry, excuse me. Can I just come in here?
Yeah, you can come in. I wanted to get Roger, I'll still come to you. I wanted to get Max to talk so that we can round up. But go ahead. What do you want to say, Eddie?
Sorry, the argument about the squad not good enough for Potter to handle or whatever, I don't buy into that. When Tuchel came over, it was the same squad that Lampard had that we were almost dragged into the relegation zone. That he took.
Yeah, go ahead.
Rudiger.
The same squad that he took. Rudiger was completely out of the squad. He built Rudiger. So let's assume if we didn't have Tuchel coming in and built Rudiger, by now we'll be saying Rudiger is finished as a footballer. So which means if Potter comes in, if you see any average player, it's your duty to develop these players. So this squad, nobody can tell me that this squad that we have now is not
without Rudiger, really.
Sorry, say that again.
He's just making a point. Go ahead, Eddie. He's just making a point.
I'm just saying a point that Tuchel brought Rudiger and developed him to the player that Rudiger was before he left Chelsea. That we all are saying, oh, Rudiger is one of the best defenders. So if Potter comes in this squad, we're saying, oh, the team that Abraham Grant took to the Champions League is good enough to win the Champions League or to perform well. No, I disagree. If Abraham Grant didn't, if it was Potter, let's take it the other way. If it was Potter handling that team, maybe the result we would say the squad wasn't good enough. It's exactly what we have now. We're just only the benefit of hindsight is what we have. Looking back to what Abraham Grant did. If Abraham Grant comes to take over this team that we're saying, oh, they're not performing now, this performance will be better. I think so. Potter is just a manager, surprisingly, because I felt a manager that's been in the Premier League, knows the Premier League, you're coming in, you should be a easy fit to the league. You understand the league. You don't need any time to teach you what you're going to face in the league. He should be well adapted to the system of the league. He should be well ready to face the competition. But now, he's just only trying to say, making even the good players that we have, or even players that were okay, before making them to look so bad this time under him. That's exactly what the same as Aspilicueta we are talking about, that is turning to an average player. Some more manager, Aspilicueta went to the World Cup with Spain.
Yeah, dude, he's
Aspilicueta went.
Come on.
So man. Look at Alonso.
Hold on. Let him drop.
No, I'm just saying the point. Look at Alonso. Managers develop players differently. Look at Alonso that we sold. Look at Alonso for Barcelona. He's playing the centre back, left centre back for them. Alonso. So we have players. If a manager, so if you take Potter, I'm telling you, if we take Potter and take to Man City team, it might turn them to an average team. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Sure, if you insist.
So if we say this squad is not good enough for Potter to get result against Nottingham Forest, to get the result against Brighton, to get result even if it's a draw against Arsenal or at home beat Arsenal, that Potter took us to that. I mean, took us to the level where we were playing Man City. Man City could not beat us over many games. We were defeating Man City. Then what are we talking about? This squad of players, they are good enough to do better than what we are saying. 9th or 8th position is not good enough for this squad of players, no matter what angle we look at it. He's been there, he knows the league, he knows everything. So it's not as if he's only just coming into the league to understand, oh, I'm just getting used to the league. Potter has never, Tuchel never coached in the Premier League. He came in, developed the players, made the team unbeatable. He went for so long, they could not score against us. It looked as if we were playing and everybody was confident that this team would never concede. Our team would never concede. He built it from the back. And then we started creating chances.
He's a world-class coach.
Oh, so
that's what we're saying. World-class coach.
He's a world-class coach, and he could only come in 4th and 3rd. So
Potter is not a world-class coach. I agree.
I agree with you.
The results are not good enough for this squad of players that we have. I can coach this team and perform better than what Potter is doing because I will see clearly that Sterling is not good enough. I will see clearly that Mason Mount is not giving me what I need. I will see clearly that J5 is not good enough in some games. So those are the little mistakes that he is making as a manager.
That's very modest of you, sir.
Yeah, just one thing is clear. One thing I think we can all agree to is that we don't have the best team in the league. We don't have the worst team in the league. But if we're being truthful to ourselves, we should be doing better than we're doing right now. Even though, count
exactly.
the injuries, count everything. My point has always been we should be doing better than we're doing. We look very disjointed in so many games we played under Graham Potter. This is not me saying he's a bad manager, but something isn't quite right. Maybe he's too in a hurry to implement his style of play. Thomas Tuchel, when he first arrived, started solving the issues, gradually building from the back, solidified the defensive aspect of the whole thing. Then gradually we started seeing his style of play. This is not the first time we've had managers come in mid-season. Maybe he's been drastic about the whole thing. Maybe he needs to slow down a bit, stabilize the ship.
Something is definitely wrong. You're right. Something is
definitely wrong. Unfortunately, coach, I can't see any style this man is implementing. Let's be factual. There is no style
like that now. There's no clarity on where we're going with the
There is no style he's implementing. So we cannot say he's too rash about trying to implement his style. I can't see no style. The little knowledge I have about football, there is no style he's trying to implement. So I can't see nothing he's trying to implement in a hurry. He's not.
Just quickly, Max, coming to you. We need to round off as soon as possible. This has been long. I know it's been a good debate. Again, I like this. Again, that was civil about that. Max, coming to you. Your thoughts on the way forward. What can we do again to solve the issues, the immediate issues we know that exist? Because again, I'm going to repeat myself. As much as we don't have the best team in the league, we don't have the worst team in the league. But the truth is, we should be doing better. But your thoughts, the way forward, Max.
I've been listening with amusement, actually, on some of the comments.
It's enjoyable, isn't it?
It's entertainment, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Yeah. The guy who was speaking before, you clearly don't know a lot about Avram Grant, if you're saying the things he said. I've seen Avram Grant firsthand, and this guy didn't have a clue. To say that he's better than Potter, that's beyond a joke, okay? As coach said, the only reason the players coached themselves. Okay, I was at the.
It was evident then, actually. It was evident how the players were behaving. It was all. Yeah, go ahead.
But I'm talking from fact.
I know what Brett Boy's going to use.
I'm talking from fact. So some people just use little, I don't know, sound bites and tabloidy things to make their points without knowing the full. In depth, what's behind everything? Okay, I was at the game where we played Tottenham Hotspurs in a cup final. Avram Grant, when it came to the team talk, when it went into extra time, he was scratching his head, looking uninterested. He didn't know how to do. John Terry was the one who was giving the team talk to the team. Avram Grant didn't say a word. He wasn't even in the huddle. He was on the periphery, scratching his head. Okay? I know people who work for Chelsea. I know someone who's in the ground staff for Chelsea. One day he was watching the under-21s play. He was watching them for 5 minutes before he realised, this is not the first team, this is under-21s. Okay? And that's a fact. Okay? So don't tell me about Avram Grant. Okay? So that's, Graham Potter, the way forward now. Graham Potter, okay, I mentioned it before. What he needs to do, he needs to be ruthless. Yeah? I don't want to hear things in the press about, Mason Mount says he needs to play a number of games in order to get his rhythm. Nonsense. Rubbish.
Yeah, that was really crazy to say in public, really.
That was crazy. So what he's saying is Mason Mount can play however he wants. Bad performance, also bad performance. But because he needs a rhythm, he has to stay in the team. You don't send out that message. Someone said, the one thing I do agree with the last person who was talking is about the treatment of Trevor Chalobah. Okay, injured or not injured, I think this guy, he's come in, not put a foot wrong. Yesterday, we needed his pace because we, especially down that side where Aspilicueta's slow and Koulibaly hasn't adjusted to the Premier League, lack of pace. He was getting toasted. One thing Chalobah's got is pace. And it's sending out a bad message to Chalobah, not playing him after some good performances. Hall, Chukwuemeka, those people, they need to be implemented into the side, and they have to do it quickly. Okay, he needs to get rid of the underperforming senior pros. I don't care how unpopular it is. This is the way forward. Okay, this is progress. We can't, as someone says, if you have the same group of players and expect different results, then you're a fool. Okay, you can't have the same players playing the same style and expect different results. It doesn't work like that. And it is, I said, I don't think it's a managerial issue. It's an easy target to blame Potter. It's really easy to do that. But for me, when you're making the same mistakes and playing the same way under 4 different managers, then it's obvious where the problem lies. And that is with some of those guys who need to be shipped out of the team, because at the end of the day, they are the problem. Yeah, if you ship them out the side, put in hungry, physical players who want to play for the badge, that's the only way we're going to see a marked improvement in this team. Until we do that, then expect more of the same guys. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Max. Always, again, always a pleasure having you on the panel. Again, a very, very knowledgeable about the club and how things work. I appreciate that. Roger, coming to you, the way forward to you, what do you think the solution is?
Yeah, I agree with what the gentleman just said. I just don't see that transpiring, though. I don't see him dropping Sterling or Pulisic and putting in.
For instance, we wanted again. We
cup
just
games,
for instance,
perhaps.
Cup games, go ahead, Roger. Go ahead.
In some cup games, that may be the case, but I worry about that. I worry that he is acquiescing, that he doesn't have perhaps the fortitude to make the big decisions. I think this is where you can criticize the coach, in a constructive manner, because that does worry me. Going forward, well, so far we've been playing with the back 4. So does this suggest that this is our new identity going forward, or do we slip to a back 3 when we're playing?
To be specific, a hybrid approach, which was
I get it. I get it. So do we become more consistent in our formations, or do we still have this scattergun approach? Time will tell. I am worried. I'm not sure, unless things improve, I'm not sure he lasts the season. I know the owners, everyone says, well, they're going to double down because they made this was their first big decision. That could be the case. It may not be. We do need certain players back, but that's worrisome, though, because we shouldn't be depending on 2 or 3 players. But then again, most teams do. Is this team, and I'm talking about depth-wise, I'm talking about the whole squad, is it truly a top 4 squad? Really? I'm not, listen, regardless of who the coach is, I'm being honest here. Let's say he's dismissed tomorrow. Is this truly a top 4 squad? Not quite sure it is. I don't know, because we only just made the top 4 because of Tottenham, basically, and a few other teams. Arsenal, they basically faltered the last 3 or 4 games. They choked for all intents and purposes. So we were fortuitous enough to make top 4. I think we can do better. You're right, Coach. There is something seriously missing, whether it's a combination of a multitude of things, whether it's coaching and players, or whether he's lost a few of the players. I have no idea. But this team should be doing better based on paper. I know the game isn't played on paper, but from what I can see, and even when we were winning, or didn't lose the first 9 games under his tenure, and we discussed this, the performances were poor. And this was what was the most alarming aspect, is the fact even when we do win, it doesn't look good. So that has always been an alarming aspect, because you want to win and win with purpose and identity, etc., and be clinical. But this has not been the case, and both ends of the pitch, actually, to be honest with you. And there's a multitude of factors that I think needs addressing, and they're numerous, gentlemen. They really are. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, they are quite a lot indeed. To me, the way forward, I will still come to go to Eddie. I tried if Ty has anything to say. Daniel Harris is in the house if he has anything to say. I've shared the link to Max's YouTube channel. I was able to do that, and my screen isn't frozen. So yeah, amen to that. Where is it again? Okay, there you go. This Burton Ballerz YouTube channel. Go subscribe. As you can see again, when he was speaking, how knowledgeable he is. Everybody likes to listen when Max speaks. So please be sure to go subscribe to his channel.
Coach, you're going
appreciate
in and
it
out.
if you can tell him. You just did?
You're going in and out, Coach.
Oh, okay, because I was looking at the other screen. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I was advising people to go check out Max's YouTube channel, Burton Ballerz YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe. And also, I'd appreciate it if you can let him know I sent you. He's been so kind to me. That's the only way to show him. Again, I appreciate the love he's shown to the Chelsea Perspective community, the growth, everything. I remember when he was just 20 subscribers, 30. When I reach out to him, say, please, I want you on the panel. He always answers. But I know he's a very busy man. Thank goodness thank God for the holidays. He has time to join us. And it's been here for a while. But please go check out his channel. Do me that favor. I'd really appreciate that. Producer just got in the team.
Coach, appreciate you as well.
No, more thanks to you, brother. Again, I cannot thank you enough. So quite a lot, again, to catch up with here. I'm going to go to Eddie. He's one of the, again, OGs here. I'm going to go still get Ty's opinion if he wants to talk about the way forward. So, Eddie, your way forward, I think pretty much what Max said was the same thing that Roger said. But your thoughts, Eddie, the way forward.
The way forward is simple. Let Chelsea Football Club be hard to play against. Bring that identity back of people not wanting to play against us. Let us be difficult to play against. Select players based on the performance, on merit, not based on reputation or whatever it is. Bring the young lads in if need be, and let us see them. Let us have them play. So that's just the way forward. We need to win. Stop this trend of losing and not playing well. We don't even need to play well. Let's get the results first. Play dirty. Don't play fanciful football, but let the results come in. The results, when they come in, confidence will come back. And I always say it, the best form of defense is to attack. If we attack, our defenders will have less job to do. And I've always been saying this. So let us have our attacking, the midfielders connecting with our attackers and creating these chances again, and let us see what we can do. These things have gone completely from what we used to know from Chelsea, creating chances. We're playing against Man City. I'm afraid. I don't know. It needs to go back to that solidity. Let us have the best player on the pitch and let those that are informed, those that are properly playing well, let them be playing for us. That's all.
Yeah, and I have to say this quickly. If it's really a process, if we believe, okay, not making it into the top four is not a problem, then just start playing the young ones. I think we'll see more fight from them than we've seen to the more experienced players. What we've seen of late is very, very awful. Or mix it up at least. But I'm not sure what's going on. And Victor Angaya says, give this man a chance. 2 transfer seasons. If the team is still lackluster, then fire him. To dump on a coach 3 months, it's unfair. Nobody's saying dump him now. We're just, again, we're observing stuff. And to us, some of the stuff we've observed so far is concerning to me. To me, like Rodrigo said, my biggest concern is that it doesn't look like he pays attention to the numbers of the games. And that's why sometimes you see a repeat of what really didn't work in the previous game. And also, again, why would you play Jorginho as a lone 6 when his biggest strength is always to have a passing outlet close by, which is why his best, again, pairing partner so far has been Kovacic. And the two of them has almost, again, a telepathic connection between the two of them, because once he has the ball, Kovacic is usually the person to provide the outlet for him to pass it to. He's good at providing passing lane for others, but he needs that too. And he didn't have that yesterday because Zakaria had more freedom. Probably that shows it was more of 4-3-3 than it was 4-2-3-1. Zakaria was deep in the final third, and Jorginho was alone, and it didn't really work. Even days when he plays against physical players, he still does well if he has, again, an outlet close to him, a player close to him who understands he always needs an extra outlet to be effective. But that's, by the way, Ty, do you want to speak about the way forward?
Sure. Well, I think when it comes on to this, it's we've definitely made getting top four an uphill battle. It's going to be very difficult to do. We should have focused on the opportunity that we had to go closer to those that are whether close to top four or in top four, and we didn't take it. We got a point, and I think I think what most Chelsea fans look at this as a loss because it feels as if we lost the game and we should have lost the game. And I mean, from that side, in terms of everything, I think we just have to accept that it's going to be difficult. And I've made this point already. If it's a case where we can't get top four, I would prefer that we don't get any not Champions League, we don't get any European competition because it will make sense. I think if you actually want to build something with Potter, and if that is the objective that the new owners have, it's simple that we need to do it where he has more time to be with the squad, get his points across, and then we go from there. But if it's a case where the objective is that we don't, even if we don't get top four this season, he's safe, then we might as well just give the younger players an opportunity, like it was just said, because I think there's a lot of players that if you give them an opportunity, with their hunger and their and how greedy they are to try to prove that they're good enough, they would actually put out some good performances. We've seen that with Lewis Hall already. Chukwuemeka came on, he got a maximum of 4 points, I think, 4 minutes, and he actually did some things. So I guess in a sense, if you give them an opportunity, maybe they'll surprise you. I think we need to. I don't want to say this and it comes off the wrong way, but I think we may have to copy something that Arsenal have done, and that is having some reliance, not being over reliant, but having some reliance on younger players, because it's worked for them to some level to at least build something, and it would give us an opportunity to evaluate the squad completely rather than focusing on most of the senior players, because we do have some quality players that if they get an opportunity to play more consistently, they can develop a groove, and they can actually get an opportunity to develop as a player. So I think right now, if top four is not possible, I would prefer us to not get any European competition, because we need to build something. And right now, I'm not sure how effective that could be with this squad, or rather in the current situation that we're in.
Yeah, again, Ty, very well. You're a very good speaker, brother. I must give that to you, and we're very well explained. Gabriel Thompson said our midfield and wingers don't supply the ball to the strikers, so it is difficult for us to score, and the team is weak physically. Good point there, right? Let me see what else. Again, put Hutchinson in over Mount. I have my own preference as to who I want him to come in over, but you have right to say who you want him to come in for. Ian Matson balling out for Burnley. He's on a hat-trick from left back. Really? Okay. Yami, nice to see you. I hope you enjoyed your Christmas. What does Servat do for this team? No hold-up play, no link-up play, doesn't come back to help the midfield. I think the way he applies himself during the game, it comes down to the manager's demand. To me, I think he's the player we have in the team. Again, he's the one, he exploits the slightest of spaces he sees if you can get the ball to him. And if you want a fluid attack, a fluid front four or front three, depending on the structure, he's your man, really. He has to be part of it. And every manager sees that. You ask yourself, no wonder why Graham Potter starts him. Nobody will answer that. Do I just answer to you? I think his interplay is actually good. He reads spaces very well. If you can read his movement and get the ball to him again, and actually we don't give him enough credit as to how good he is as a creator, really. But I get your argument. Some people we all see this from different lenses. When you hire incompetent for any job, what you get is failure, or you cannot be faster than your shadow. That sounds like a typical Nigerian adage there. And I read that. Josie Agbo, good evening, coach. We need to manage the process for now, because I will never kill myself because just arrived into the UK. Thank you. Yeah, I get it. The process, we doesn't have to die during the process. The process has to be gradual. It has to be systematic. It has to be strategic, so it doesn't hurt that much. That's all I'm asking. But again, like we've agreed, I think something is definitely wrong. And ask yourself why again we have a scoring problem. I really can't answer that particular question right now, but I get that question. Why is there no connection? Lack of, again, how many times has the players played consistently again during a stretch of games? It hasn't happened really. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. It's you're asking the question about him, so maybe every coach picking him might give you your answer. That's maybe the best way to get the answer, but I get that. I'm really enjoying this, but we're going to round off soon. I'm going to get Emmanuel's opinion on as to again the way forward. An update sent from Liam Lane. It says Enzo Fernandez has a contractual agreement with Chelsea. His environment is waiting for Benfica and Chelsea to agree on the payment method. The sale will be around 120 million euros. Like Ty would say, it is happening. And again, I hope it happens. It makes a difference. Do I think it solves all of our problems? No, it's not possible, really. So, Emmanuel, Daniel Harris, your thought, the way forward, what can we do? Again, in terms of the long-term future, I think we're set. We've signed a lot of good, exceptional talents that in a year or two will be ready to be part of, again, at most 3, to be part of the first team. But I'm concerned about the immediate future of the club, making it into top 4, because if you don't make it into top 4 now, it will be difficult to make it into top 4 next season. And Max explained something that I have to research to understand the changes to the Champions League structure to actually know when to be concerned. It's something he explained. I didn't quite grasp that. I need a bit of research to understand it better. So, Daniel Harris, your thoughts are the way forward for you.
Coach, it's great to be here with you guys.
And again, sorry, apologies, brother. I hope you had a good Christmas and Happy New Year to you. May all your good wishes come true by the grace of God. Amen.
Thank you very much. Chelsea made my new year very sad. This is the worst Chelsea performance I've seen in a very long time, and I've been a Chelsea fan almost all my life. So the way forward for Chelsea first is to get better players. I think this squad has a lot of problems. There are guys who are not good enough to play for Chelsea FC. Another problem is Graham Potter. He's not at the level to coach Chelsea FC. Though this team is not at the level to compete for the English Premier League and the Champions League, I think this team is good enough to be in the top 4 in England. Take this team and give this team to Luis Enrique, give this team to Mauricio Sarri, give this team to
Just
Pep
quickly,
Guardiola.
let me tell you this, really. I don't think Luis Enrique would do well in the Premier League.
I'm just talking about
that's how I see it. But go ahead.
Yeah, maybe you, but I'm just talking about coaches that have philosophy. I've taken my time with Graham Potter to see his methods, because when you see a team play, you see the manager of football idea on display. Chelsea is playing with no pattern, with no system, with no philosophy. Yesterday game against Forest was a good game for me to conclude on Potter, because we play absolutely nothing. One of the things to look at, Dennis Zakaria positioning in his play last night. We're building up, for God's sake. Do you know how many passes Thiago Silva and Koulibaly had to make long passes because the midfield could not function? What was Dennis Zakaria doing all the way in the opposition box more than 3, 4, 5 times? And we're trying to build up the play. Who's going to start this play? Where was Mason Mount? Where are these guys? What's going on at Chelsea? There's no coaching at Chelsea. The biggest mistake, I know people hate to hear this, the biggest mistake Todd Bowley made was to sack Thomas Tuchel.
Okay,
you have
just
no
quickly,
reason to sack Thomas Tuchel.
Just 1 point. So you're on the boss of those that are still crying for Thomas Tuchel.
I will cry for Thomas Tuchel. I don't know how long I'm going to cry for that coach. Man, Tuchel came
Go ahead.
and took up the pieces at Chelsea and made us to win with this same group of guys we have. Right now, the way forward, sign as much players as you can sign in January, get contracts with player pre-agreements because we're not getting into the Champions League. We're not going to be able to attract the kind of players that we want in the summer. So bring a lot of guys in and let Christopher Vavel and all the other guys get to work to get us a new coach. Graham Potter is not good enough. I'm sorry, but he's not good enough.
No,
I
you
cannot
don't
stand seeing Chelsea.
You don't need to be sorry about expressing your opinion, really. Go ahead.
Definitely, but the way Chelsea is playing, no, this is not Chelsea. It's an emergency. We need to do something. Graham Potter is not taking us to the Champions League. He's not coaching a team to win the Premier League. I've seen his methods. I've seen his philosophy. I see him on the touchline. I see how he prepares the team. I see his substitutions. I see his in-game changes that he makes. He's a good coach for a Brighton or maybe for a Southampton or those teams, but not for Chelsea because we have bigger ambitions. We are literally fighting right now to exist in the Premier League. So the way forward, let's bring in better guys because there are a lot of guys who should not be playing for Chelsea right now. It's a shame that at Thiago Silva's age, he's the best defender in our team. He's the best. This shows you the level at which Chelsea have reduced themselves. When we retire John Terry, do you think John Terry couldn't keep on playing? We retire him because we had a team and guys lined up that could do the job better at that time. Thiago Silva at 38 years old should not be the best defender at Chelsea. Koulibaly, he looks so awful in a 1v1 a situation. He just doesn't know how to defend a 1v1 situation. It's bad to know that Thiago Silva at that age is 100 times better than Koulibaly. Azpilicueta is finished. It's over. He was literally leaving Chelsea. We begged him to stay because we have problems with getting players in. His time with Chelsea is over. Let's go into the market, get a proper cover for Reece James. We need a proper cover for Reece James.
Not really cover competition or rotational player.
Sure. You know, we need a proper cover for Reece James. Jorginho is not working. No extension of contract. I think doing his stay at Chelsea, he served us well, but the level at which he's playing right now is not good enough for Chelsea. Mason Mount,
go ahead. Here's what I'm going to say quickly. You don't change teams like that. We didn't keep Azpilicueta because of his playing ability. We didn't keep him because, again, although he's going to get game time, we kept him because we wanted to ensure that the spine of the team is intact. We want to have, again, leadership in the team also. Look, we're struggling. Even with him available, we're struggling. Without him, believe me, the situation could have been worse, or will be worse, so to speak.
Definitely,
yeah, but go ahead. Again, so we can call it a day. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 45 minutes.
You made a very good point about Azpilicueta. If we didn't keep him for footballing reasons, then we should be in the market to recruit somebody who can equally challenge Reece James for that position because it's costing us points. Mason Mount, we talk about him being played other position for 2-3 seasons. Now he doesn't know how to play in midfield no more. We struggled yesterday against Forest because we didn't have a midfielder or 10 that could organize the play, that could create something. Our forward line was completely isolated from the entire team. Christian Pulisic, I think he was the best man in the forward line last night, trying to make things happen, running at the Forest defense and trying to make things happen. Chelsea, we need to change. We need to go to the market. Graham Potter, please find me a different coach, please.
Yeah, again, I appreciate the contribution there. Lateness is greatness, Daniel Harris, but still a great contribution from you. I'm going to catch up with what we have in the chat, and then we'll call it a day. Except if anybody on the panel wants to add anything once I'm done with those in the chat, again, it's not okay to forget them. We bought Kai to be the creative engine of the team. He has never been that. There's an argument as to why he hasn't been that. Yes. Sorry, Ty?
If we bought him for that, then we're idiots because that was never his profile.
Exactly, and even if that was the case, if we bought him for that reason, have we used him consistently at the place where he will be the creator? No, we haven't really. He's been everywhere, literally. Again, but okay, this is also a conversation between two people. The way forward is to give the coach time. Maybe we need to clean a house again to an extent, starting with the two keepers. Really, Victor Ayer says that. Okay, you're okay again. I'm not sure. This is just an argument. This is a debate. There's no blaming. Everybody has the right to blame anybody who they want to blame. Luis Enrique will not succeed at Chelsea. I've said again at the Premier League overall, no matter the team you give him. That's not Premier League. Even Pep has actually progressed. He's starting to balance his team with the physicality and also playing with a traditional number 9. Really, you could say because Haaland to me is a traditional number 9. He's not that player that's capable of dropping deep but participating. He's that player that just get the ball to him. He gets the job done. Let's see what we have. Anything else here? Give the man time. Again, it's not up to us. But we just again, there's no matter what happens, we'll still be discussing all observations during games. Which again, kudos to Roger. He was one of those when we were winning how many games in a row. He was like saying literally, it ain't all rosy, people. We have a problem. But of course, most people aren't paying attention. And even when we beat it's a Bournemouth 2-0, the title for some content creators is The Old Chelsea is Back. And I was like, are these people really paying attention to what's going on? Do you understand football at all?
I cried.
Oh my gosh. Liam Lane says, I have said what I have to say about Pulisic. If people don't agree with it, it's their right. Yes, we're entitled. It's democracy. This player, TT players, don't know how you lot can even say that Porter out. The man has not even got. I'm not saying Porter out. I'm just again discussing what I've observed, what I think needs to change, and what I think about him. And if you're talking about these players and not these players, Thomas Tuchel won the Champions League with players that aren't his. If that's the argument you want to bring to the table.
Zero.
As for Porter, if we're being honest, there's a first for everything. There's a chance he turns things around tomorrow. We don't know. But what gives me confidence is that we have a good structure now. Vivel is there. And like Ty said yesterday, he's very vocal. He's the one, again, if things aren't going the right direction, he can go to the owners and say, Porter isn't the man, really. And believe me, and we've heard that before, even if we don't make top 4, Porter make Champions League. Let me use that language because there's a change in the Champions League structure. I need to learn about that more. Even if we don't make Champions League, he still keeps his job. The only thing comes down to the overall performance in the team of the team. Did we try to make it and then we're unlucky? Or did we try to make it and the whole thing comes down to managers' a lack of tactical nuance, or I don't know how the better way to phrase it. If that's the reason why we didn't make it there. But that's, by the way, this is, again, a very delicious comment from the captain of the house, and I like it. He says, again, before it's over, we have had a good debate. Even those in the chat, I was following it. It's, again, but again, Kashan also controlled himself. Nobody was throwing insult at each other. They were just exchanging, again, opinions. But I love this. It says, again, we have had a good debate, a good debate chat. To you, again, at the end of the day, we all love Chelsea. That's the main thing. And that's delicious from the captain of the house. And I appreciate that. And Kishore says, yep. So love you guys so much. Again, let's see. I hope things changes for good. Porter will win given time. He has the time. It's not up to us. I'm here to support Chelsea. But whenever we observe anything that we don't like or we suspect it's not good for the team, we'll talk about it. Tuchel gave us a great defense, but our front three is still poor. A good argument there. You're right. Again, there's big up Chelsea. God bless you. God bless you, lad. Bless you too, brother. I cannot give this coach any time. It changes from positive to negative in a habit. He's not capable and he's not fit for the. I've almost gotten through it without laughing so hard. Happy New Year. Again, to you too, Courtney. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for finding the time to join the show again. Lateness is greatness, but always nice to see you, brother. Please let us know that you're fine. We haven't seen you in a while. No matter which manager we have, with the coward and weak players, we're still going to have issues. Be a bit fair. I'm sure you want to go to heaven, so you have to change your tone a bit. Roger blamed Pulisic for everything. I think not for everything really, but that's something again. That's something he's been talking about. How Pulisic hits the deck so easily. And my argument is that we've had players like Coutinho, Cesc Fabregas. Those are not even Firmino. Those are not the most physical players, but they thrive. But in the case of Pulisic, I think also you must recognize that people play again. Opposition players target him. No, I always blame the coach. The coach doesn't know what he's doing. Believe me, guys. She'll say, "Okay, yeah, agendas. We all have agendas. I have my agenda for N'Golo Kante. If you want to see it that way, I don't know if anybody on the panel has anything else to say. I think it's been one of the most delicious shows ever. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah. I just wanted to address a couple of things I've heard. I think Victor and other people are saying. For me, first of all, when I've got no agendas. I don't like any player, any manager. For me, they're just an asset in the club. The club is the most important thing, and if you attach yourself to any manager or player, then you start to see things from different points of view. And with Tuchel, I respect everything that he did, but when Victor said if he was still here, things would be different. Are you forgetting how this season began? The same issues that Potter's having now are the issues that Tuchel had with this team. We had some horrible results. The problem was that we lost, as I said before earlier, we lost our talisman in defence, Rudiger and Christensen. He was improving, and everything fell apart since then, since the people who we'd brought in. Would people still be viewing Tuchel as don't get me wrong, I said he's a good technical genius, but would they be viewing him in the same way had we not won the Champions League? And if we had played that match without Kante and Reece James, just those two players, if we had played it without those, and Rudiger, for instance, we wouldn't be winning that Champions League. That's a fact. Okay, so when we're judging Potter, am I a Potter fan? No, I don't mind. But I want to give him time. I'm going to judge him after time. Everyone's saying, "Oh, he should go." He hasn't had those players at his disposal. Everyone's saying, "Oh, Tuchel's come in, he changed us," but he had most of those players. Soon as last season, when we were top of the league, 4 points ahead in December, soon as Chilwell and James got injured, I think Kante started to miss games, we fell down the table. So he had the players at his disposal. Potter hasn't had those players at his disposal and able to work with. Okay, so that's another thing we've got to give him time for. This guy's 11 games in, for goodness sake, 11 games in.
How much time is enough time?
I give him a season. I give him at least a season. If the thing is, the only way I wouldn't give him a season, if we're just losing, then obviously things that we got to act quicker. If we lose another 3 or 4 games between now and the end of February, then it's quite clear that things are not going to turn around. So we're in a results business at the end of the day. So if results start to pick up, then he gets a bit more time. If it gets to a situation where we are like in the bottom 7 or 8, then obviously we need to move on that. But hopefully we'll get some of those injured players back. Kante will be back at end of February. Reece James 3 or 4 weeks time. So I'm not going to judge the guy until the end of the season. He's got this window now. So hopefully in this window he can get players in who can improve the squad right now. So that's the first thing to do. Look at who we bring in and how we can implement them into the side. And so the results pick up, then I'll give them a bit of time. But for everyone to just say after 11 games with no proper training sessions week in, week out, that he should be going, I think that's just a bit reactionary as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Okay, he did have the World Cup, which is fine, but in the World Cup, he still didn't have the players to train with in the World Cup because 12 of our players went to the World Cup. he had the time to evaluate, and he did it in a way evaluate, because he's gone from back 3 to a back 4. But as I said, he should have tried to trust some of the people who performed well for him in training whilst the international guys were out at the World Cup. So that's the thing I want to see him do, just make some of those difficult decisions, and that's it, really. If he doesn't make those difficult decisions, and he keeps playing the same players, and we still get the same results, then I'll say, you know what, it's your fault. Just like I was saying with Tuchel last season, he needed to change some of the things he was doing. He was stubborn in some of the things that he did.
So stubborn.
And so that's why I think, and it wasn't only for that. It wasn't only for football reasons that he left. Anyway, it was other than that, it was the reason he left. But if this guy isn't making the right moves, and he's playing the same players, then he deserves to go. As far as I'm concerned, he's got to, man up and just say, look, I am the one in charge. I'm going to make these decisions, like it or lump it, and that's it.
Yeah, stamp his feet, like some people will say, authority, so to speak. Yeah, like some people say, but he hasn't done that. He's so lenient. Even Raheem Sterling subconsciously will start taking things for granted. He played him. There was a time he played him consecutively in games, and he was underperforming in each of them. As a human being, without knowing it, Raheem Sterling will start being like, again, he's indispensable, really.
Yeah, coach. I've played football. I'm not sure he's played football at any level at all. I've played football, and the thing is, as a player, if you know you're going to be playing no matter what the performance are, sometimes you're not giving your all, knowing, okay, I'm going to be playing every week. What makes you play good is competition. If you've got someone vying for your spot, I used to be a striker. I had someone waiting there, and if I slipped up, if I went a couple of games without performing, I know this guy's going to take my space, and he was good. So I said, you know what? He's not taking my space. So I'm going to be performing to my maximum every single week because I don't want to be dropped. And that's the mentality that these guys should have. It shouldn't be, oh, I'm going to be playing no matter what. And another thing that we need to do as well, as I forgot to say as a way going forward, is the way that we do our contracts. If you look at the way Manchester City do their contracts now, there's a base pay. And I think that's what our Foley is trying to introduce at our club. You get a base pay and then you get bonuses depending on performances and what you win. And that way, that's the only way you're going to motivate players. That's the only way you're going to motivate players. You score 12 goals. Every goal you score, there's a goal bonus. Every assist, there's an assist bonus. Every man of the match, you get a bonus. When you win a trophy, there's more money there. And that's what's going to incentivize these players. As I said, Man City, why are they on the books? People saying they're fiddles fair, financial fair play. No, they haven't. They've been smart in the way they've done things. They've given them a base payment. But because Manchester City are so successful, they get all these bonuses because they're winning. And that's the way we need to do it at this club. Get the hunger back.
The hunger, more importantly. Quickly, let me catch up with this again. The legends in the chat, and we'll call it a day. Clearly, there are major issues with this Chelsea team, but it cannot be resolved if the coach keeps doing the same thing, repeating again what hasn't worked, and he keeps repeating it. Bruce, the most painful thing on my side is giving this coach 5 years contract right from day one. It makes me very angry because I know this guy cannot do the job. The list of my concern is whether he gets the job done or not. But again, I think the lengthy contract, to me, it's a big concern. And usually these days you give manager, even Pep, it's bit by bit. Give the manager a short contract. When things work out, you extend. But maybe they trust him, and I hope he comes good. If it comes good, Chelsea will start winning, and we'll all be happy. We'll stop suffering, really. But that's by the way, I agree. Says this bro here again. Laughing, looking for a season. The coach does not demand anything. He doesn't care for win or lose, and you're hoping. I don't hope anything from this coach. That's how you feel. Again, to me, that's a first for everything. He did well at Brighton, and I loved him at Brighton, and is capable of doing more. And again, probably it's a learning process, which makes it an even riskier thing. It makes it even riskier. But that's, by the way, thank you so much to everyone on the panel, from Roger, Ty Talks, AD Love for Blue, Daniel Harris, Max from Burton Ballerz. I've shared the link to his channel, and you can also find the link in the description section. Please make sure to go subscribe to Max's channel. You will thank me letter. For me, again, this has been one of the most delicious shows that we've heard in a while. Very enjoyable. Again, civil. Again, everybody was respectful, and I liked that comment from Liam Lane, which is delicious. I will support Chelsea. We're all just, again, we're concerned. That's why we're seeing the heated debate or argument, if you prefer. With that, we've come to the end of the show. I want to say thank you, guys. I cannot appreciate you enough. It's been a brilliant show. God bless us all. See you guys tomorrow for another Blue Money show, and bye.